Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you, and it really breaks my heart. But their lies are off the charts, and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life. I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead, but you must not be weak. Just open your eyes and see they always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth, and it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must fight. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we won't. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
And we are live. We are live. What's up, guys? It is June 15th, 2025. We're going to be talking about a whole bunch of stuff going on, guys. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. It's a little bit dark in here. There we go. I think that's better. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Man, lots of stuff going on, dude. Lots of stuff going on, guys. We're going to be covering quite a bit today. We're live on all the platforms. Rumble, YouTube, Kick, X. Whole bunch of stuff, man. Whole bunch of stuff. It's Sunday, June 15th. You guys could be Aaron Wilson World, but you're here with me, so I appreciate you guys. Going to be covering a lot of different topics. We're going to be covering the riots. We're going to be covering the conflict in the Middle East. We're also going to be covering the 250th anniversary of the Army. Okay, Donald Trump was there, you know, for that event, and a whole bunch of other stuff that's going on. So like the video on your way in, guys. Sub to the channel if you're on Kick, YouTube, Rumble, it may be. Wherever you guys like watching, you know, make sure to show some love over there. So let me go ahead, and we're live on Twitter as well. To all my Twitter ninjas, I'm going to put I didn't forget about you guys. Let me just go ahead and make a little chat for you guys. Oh, man, I'm running out of space here. Hold on. Give me 1 second, ninjas. Actually, you know what? No, we'll do that. All right. Bear with me 1 sec, chat. Just getting some stuff ready. So, guys, get your chats in. I'll read chats right now real quick for the ones that came in. Also, join the OSS, guys. If you want to support free speech, you want to rock with me, help the mission out. The best way to do so by far is by becoming a member of the OSS on Locals. That's by far the best way to help and keep the mission going. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. But, you know, we're growing at a good rate, and it's awesome. We're at 479. So strong. The goal is to get to 10K, and then we can finally tell censorship to fuck off. Okay? And sorry if I sound a little out of breath. I was working out right before I came on here, so can't be fat, right? Being fat is unacceptable. You guys know how that goes. All right, let's see here. So let's go first. Oh, we're also going to talk about the crazy shooter, Vance Boelter, who attacked a lawmaker. Okay, absolutely crazy. We got riots, we got assassins running around, wars, crazy shit, man. But let's go ahead and kick off with that story first, and then we're going to talk about the war more than likely last, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys a full pattern of events, of the escalations that kind of led us to what's going on right now in Iran. I've only explained it maybe once or twice on this channel, but I do think with the amount of growth the channel's had, the amount of people that have come over, a lot of you guys missed that monologue. So what I'll have to do is I'll kind of go through and explain to you guys how the hell we got here when it comes to what's going on in the Middle East, okay? But first, let's go ahead and kick off with this guy, all right? This guy, Vance Boelter, this crazy fuck.
They do not want him to leave. They do not want him to leave, but that is what we're learning about this manifesto. You mentioned it is not a one-page, a couple lists here, but again, not just lawmakers, which is terrifying in and of itself that there are lawmakers on there, but not just lawmakers. So who is on this list, and what does that mean? What does that give us? What insight does that give us? That's part of the investigation.
A little bit interesting too, just kind of sidebar. It's not like abortion's been in the news lately, know, so interesting that it appears that this is an issue for the suspect right now, when that's not even, been in the news or talked about lately among lawmakers or anyone else. So in any case, that 4-page manifesto, police still looking for this man, considered armed and dangerous. They believe he's trying to flee the area. They're asking folks to keep an eye out for him. Last seen in this cowboy hat. That on the far right there, you see him in that cowboy hat. May have taken it off by now, we don't know.
Jacob says, do you know how many confirmed strategic hits took other than the weapons depot? Well, their Ministry of Defense, like they're basically the equivalent of their Pentagon was hit in Tel Aviv. A lot of strategic sites were hit in Tel Aviv, and they had a lot of their military infrastructure in the downtown Tel Aviv.
In a light pants and jacket. It's my understanding he's originally, although his home was in Green Isle, and the police are searching there, but that he also is originally from Sleepy Eye. So I believe there's a location there. And then we have the Brooklyn Park search going on, who was just at the news conference.
They say that he is continuing to monitor the situation from this State Emergency Operations Center. We heard from him briefly early this morning, and he kind of walked out pretty quickly after an emotional statement. And, this is Melissa Horman's a very close friend.
And the guy killed 2 of them, guys.
Of Governor Walz, but he is still here and monitoring the situation. You mentioned he's spoken to Vice President Vance to thank the federal coordination and all that. But yeah, the update here, you guys have given pretty much all the details here, but we do, we're looking at this photo, and I think, Karen, you mentioned it to me in a text, but it looks like Vance Luther Boelter there has something in his left hand. It's kind of hard to determine exactly what that is, and he gunned down at least, 2 people at this point, and injured at least 2 more, but I'm not sure that looks like a gun. So still trying to figure out exactly what he's carrying around at the point that they take that photo, clearly from somebody's ring video or surveillance video around the house. They wouldn't reveal exactly where. They did, as you mentioned, speak about a couple of the other locations where they are searching, trying to gather evidence or trying to find him himself. No evidence.
Shout out to the Hazmat Hauler, gifted 1 sub. But guys, if you're watching on Kick and you you can't use the emotes, whatever, just type in I'm a brokey. Someone will go ahead and gift you a sub. Also, what else was I gonna say? Okay, we'll just keep it pushing. We'll keep pushing.
In another vehicle or anything other than getting away on foot, but that 3-mile radius, it's been at least 6 hours looking for him in a 3-mile radius, and no sign of him to this point. So at least an inkling that potentially.
Let's see here. Okay, so they still haven't caught this guy.
We understand right now that we have our Lou Ragoose on the phone, who's been doing some digging this afternoon as well, and he joins us now with some new information. Lou?
Desert Joe with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much.
Welcome, punch!
For all you brokies in the chat that can't use the emotes, just type in I'm a brokey and someone like a G like Desert Joe, Hasman Hauler, Gavin, DPG, Blackest Panther, any of these guys, Emac James will go ahead and hook you up. And we got some hilarious emotes, as you guys can see over on Kick. But we also have those emotes on Rumble as well.
Hi, Julie. Yeah, I'm making, countless phone calls here regarding the investigation, and especially
There's a guy who came in with a mask.
Into the person of interest here, Vance Boelter. And late this afternoon, within the last hour and a half, authorities thought that they were close to getting him. There was a report that he may have been in North Minneapolis, and Minneapolis police assisted with a search in that area, but they did not find him. So he is still at large at this hour.
So I'm sorry, I missed what you're saying. That they felt they were close, but then the opportunity slipped away?
He wasn't there when they got to the area that they were hoping that he was going to be, and Minneapolis police helped the other authorities with a search in Minneapolis. Give me a second here to get back to the street where this took place. Okay, so it was on 49th Avenue, North Minneapolis, in 14th and 49th North.
All right, hold on. Let's see. So I got a $50,000 reward for this guy. This is the latest from 24 minutes ago. Let me read some of the chats real fast. So we got here, DesiMan18 says, Myron, so many leaked videos of Israel getting hit. The Iron Dome is not working. Yeah, it's and you guys got to remember, the Iron Dome really is for like short range rockets. It's not really for, full on hypersonic missiles. Kevin Ritz, subscribe for 50 for a year. Shout out to you, bro.
Welcome, punch!
Shout out to you. Welcome to the OSS, my friend. Cybus, Myron, how can I get 17 a month CC if I already paid 35? Head up Noble. Coco Manny says, all rise, our fear has entered the stream. You got it, bro. Kumo TV says, do you think the U.S. is reluctant at all to join the war because of potential uprisings, mass riots? That's definitely got to be weighing in on them, and we're going to talk about that too. 11 says, kind of sus how everyone has a manifesto these days. Yeah, you're kind of honest, son. Ramada 2023 gives a thumbs up. Thank you so much. And guys, if you guys are watching the show, if you guys are watching on Castle Club or you guys watching on OSS, it's easier for me to see what's going on with OSS. I am looking at CC as well, but it's a bit harder for me to read chats from there. So please donate on the OSS if you guys are watching on locals. It makes it significantly easier for me. I'll give you guys the OSS link. It's completely free to watch over there. So, that's the best way. But I'll go ahead and read some of the chats over in CC right now. Give me one sec, guys. I got to open up a tab to do it, though. Let's see. Here's the link for my CC, guys. Bam. So you can watch over there. But let me read some of these things. We got here. Hoflation says, Myron, can you confirm any of this? Pakistan said it will defend Iran. Haifa bombed. Ammonia plant bombed. Yes, a lot of that is true. We'll talk about that later. Funny watching Satan address the U.S. about everything Iran has done to us, but no mention of the USS Liberty, Israel killing JFK, and all the other bullshit. Now you're on to somewhere, Pim Rogers. TDF says, does the Non-Proliferation Act of 78 guarantee Israel does not use nuclear weapons on Iran due to inadvertently admitting having them and losing U.S. aid? Well, if they're using it at that point, it's the last resort. They won't care at that point, bro. They won't care. But good question, though. So, yeah, for all my Council Club guys, I dropped the OSS chat because I will be ending the CC chat here in the middle of the show. Like I said before, I'm slowly migrating my debrief streams, my solo streams. I'm slowly migrating that over to the OSS. So, just to keep things nice and separate and organized.
Our attention right now to Minnesota as it is day 2 of the manhunt for the suspect accused in shooting the state rep Melissa Horton and her husband early morning hours on Saturday. And of course, we're learning more details here on Live Now from Fox as the suspect's vehicle has been found southwest of the Twin Cities. But we're also seeing some support coming.
Thoughts on Sneeko talking with the mayor of New York City? Bro, that's crazy, man. That is kind of crazy. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely nuts. I'm happy for Sneeko that he got to meet, hanging out with the mayor. The mayor was gonna go down for corruption, bro. But he got that pardon thanks to the Trump administration. So, yeah. Let's see here. Umar says, Myron, you're credible until you check your facts. The speed of sound is known as Mach 1. If you don't check facts before stating them, you lose credibility. Umar, bro, I had been streaming literally for like 9 hours. And I said Mach 5 is the speed of sound, which technically is true, but it's 5 times the speed of sound. Okay? My bad, I didn't say it's 5 times the speed of sound instead of saying, because I said it's the speed of sound, but Mach 5 is the speed of sound times 5. My bad, bro. Holy shit, man. Like, dude, stop being a fucking weirdo. Snowball says, WLSS joined for the year. Love you, Ninja. Appreciate that, Sandy Balls. Got some autists in the chat, I guess. Exterm says, thoughts on Sneeko talking with the mayor of New York City? Cool. Like I said before, great for him. I know he was there with Ambrose, too. All right, thanks for putting me on game with the grill of my energy drinks. I don't like drinking the other brands. They don't do anything for me, and our pack with trash and just pulled up to the gym for round 2 today. All you fly motherfuckers in the chat, get to work. I appreciate that, 666. And don't forget to use my code, Ninja. Use my code whenever you check out. Get that discount.
From the governor, Tim Walz, saying the most consequential speaker in state history, talking about the now late representative there. You can see the picture. Also, the FBI increasing the reward in the search for this individual there. As we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Vance Boelter's vehicle found in Sibley County. Let's be joined right now here on Live Now from Fox, on the ground southwest of the Twin Cities by Fox 9 reporter Babs Santos. Babs, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us about the location and any indication, law enforcement, any keys, any evidence they have found inside of that vehicle?
Well, yes, first, we are southwest of the Twin Cities in Sibley County. It's worth pointing out, according to our reporting so far during this manhunt, yes, the suspect vehicle has been found here, but just one of possibly multiple vehicles that suspect has. Here in Sibley County, there are just too many police officers to even count. We've also seen some people just stopping on the side of the road using binoculars, trying to get a vision of what's going on over there. But you'll see, even with our television camera right now, it's very far beyond us, so it's hard to see exactly what's happening. We are standing near the intersection of State Highway 25 and 291st Avenue. And earlier, many people saw just a convoy of law enforcement making its way towards Sibley County. It was too many vehicles to count. That, of course, after law enforcement earlier discovered a hat on the side of the road, which they say resembled a hat worn by their suspect, Vance Boelter. Now, this morning, authorities issued several emergency alerts coming to phones of people in the area. We now know that was because they also discovered, yes, the suspect's vehicle on the road. We were able to pull to the side of the road and talk to a sheriff deputy who allowed us to get closer, take some pictures of that vehicle, but nowhere near close enough to be able to tell you what was inside of it. In the meantime, though, that emergency alert did ask people in this area to stay indoors and to keep their vehicles locked. So meanwhile, we are just staying beyond the police perimeter and waiting to hear more.
Yeah, it's so very interesting, and you mentioned that there's very little information, although the vehicle there for the suspect. Have you heard from any residents? I know it's a rural part of Minnesota. Are people concerned because there was an alert that went out on people's phones to keep their homes locked, their vehicles locked? Have you spoken to any residents on the ground?
Yeah, well, Andy, if you see here in maybe 10 seconds, there's actually even a couple of side-by-sides and golf carts coming by. Yes, that alert went out, but talking to law enforcement in the area, they told us they do feel like people might not be taking it as seriously as they might have hoped for, just because this is a more rural area, more rural part of the state, and people are used to being outdoors and doing whatever it is they're going to do on a Sunday like this one. So we have talked with some residents. We spoke with one homeowner in Green Isle who just expressed that she hoped that this would be resolved soon. But other than that, people are still out and about. Plenty of people even on this road watching from afar, trying to see what's happening down there.
All right, very good. And I just want to ask you for our national audience, because we were talking about some of the scenes, the location of the representative's home in Brooklyn Park, and then also the area that this suspect, Vance Boelter, rented a home in Minneapolis, the kind of the southwest side, and now you're further southwest, kind of between the Twin Cities and Mankato. These locations, they're not close to one another. Can you kind of set a sense of that?
Well, it sounds like from that Brooklyn Park area to the Minneapolis home was only about 6 or 7 miles, but actually just now I even looked on my phone here, and it's telling me from that Brooklyn Park area to where we are now is about an hour away, about 50 miles. So from that original crime scene to the home where they got another vehicle, only a short distance, but obviously then after getting into that vehicle, they drove quite a way, about an hour away to where that car was ultimately found here in Sibley County.
I want my last question before I let you go here, Babs, is just talk about the scene, because we heard from Tim Walz, other officials saying they're concerned for people getting out and about because he had allegedly a manifesto, a list of other potential targets. Is there a sense that lawmakers are concerned? And
shout out to Mr. Hooligan, gifted 5 subs. Shout out to Tom Jones, gifted a sub to Akel. And shout out to Cub Q55, gifted a sub to Drewy. Yes, all you guys that are brokey, say I'm a brokey, and ninjas will hook you up and get you a get you a sub on here so you can use the funny ass emojis on Kick.
Can you talk about that? Is there a tenseness on the ground in Minnesota for officials and otherwise that this person is still on the loose?
Yes, I think there's no doubt that this is a very serious matter that they're taking very seriously. I know several lawmakers around the state have had extra security because of this over the weekend. Here, specifically in Sibley County, many roads are shut down. People might have a harder time getting from point A to point B, but other than that, it's really on each resident to take that emergency alert seriously and stay indoors and just wait this thing out.
All right, very good. Babs Santos, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. You're reporting there from Sibley County, 877-996-6222. Of course, Lance.
Yeah,
Vance.
Bro is cooked, man. They're going to absolutely get this guy soon, man.
Luther Boelter in a lightly
$50,000 reward.
Colored cowboy hat, potentially the hat they found on the side of the road, also the dark color.
Like, imagine being so fucking retarded that you think, yeah, you know, let me just show up at someone's house and just shoot them, a lawmaker as well. Like,
their long sleeve collared shirt.
Look, you guys know me, bro. Like, I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, whatever. Like, once you start to use violence against politicians, that's when you're like, no, man, fucking retarded.
Light pants and a dark bag. So this was the information we were getting yesterday from authorities. This, the most recent one, saying the FBI is now offering up to a $50,000 reward for the information leading to the capture and conviction of Vance Luther Boelter, who was wanted in the connection with yesterday's shootings in Champlin and also in Brooklyn Park. And of course, they haphazardly came on the home of that representative, Melissa Horton, and others. Her husband tragically losing their lives as they search for the 57-year-old. I do want to give you a sense of what we're looking at, just the time.
Sloth says, some dumb kick mod keeps timing me out, Myron. I donate friendly fire. 9/11 Sloth. Yo, guys, please stop timing people out, the mods. Guys, the only way you get timed out in chat is, if you guys like spam. Like, the mods are really liberal and let y'all do whatever you guys want. So, as long as you're not spamming, bro, they're not gonna fucking ban you, bro. So yeah, please, guys, unban Sloth. Let him do his thing. But Sloth, also, you can't be spamming the chat either, bro. All right, guys, please do not spam the chat. It's really the only thing, or call for violence. That's really the only 2 rules. Don't call for violence, right? We're a peaceful podcast over here, and don't spam. That's really it.
Line of events leading up to the recovery of the suspect's vehicle dating back to more than 24 hours ago. Here's our Fox 9 team that talks about some context, the timeline of what we saw here over this weekend in Minnesota.
Saturday morning when a 911 call was made in Champlin.
Okay, so this is going to give the background on what the fuck went down here.
Police responded to Senator John Hoffman's home and found he and his wife Yvette had been shot. Both were rushed to the hospital and underwent surgery. Then, about an hour and a half later, Brooklyn Park Police proactively went to check on Representative Melissa Hortman's home. There, they found a man dressed as an officer with a fake police vehicle. The suspect shot at officers and ran away. By 5:30 a.m., a shelter-in-place alert was sent out by Brooklyn Park Police telling anyone within a 3-mile radius of the Edinburgh Golf Course.
That's crazy, bro. Dude came with the fake cop car and all, man. Cub gifted a sub to that Ace. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate that so much. And just so you guys know, the goal is to hit 2,500 subs. We are currently at 1,787 on Kick. I can't, for some odd reason, it shows 1,265 there, guys, but we're roughly, I think it was like 400 or 500 off because I can't fucking edit the API software, man.
To stay in their homes. At about 6 o'clock Saturday morning, the suspect stopped by a home near 49th and Fremont in Minneapolis, where residents say he rented a room. Security cameras capturing new images of the suspect dressed in casual clothing with a cowboy hat.
We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota.
At 9:45, Governor Tim Walz announced that Representative Hortman and her husband Mark were both killed in what he's calling a politically motivated
That's crazy, bro. Wow.
Assassination. At 11 o'clock, authorities and the governor urging people to not attend any scheduled rallies until after the suspect is in custody. An hour and a half later, officials in Champlin said there was no current threat to the public. Then by 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon, the Associated Press...
And don't worry, guys, we're going to be talking about the No Kings protests as well.
...identified the suspect as 57-year-old Vance Boelter. The scene at the Hoffman's home in Champlin was cleared by 1:30. Around 1:45, the Minneapolis home where Boelter rented a room was searched by investigators. Then by 3 p.m., authorities confirmed Boelter as a suspect in the case and asked for the public's help in locating him. At 3:20, nearly 12 hours after officers first encountered Boelter, Brooklyn Park authorities lifted the shelter-in-place order, believing he is out of that immediate area around the Hortman home. At 3:50, the Hennepin County Medical Examiner confirms both Melissa and Mark Hortman died of multiple gunshot wounds. It was around 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon, the FBI announced a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Boelter. By 9 p.m. Saturday night, family members confirm Yvette Hoffman is awake and alert.
All right, good news there in terms of those other individuals shot by this individual. They are looking for the suspect in the reward now up to some $50,000. And you can see some of this as the 911 call was made from Champlin, 2 a.m. Police talking about this. The Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, had been shot. Of course, they are both recovering after undergoing surgery at the hospital. Of course, Yvette Hoffman dove in front of her children to protect her from the gunman. So obviously some positive news in terms of that, but the manhunt continues on involving this individual. The reward has increased and they have identified or found this, what they're believing to be the vehicle's suspect southwest of Minnesota. This is a live picture right now. Let's take you right now out to a conversation our Fox 9 team had with the senator out of Minnesota, Tina Smith, here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen into this here as it continues on.
Senator.
All right, let's segue. So, we obviously covered this because it's obviously, big news right now. But we are going to transition into the Israel-Iran conflict, as you guys know. A lot is going on there. So let's go ahead and jump on Twitter chat, okay? And we're going to be bouncing around. So the way I'll probably do it, guys, is I'll cover the news, cover Israel-Iran, and periodically go back and forth between the two different stories for you guys. Shout out to Early Life. Let me see here. Let's jump on a Twitter space here. Listen to the latest. Let's see. Let's jump in with Sulaiman. There's a couple of different Twitter spaces going on right now. You got, as you guys can see here, you got Mario Nawfal right here. He has roughly, what does he got? He's got 8.4, and then we got another 7.8 with Sulaiman. So lots of activity going on Twitter. What the hell is this? This awesome Jew guy's a fucking clown, bro. I think Jake debated him the other day, I think. So, all right, let's jump in. Chat, what do you guys want? I'll let you guys pick. You guys want to go into Sulaiman space? You guys want to go into Mario space? Which one y'all want? Mario or Sulaiman? Which one y'all want? Which one you guys want? Y'all want Sulaiman or you guys want me to go into Mario? Sulaiman, as you guys know, is my homeboy. But I might get into more debates on this one. On the other one, because I know there's like some fucking Zionists in that one. All right, let's go into Sulaiman's first. Then I'll go into Mario. I'll go into Mario after.
Intercept a Yemeni missile. The interception of. Put a little gift there. I like that, Ada. I'm just going through the comments as well. So please share it, guys. Please retweet it. That's great. Thank you very much.
So this idea that someone shared earlier that Iran has basically proposed an alliance, a military alliance between Iran, Saudis, I guess, yeah, IAU, and some other country in that region. How likely is it? I believe that the Saudis are very much entrenched with the U.S., their investments, and their alliance, etc. I mean, was that a wishful thinking on the side of the Iranian government?
The source isn't that great for now. That was debated earlier, so we're not putting too much emphasis on it right now, but we're still trying to find out if anything else can corroborate it. So I don't push too much weight on it right now. We're welcoming Myron to the stage. Myron, what's been happening in your side of the internet?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, no, I just woke up not too long ago, and I'm streaming right now. But I was up this morning, kind of covering what was going on. The last thing I remember before I went to sleep was I saw, many of you guys I'm sure are familiar with Yosef Haddad, who's like one of the main Zionist propaganda people, the short Arab guy. He was complaining about how Tel Aviv has been hit and how it, starting to look like Gaza and all this other stuff, and saying like, oh, these Iranian regime is targeting us, we're Arabs, and blah blah. But again, I think it's important for people to realize, because they're trying to spin this narrative now and say like Iran is hitting civilian areas. The thing is that the Israeli government has put like Israeli infrastructure in civilian areas. So the very thing that they used to criticize Hamas for doing, they do as well. So that's why a lot of these civilian areas have been hit, is because they have Iron Dome missiles there. They have the government buildings there, whether it be the Mossad, the Defense Ministry, all this stuff. It's in Tel Aviv, so right in the middle of civilian areas. So of course they're going to get hit. But I would say at least with the Israelis, they have bomb shelters. They have the alarms that go off whenever missiles are coming in. So anyone that was killed, a lot of the times they weren't in a shelter. But if they're able to make it to a shelter, they're pretty much guaranteed they're going to be fine. And that's how Israel is nowadays, where it's like every building, damn near, unless it's very old, has a shelter in its schematic floor plan. So we'll see what happens as of the most recent. But I know I was in another space earlier, and they said that the alarms are going off. So Israel might be getting hit again soon, because from what I understand, Iran typically hits Israel or Tel Aviv at nighttime, right, to avoid showing where the missiles are coming from in Iran.
They struck daytime today, just as a surprise attack.
Oh, they did hit in the daytime too?
They hit Haifa, yep.
Oh, yes, I heard about that earlier too. Yeah, they did hit Haifa. They hit it with a hypersonic missile, right? They hit the port?
A bunch of ballistic missiles, the port especially, yeah, multiple times.
Yeah.
And Hi, Myron, hope you're doing good.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Just a quick one, just to update quickly, Myron, sorry, then I'll give it straight back to you. It doesn't seem like there's actually, I don't know if someone mentioned this in the last few minutes, but basically it doesn't seem like there's an actual attack right now. It seems like the hack gave the impression that there was an attack. So a hacker group close to Iran announced that it carried out a large-scale cyber attack against the Israeli siren attacks. A Maariv report that Israel air defense systems had been hacked, and basically that hack has likely gave the indication or thought that there was an attack, but apparently there wasn't. Furthermore, the other piece of news is that the Iranian military will participate in the bombing of Israel for the first time tonight, because before this, only the IRGC were involved. So that's the other piece of news. Sorry, Myron, do jump in.
Oh, say that again.
Yeah, related to that news that you just released. I heard the same thing, but I also just got a report saying that the reason why it's so long for these this last barrage to get is because they were launched from eastern Iran for the first time. So I don't know if that's true, because I've also heard that it was a hack and there wasn't really a launch. But at the same time, the latest I heard, I'm hearing conflicting news. I don't know if you heard that too.
Yeah, I heard that there was launches first, and one from Yemen. I know the Yemen one got stopped, but it does seem like, just from weighing up all the information, that there isn't an attack. Obviously, if there is, we'll give you the reports. But at the moment, it seems like it was a hack and a false alarm. But we'll see. Myron, sorry, jump in.
Real quickly, right? There's another bit of context to this as well. So, according to Israeli Channel 12, they're saying that the Israeli army is currently carrying out a preemptive strike on missile launch platforms in Iran. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. Whether they're going to be successful, we don't know. But again, I said this yesterday.
Yes, there's a lot of news about that. Serviced airs. Yes.
One sec, please. So the other thing is, I think there's going to be again a lot of misinformation put out there purposely, because again, it's the fog of war, and misinformation does work when you fighting in these type of battles. So some of the things, even if it's official, they might just be trying to play mind games with the Israelis as well, because the Israelis do the same thing.
Okay. Sully, you said that that the other component of the Iranian armed forces is getting involved. What was that? I missed that last part that you said.
Yeah, previously all attacks against Israel were by the IRGC.
Yes.
And apparently today, for the first time, the Iranian army is going to be involved as well.
Would the IRGC be like the functional equivalent of like the United States Marines, or what would their like equivalent be?
They're more like Navy SEALs. I mean, they're not Navy necessarily, but they're like the center guarding military power, and they're more than just military.
Interesting, yeah, because I know they have an intelligence service too, right? Obviously, within it.
Yep.
So
how would that
IRGC,
attack take place?
Within the IRGC, there's like many components. So, like for example, the Quds force is considered like the CIA. You have certain ones that are considered like the Joint Special Operations. So there's a different parts of it, but it's not considered like the official part of the Iranian army.
Yeah.
Right. But they're like the high level intelligence, military, everything. So there's like two militaries in Iran.
Yeah, gotcha. So it's a kind of like all right, I see what you mean. It's not necessarily the army, but it's also
they're the big guns. Think of it that way.
Gotcha. All right, now I'm going through.
Kind of breaking news. U.S. announced that they're going to shut the embassies in Israel, and likewise, Israel announced that they're shutting down embassies in different parts of the world for safety reasons. That was just released.
I think Quds is a part of the Revolutionary Guard, a faction of the Revolutionary Guard.
Yeah, chat. So, obviously different countries have different types of military structures. I was trying to figure out what their equivalent would be. But it seems to me from looking at this, it's kind of like they're Marines/CIA combined in one almost. Because I'm trying to give you guys a functional equivalent in the United States. So, yeah. Well, let's see here.
They're not reformists
to make it easy. To make it easy, like the IRGC, its main role is basically internal, external threats and making sure there's no foreign interference and basically protecting the republic. Whereas with the Iranian army, it's more about sovereignty and territorial integrity. So that's like basically the two things. But yeah, them working together, which they do anyway. But in this regard, like it's meant to be a big thing that they're joining as well. So now it's going to be a full-on assault.
Mm-hmm. Same thing. They did the same thing during Iran-Iraq war.
That's when they were developed, in the early 1980s.
Absolutely.
The IRGC is actually they consider themselves a separate entity, though they do answer to the supreme leader. They own their own businesses. They have their own oil fields. They have like corporations in their name. They have their own set of weapons. They have their own military-industrial complex, and they only answer to one individual essentially. And so that's
I was trying to kind of give an equivalent
in that sense.
I was trying to give an equivalent to my audience. I would say it seems to me
maybe
as if
like
a CIA
more powerful.
like they're like a CIA, but also with a military wing almost. So they'd be like the Marines and the CIA equivalent if they were combined in the U.S. maybe, so to a degree.
Except they don't rely on drug dealing and human trafficking for money. They make the money through oil trades and legitimate business. So that's the difference.
Yeah, the CIA do be selling drugs. That's true. It is true. CIA does sell drugs.
Pretty brutal, though. Like, it's one of the most brutal forces that you could mess with, whether you're external or internal, like whether, you know, it's like a civil uprising or external, you know, attacks on Iran. They can be pretty brutal.
So I know it's nighttime right now. So, okay, so we know Haifa got hit earlier, a couple of places in northern Israel. And I was actually talking about this with a guy named Abu this morning, which we had some good discussion on this. What do you guys think the possible, and he brought up this question, and I'll pose it to the panel here. What do you guys think about the potential of Iran attacking northern Israel to soften it up so that potentially Hezbollah can make an invasion? Do you guys think that's a possibility? Because Abu brought that up, and I was like, holy shit, that's actually a very, very, there's a potential there, because we know Hezbollah has been weakened from the fight that they had last year, but they've had several months. I know obviously Syria hasn't been able to assist them with replenishing resources, but you could make the argument that the attack on Haifa could be to soften up northern Israel, because they are susceptible right now.
I'm going to take the position that Hezbollah wasn't really weakened. They gave in to the ceasefire for the purpose of the government and because Israel's carrying out the Dahiyya doctrine and mass murdering civilians. Because Israel didn't really hit too many of their soldiers, even with that pager attack. That affected mainly civilians, not really Hezbollah. And they have most of their weaponry intact too. They barely used any of it. It was only a 66-day ground invasion where Israel actually failed to even gain, 1 kilometer of ground. And their objective was a minimum to push Hezbollah back 20 kilometers, behind the Litani River. They failed.
Yeah.
And it was Israel that actually wanted the ceasefire because they were getting brutalized when they did their ground invasion. And so they called it quits. And what they then figured is, well, we need to slow down the weapons flow into Hezbollah, so let's now focus on Syria.
I have some breaking news. 4 KC-46A Pegasus 4 aerial refueling aircraft just departed from Al Qaeda Air Base in Qatar with their transponders off.
Transponders off.
Okay. Where are they headed? I mean, they're leaving Qatar. Where are they heading to?
Well, with their transponders off, there's not a lot of places they can fly. They're probably, Syria, Al-Jawadi, the asshole, he announced today that everybody's welcome to use his airspace. Could be Jordan, could be, not a lot. Jordan, Syria. My guess is they'd be going towards Syria, or possibly Iraq.
But yeah, so then the focus shifted to trying to limit or mitigate weapons flow from Syria, and that's when they allowed for they carried out their strategic invasion of Syria for HTS and then take over, and then Israel expanded its territory up to Mount Hermon, which is a strategic military point where they could monitor weapons flow, from Syria into, of course, Lebanon. Though a lot of the weapons go through tunnels anyway, but Israel hasn't been able to figure that part out. So they thought. So now they think they may have a better shot at Hezbollah. And the other thing with Hezbollah is they are a part of the government. Is they wanted to show the world and also try to form a united front with the Lebanese government because they're divided. The Lebanese government's proven it can't defend the country at all. So Hezbollah, when it's prepared, when it wants to, it'll take back control whenever it wants. It's the most lethal force that's there. They haven't weakened at all. That's just I'm not saying anything towards you, Myron, but that's a Zionist talking point to say, yeah, they've been weakened, that's why they quit. No, it was Israel that actually quit and begged for a ceasefire, which they breached like over 3,000 times, by the way, because they never adhere to any ceasefires. But yeah, I mean, they can be reactivated at any point, and it is possible they might join in the fight sooner than later.
Yeah, no, I never believed, because I remember me and Sulaiman did an episode on this, how, they were claiming they're going to make it all the way to Beirut when they couldn't even pass.
Sorry to interrupt. Iranian media has just acknowledged that rocket launch that we were talking about earlier, and they said that there's actually 70 missiles being launched that have been launched.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see about that.
Yeah, we were talking about this, I think, last year, how Israel's talking tough, saying they're going to make it to Beirut, they're going to get to the Litani River, and they failed. What I will say, I think the only thing really that went down was the pager attack. Obviously, it was very sophisticated, might have caused a little bit of disorganization and everything else like that. But yeah, I mean, on the ground, Israel is not as successful as they put out to the mainstream media because they're just not a ground military. They've lost, a few times as well. This isn't the first time they've, had to run with their tail between their legs from Lebanon, right? 2006, they also failed in a ground assault. So, yeah, I mean, I think it was just enough where it was like, all right, let's get the ceasefire. And I also think that ceasefire was a strategic move to allow the Syrian rebels to launch their attack because within 24 hours after the ceasefire, and I'll never forget this, al-Shara and his whole squad went in and took over Aleppo. So I think it was all kind of a move to begin the process of destabilizing Israel and get Assad out of there. So, but, again, there were so many different things. What's going on in the Middle East right now is very complex, and so many different things are going on at the same time. I know also Netanyahu was spotted out in Tel Aviv earlier today assessing the damage. And I will say that I think the damages that's going on in Israel has been damn near unbearable for these people because people got to remember that Tel Aviv has never been hit hard before like this ever. Like they've never been attacked like this. So for them to wake up and see that their buildings are starting to look like Gaza is a wake-up call for them.
For sure. And just, guys, two things. One thing is I got a tweet in the nest. Remember that tweet about the F-35s where we were trolling the Zayos? It's gone viral on TikTok now as well. People are taking the mick out of Zayos, so I thought they are high IQ. Also, British aircrafts were spotted carrying out several intercepts of Iranian launchers over Iraqi airspace, then returned to their base in Cyprus. Myron, we had a report earlier today that the US is sending another aircraft carrier into the Middle East to join the other one they've got and the British one, which is the HMS Prince of Charles. What does that indicate about the possible US and UK involvement?
I think that's clearly because the air defense that Israel relies upon is starting to, probably get impacted here. Because the thing is, so these interceptor missiles are super expensive that Israel's using, and they won't be able to keep shooting down Iranian rockets forever. And the thing with the Iranians is they've kind of mastered, drone warfare and being able to get these things for pretty cheap. So they're shooting all these drones, and for every drone that gets blown up, that's only like $20,000. The Israelis got to spend like $100,000 to shoot down that drone. So at some point, they're not going to be able to continue shooting down these missiles. And I think a big part of moving these aircraft carriers is to assist with the air defense. And I'm sure there's other logistical reasons as well, maybe deterrence, etc. But I think the big reason is assisting Israel with the air defense because to intercept missiles is significantly more expensive than shooting them. And it's just a matter of time until they run out of interceptors. They don't have enough to last forever. That's why this conflict honestly can't last that long.
Those THAAD missiles cost $11 million a piece.
Yeah, and the battery's $1 billion. So they got the arrow, they got the sling, but that doesn't even address the hypersonic missiles.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, we hear you. Sorry, the phone crashed and then sorry. Go continue, Myron. Go back.
No, you're good. So I think, this is kind of a system with the air defense because it's such a costly and expensive process and they can't do it forever. And this is why also this conflict can't last long because both parties are, on the Iranian side, they're relying heavily on their ballistic missile program. And then on the Israeli side, they're relying heavily on their Air Force. And both parties won't be able to continue the sustained type of, missile warfare forever. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. I don't think Israel can take much more damage in Tel Aviv. And obviously the Iranians have a finite amount of missiles that they want to use. So we'll see what goes down.
Don't. So here the difference is that Iran makes its own missiles and drones, and they're if they go into full production mode, during wartime mode, the way Russia's done, they can keep this going. Because like I said before, in modern warfare, if you're primarily just using missiles, drones with spy satellites and a good air defense system and not relying on your Air Force and personnel, it's far less costly. And you can carry on a war of attrition for over a year if you want, as Russia's done for well over 3 years now. And then they've only grown stronger during that time. Iran can then use all of its factories that it has because they actually have a manufacturing base to optimize productions of missiles and drones and stop exporting and just focus on the war effort. So they export missiles and drones to 20 countries.
More breaking news, and then I'll give it right back to you. Israeli media is reporting today in Haifa people were killed due to a technical glitch that caused the bomb shelter alarms to not sound. Now, due to another technical glitch, the entire nation of Israel is standing at the bomb shelter doors. Can anyone tell us what's happening? So a bit of disarray in the Israel. The bomb shelter alarms are not working. This must be part of the cyber attack because there's just been a major cyber attack, Myron. And it seems like that might be why they couldn't, that they're not able to get into the bomb shelter. But sorry, yeah, do continue, Truth.
One more part as well is that the higher the price of oil, the more beneficial it is to both Russia and Iran, so they can create a bit of an attack vector there as well.
Yeah, and they control
And related to that, what you just said about the breaking news, they also advised, due to the fact that there was that technical error, that now they're not going to be telling people to go home and go to your shelters. Now they're just telling everybody to sleep in the shelters.
Oh, by the way,
like rats.
I don't know if you saw Laura Loomer's last post. She's saying she wants to take out Khomeini. I'm not sure if that's a death threat or a sexual advance. I'll leave it for the audience to decide. So it is Pride Month. She is an LGBTQ kind of gal. So maybe she's testing out the waters because no one's interested in America.
She's trying to smash him.
How many has a right to defend himself?
Yeah, they got what's it called? Yeah, but a lot of Israelis are a lot of them are shooting videos of themselves in the shelters, complaining and stuff. And in my head, I'm kind of like, well, imagine dealing with this for multiple years, like the Palestinians have. At least you guys have bomb shelters. The Palestinians in Gaza had no bomb shelters, no food, etc. And the Israelis are losing their mind over 48 hours of inconvenience. Meanwhile, they've had to endure damn near 2 years of hell with no bomb shelter, no food, no water. So, again, right, I'm not a guy that advocates for violence or whatever, but I do think it's important that people understand that, like, dude, the chickens have come to roost. This has been decades of Israeli imperialism, destabilizing Middle Eastern countries, attacking all their neighbors, killing innocent people, especially in the Gaza Strip. And the missiles raining down on Tel Aviv right now is literally due to very poor diplomacy by Israel, where they think they can do whatever they want because the United States is going to back them. And I certainly hope that we don't get involved from a offensive perspective. I know that we're going to help them out from a defensive perspective, but I think
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. There's been a lot of talk in the last 10 minutes. I didn't quote every source, but that there was preemptive attacks on previous ballistic missile launch sites. In fact, that was flooding everywhere. We just got an announcement from Israeli media saying, from Iranian media said, don't believe everything the media said about thwarting rocket launches. It's our part of psychological warfare and improving their image in front of their internal community. But I don't know if that's true. But aside from taking out the service to air, there's been a lot of action in Iran right now. Go ahead. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
If you can do me a favor, unless it's like major breaking news, don't just jump in. Just like wait till there's about 5 or 6 pieces and put your hand up and we'll come to you. If it's something major, then do jump in.
Sure.
It's just that I just like even myself, like I've got like 6, 7 pieces of news. I'm not gonna like stop and interrupt every one of them.
Gotcha. No.
It just but if it's major, like oh my god, the missile's about to hit, then it's like bro, jump in, tell us the missile's about to hit. So it just depends on it. But appreciate all they've given us. Thank you so much. Sorry, Myron.
Hey, no problem.
Sorry. Take the messages I just sent you. Something.
Is a car truck chase with the truck carrying drones down the highway in Tehran important enough?
I just thought that I was just posting it. I was like, let me post it first and then tell everyone about it. But yeah, I did see
yeah, W for Sulaiman. Yeah, someone said, isn't the Iron Dome supplied by us? Yes, we pay a significant amount of money into the Iron Dome for sure. Yeah, we do. Let me go ahead. Let's go ahead and jump into Mario Space real quick, see what they're talking about, guys. I'm going to leave here in a second, jump in Mario Space.
You said, I mean, it may be a car behind the bike, but did you see when he was actually trying to shoot the tires out?
Yeah, we.
All right, let's leave, go into Mario Space, see what's going on here.
The area, so it's a different type of geography.
We'll see if I get a mic. Sometimes I have to message Mario's assistants to get in and get a mic. We'll see what happens. There's 8,000 plus in here. I think in Sully Space he had like 7,000. We'll see what's going on.
I'm not confusing. I'm near.
Oh, got the mic immediately. Let's go, baby.
So it's for sure the 57A is the huge one that only US can carry, and I don't know if we have it or not, but as far as I know, Israeli planes can't carry this bomb. And by the way, Bordeaux is 80 meters, not 800 meters. That's it.
Are you done traveling in Wikipedia now?
It's not 80 meters for just for info, but it's okay.
Yeah, definitely not 80 meters for sure.
Gordian, I'll go to you and then I'll go to Myron who joined us like recently.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick update. It's already on the news. There was a 2.5 Richter earthquake in northwest of the city of Qom between Karaj and Save, I guess. If there is anyone who could comment on that, what do you think? It's just, there's not much on that.
Somebody said Myron got that clown on Twitter. Guys, I'm just active on Twitter, so people just know who I am and shit like that. So it works out. I do think Twitter is one of the better places when it comes to getting the news and shit like that. As you guys can see, sometimes you get real-time stuff because a lot of these people that be in these Twitter spaces actually live in the countries involved.
Unquote. They happen usually when you do something like a nuclear experiment, it happens.
I got an address from the Iranian president that we're going to go over here in a second, chat. So I'll be going over that with you guys as well.
Sure.
From Bordeaux, let me double check that.
Yeah. Because there's been, or from Perchin, if you can also look, I will also look. James, we need to check the distance because I don't know the distance between Qom and them. It can be also as a result of how big was the...
2.2.
And I'm going to read chats here in a little bit as well, guys. I'm going to read chats and go over some of that stuff before we watch the president's address from Iran.
Kilometers away from the city of Qom.
Okay, got you. Yeah, it can maybe be from an explosion, James. I don't think it's something natural, by force of nature or anything. And it will...
Yeah, some retard in the Rumble chat says, Myron doesn't know his facts, that's why he needs to be in a space. No, retard, because a lot of the people that be in these spaces actually live in the Middle East, and they can tell you what's going on the ground versus mainstream media. Stupid fuck. I don't live in Iran or in Israel. So a lot of times these people have direct insight and they report stuff faster than the media does.
Yeah, he's not here. Go ahead, James.
Okay, so I have...
Oh, you guys called me? I'm here.
Oh, welcome back, Myron.
Yeah, what's up, man?
We haven't had you on that space since those attacks happened. You've been with Sully for a while.
Yeah. I figured I'd come in here and see, what you guys were discussing and stuff. My stance on this is, I think, I'm sure a lot of people here will probably disagree with me here. But if we're going to say that, Israel has the right to defend itself, well, that obviously extends to Iran as well. And Israel hit first, and they're getting hit back. And it seems as though there's been a significant amount of damage in Tel Aviv with a lot of buildings getting hit and people saying, oh, my God, this is reminiscent of Gaza. And, this is just decades and decades of Israel doing some bullshit, really bad foreign policy, bullying their neighbors, using the United States as leverage to do this bullying. And, the chickens have come home to roost. I hope that they can come to some kind of agreement where diplomacy is a real option versus the fake diplomacy they tried to conduct a couple of weeks ago. And, for them to say, oh, well, we don't want you guys to enrich uranium at all or not have a nuclear program. Well, that's a non-starter, right? We have evidence of, getting rid of your nuclear program pretty much dooms you to defeat later on, whether it was Gaddafi or what happened with Saddam Hussein. If you remove your ability to be a threat to Israel, it's almost inevitable that they will destabilize you and take you down at some point. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, it's only the first few days, but, Israel did kind of bring this upon themselves.
So asking a question here, we've seen the amount of destruction that the amount of attacks that are happening inside of Iran, and we're seeing the vice versa, the other image also from Israel. The first couple of days look very similar to what happened with Hezbollah, where leadership got killed, you had main infrastructure facilities, main military facilities being hit. Iran is much bigger in terms of their capabilities, what they have and everything, but they're still like the same modus operandi that's happening. And then Iran having bigger rockets too, they have thrown bigger rockets onto Israel, which maybe have led to more damage. Not maybe, but they've led to more damage. What do you think is the future? Like, where are we going through that conflict?
Yeah, I think at this point, right, the Israelis are fantastic at leveraging their intelligence components to kind of do destroy the command structure first to create disorganization, and then from there launch strikes, which, they were able to successfully do but between them getting Mossad into the country, launching a drone attack from within the country, getting the radars temporarily disabled, running their airstrikes, assassinating several members of high-ranking generals in the military, and as well as killing a bunch of nuclear scientists. The fact that they were able to do this, in a surprise attack, speaks to the sophistication of the Israeli intelligence community. But now that Iran's been able to regain some of its composure back and hit back, we're going to see what happens in a bit more of a level playing field with the warfare. I think the next step here is going to be economic. We saw Haifa get hit earlier today, which obviously, is going to lead to some economic ramifications negatively for Israel. And I do think that, Iran still reserves the right to shut down the Strait of Hormuz if there's U.S. intervention, because obviously they can't stand up to the United States militarily. So the only thing that they have to deter is economically. So, attacking potential oil sites in the Gulf. I think these are all potential options because from this point forward, right, they've attacked the military structure. So I think Israel might target Iran's economic position. So we'll see what happens. But I do think we're very close to potentially hitting oil fields here. So only time will tell, though.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's an important perspective where it comes to the future. Talking specifically about your position, I know you're America first, and you've showed it in the past in your discussions. We have a statement from Trump right now that is quite surprising, to be fair. I hope for an agreement between Iran and Israel, but sometimes one must fight to achieve it. What do you think about that statement from Trump?
When
In general, U.S. administration.
When he said that we have to fight to maintain it, you said? I didn't catch that last part.
No, not maintain it, but sometimes one must fight to achieve it.
To achieve what specifically?
An agreement.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a typical neocon talking point, right? Peace through strength is another one that they like to use in the United States. This reminiscent of 2003 Bush era type, neocon language. And, and what they don't realize, and I saw a woman, because they were, obviously yesterday was the 250th anniversary of the Army here in America. And Trump was at the ceremony. And there was a woman there giving commentary saying, the typical neocon comments like, oh yeah, peace through strength. And, we got to hit them hard or whatever. We need to get them back to the negotiating table. That's delusional. We just got to be honest here that diplomacy is absolutely gone. Even if the Iranians wanted to come to the table and discuss, a deal with us, it can't happen because optically, we basically led them on, say, hey, let's exercise some diplomacy. They got caught with their pants down, got attacked by Israel in a sneak attack. And, we kind of have been giving conflicting reports. On one side, Trump is saying, oh, yeah, I knew this was going to happen. And then on the other side, you got people like Marco Rubio saying, oh, yeah, we had no idea we have nothing to do with this. We didn't know it was going to happen. We had nothing to do with it. But then Trump comes in and says, well, we gave Israel the bombs. So, this conflicting rhetoric is just terrible for diplomacy. So even if Iran did want to come to the table, they're definitely not coming to the table. And I think, just putting myself in Khomeini's shoes and the Iranian regime's shoes, why would I want to negotiate with someone that ripped up a nuclear deal back in 2018 that was actually moving, right? They were talking about relieving the sanctions. Obama had spent years trying to get this thing done. It was very detailed, took a significant amount of time. And for Trump to kind of just come in, rip it up thanks to pressure from the Israeli lobby, they were already in talks, and it was difficult to get anything across. So the fact that this attack happened in the middle of diplomacy, anyone out here that's saying, oh, yeah, well, I hope Iran comes to the table now. No, they're never coming to the table at this point. And that was really bad, diplomacy and foreign policy by the Trump administration. Really bad. Oh, shit. The space crashed. I guess I was spending too much heat. So, yeah. Let's go back into Sulaiman space, and then we're going to go ahead and watch the presidential address from Iran, guys.
Opportunity for all of them is so much greater than ending up in World War III, US.
Mossad, shut it down, chat.
Real decision makers in America, they're invested in that future. They're not invested in America being a global hegemon. They're invested in that multipolar world order.
And guys, there's no debate there. They just wanted my take on stuff, right? So it's like, I was given my position, like where Israel's been starting shit. They're gang karma. It is what it is. You know, they're they just want to get my take on it. So there wasn't really a debate or discussion there too much. Let's listen in here a little bit longer.
Actually, Fox News reporting on that. Breitbart also reporting on that. If I can read it. Yeah, Fox News breaking. A U.S. official informs Fox that President Trump blocked an Israeli plan to assassinate Iran's supreme leader. And then there is Trump rejected, also Breitbart, Trump rejected Israeli plan to assassinate Iran leader Khamenei, Trump saying, in question marks, have Iranians killed an American? No. That, and then another breaking news, I don't know, has anybody announced it or not? Musk has just either started activating the, what is his SpaceX, what is that, the satellite, whatever, for internet access. Let me see.
Starlink.
Starlink, yeah, breaking news.
Yeah, these are not breaking news. They're all old, to be honest. If I'm being honest, I don't want to be.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, they're all old, to be honest. And the other thing is, Netanyahu has actually come out and said that Trump, the thing about Trump denying it is not true. So it's just a lot of back and forth, psychological games. People are lying, making up shit.
So I'm.
All right, let's go ahead and check out the. Someone said that Vance is going to do a. They're going to do a press conference on Vance. Let's go ahead and check this out, guys. This came out earlier from Iranian TV. This comes from Al Jazeera. This is the president of Iran.
You're watching Al Jazeera. We're bringing you live coverage of a statement that's being made by the Iranian foreign minister following a succession
This was 13 hours ago.
Of attacks from both Israel and Iran against targets in each other's country. Let's listen in.
Of a nuclear weapon, we believe so. It is our firm conviction not to possess a nuclear weapon. Yet those who are willing to deprive Iran from their right, from our right to possess a nuclear program for peaceful purposes, they have no right to do so. That's why we were engaged in rounds of negotiations with the United States of America. The 6th round of talks were supposed to be held in Oman, and we were prepared to.
Yeah, they were supposed to have those talks on Sunday, chat, and they ended up canceling them because of this attack. Shout out to Cyberdream with the gifted sub to Joe Benson and Cub Q55 as well. Thank you guys so much for subbing. And then we got St. Francis says here, read some of these chats. That happened 15 minutes away from me. I live in Maple Grove, Minnesota, and I've never seen so many police in my life. Condolences to the family. Okay. Jose Orozco, what's stopping Iran from completely demolishing Israel with missiles? Are they afraid of pushing back from the U.S., or is there other reasons? That's a big one, is the U.S. That's a big one, is the U.S., bro. Let's see here. D. Alameda asks, do you ever collaborate with the RCMP? Could you share the story of the biggest case you were involved in with them? Do you have any critiques of the RCMP? I'm a full man for the government and considering to apply for the RCMP, CBSA, or any police, any advice or suggestions? Yes, I have worked with the RCMP very closely and the CBSA. Guys, for those that are wondering, Royal Canadian Mounted Police is the Canadians' version of the FBI. That's their federal police, and the CBSA is like their equivalent of CBP, Customs and Border Protection, USA. Look, bro, I mean, look, I was cool working with them. The problem, though, I noticed is that, like, they're liberal, bro. So, like, they're not going to be hard on crime, right? Canadian law enforcement isn't as aggressive as the United States. I remember I had a case with them on a Sri Lankan human smuggling organization, and we had to prosecute everything because the Crowns, the prosecutors over there in Canada, were kind of, pussy. So, obviously take the job. It's a good job. But, Canadian law enforcement simply isn't as aggressive as the United States. They get way more time, especially at the federal level. Let's see here. But yeah, man, just get with whichever one you can get on with. Let's see. Any other, let me make sure I didn't miss any chats from you ninjas. I think we got some Rumble stuff here. We got here, Tom Jones says, is this guy Iran's foreign minister on Al Jazeera? No, this is their president. Smegia says, what is the likelihood of an attack on Trump by Israel to make it look like Iran then push Palantir and JD Vance to the front and begin a war with Iran? There's always a chance of false flags. Lone Wolf Cool. D-Rub says, if not for anything, if you are interested in listening, an inbred schizophrenic with Down syndrome, Simon Dixon is your man. Okay, bro. R-Dub says, pro tip, just listen to the space on the side, but keep it muted on the stream so you can pick up any relevant, important info throughout the stream. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now as we speak. To give benefit of the doubt, I've been listening to Sulaiman Space fairly consistently for the past 24 hours as a result of what happens when only women are allowed to a computer with internet. Okay. Gaspin Stein says, about the other day, I meant to lend you 109, not 109. The OSS didn't let me break the shekel, but that's fine. I'll get my money back through interest. Drop the payment to the tunnels of... Okay, Gaspin Stein. Fires Jabbar says, I'm in the fucking chat. We missed you yesterday. Where are my O/brothers at? Hey, shout out to you, man. Restless Cloud just joined the OSS annual. Been listening for a month. You really opened my eyes to them boys. I've listened to you to Daily Wire for a while, but no one covers the stuff you do at the quality you do. Thank you. I appreciate you, bro. And the reason why they don't cover it, bro, is because everyone's too pussy to talk about how them boys run this country, okay? You know, obviously I have to use certain words and phrases, but I think we've been kind of getting around it. Finally got fixed, thanks. That's from Black Vet. Thank you. Dominicano says, bro, as soon as you started streaming, I entered a J community. I had to turn it off to be safe. Yeah, bro, you got to be careful, man. Mr. B says, discount code for the annual CC304. Yeah, for the annual CC304 for Cast Club. For anyone who wants in on the discount, two ways. If you're already on a 35 a month and renew it, a date is before discount deadline. Cancel it, wait until cancellation, then resubscribe. For all the cases, create a new account. CC17 expired. However, you have a better deal with the annual discount. Comes up to $190 for the year. That's just $15 a month. J mode on. Yep, there you go, B94. That's one way to deal with it, guys. Hey, Myron. I'm about to join OSS Annual. I still use YouTube and not Rumble because I can download the videos to watch offline. I drive road train trucks and then I would get phone service. Cheers from Australia. I got you, bro. No worries. That's why I stream on YouTube still, because I know a lot of you guys, you know, love YouTube for that reason, even though I hate YouTube, but it's fine. I lose a lot of money streaming on YouTube, but it's fine. I know a lot of you guys want it. What's the code? I think it's fresh is the code for Gorilla Mind. So, yeah. Shout out to Zoomer64, just subscribed for the annual. Thank you so much, bro. Welcome to the family. Zoomer64. Nigas Groiper says, yo, Myron, low-key at my labor job so a nigga can send some cheese over. Need that moolah advice. About to go back in that modern-day slave work. Stay free and true. I got you, man. And, guys, as you guys know, I'm running a sale right now for the OSS, the O/Squad. That is my community, guys. So if you want to support me and support this mission, you do so by joining the OSS on Locals. JoinOSS.locals.com or joinoss.us is the code. And one of the beauties, guys, is when you join the community, I will go ahead and give you guys the discount codes. You can join for only $4 the first month, then $10 after that. The price will be locked in at $10 for you. Or you can basically, what's it called? You can join for the annual at $55. So as you guys can see here, right here is when you join. It comes down to you only pay for $4. We knocked off $6 for obvious reasons for you guys. Or you can join for the year, which is right here, JFK 9/11, okay, for $55. That's obviously the better deal. But if you want to get in and be a monthly supporter, pay $4, then get it, and then pay $10 after that. That's awesome. A great way to donate. But basically, guys, this allows me to stay independent. As you guys know, I've been traveling, trying to make the content better. Whether I go to New York and cover cases real time for you guys, or I'm, doing IRLs, whatever it is, this allows me to kind of operate and do things. The OSS is my thing, right? It's separate from Fresh and Fit. So this directly supports me and this channel. As you guys know, I've been putting a significant amount of time into this channel, Myron Gaines X, aka The Debrief. I'm trying to make this the number one of the best political commentary channels, cultural commentary channels, where we cover everything. We cover what's going on. We cover politics. We cover geopolitics, foreign policy. We do it with, without fear. We talk about shit that everyone else is too pussy and too cuck to talk about. So, if you want to support the mission, this is the best way to do it. As you guys know, I've been demonetized on YouTube now for 2 years. The way YouTube does it is if they demonetize one of your channels, they demonetize all your fucking channels. So, Myron Gaines X is demonetized, despite the fact that I fucking be cooking on here. And just so you guys know, look how much YouTube is robbing me, chat. Look at this shit. I'm going to show y'all my fucking analytics. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. I'm actually going to show you guys my YouTube studio. Look at this. 12.3 million views, right? We've gained 21,000 subscribers as of now, right? this should be a significant amount of revenue coming in. But since YouTube are filled with fucking shitheads that are woke, you know, I've been demonetized for 2 years and they're fucking robbing me blind. I still stream on YouTube even though these bitch ass niggas don't pay me for it and absolutely steal and still run ads on my shit, right? So it's infuriating, but I do it for you guys because I know that you guys prefer to watch on YouTube, a lot of you. So I still stream on there even though they're fucking robbing me blind. So if you want to support to offset the bullshit from YouTube, you know, jumping in the OSS is the best way to do it by fucking far. Okay, guys, by far. And look, I'm being super transparent. Nobody does this. Nobody opens up their fucking analytics and lets y'all look at that shit, right? I'm letting y'all see it for yourselves. Know that I'm not capping over here when I say I'm putting in crazy work, crazy views, and these motherfuckers are over here robbing me, man. So fuck YouTube, seriously. Fuck them. They can't even articulate why they won't remonetize us. They can't even, they just, oh, sorry. So, you know, at this point, we're pulling ourselves up by our own bootstraps, and we're fucking creating our own infrastructure so they can never fucking shut us down. This allows me to stay free. So, yeah, man, this is the best way to do it. I'll drop the link in here for you guys. If you want to do the annual, awesome. If you guys want to do the monthly, whatever, save a significant amount of money, I'll give you guys both links here. They're also at the top of the description too, because I'll tell you how this, most other YouTubers would stop streaming on YouTube or stop posting content on YouTube altogether. I still do it for you guys because I know a lot of you prefer YouTube to watch. So it is what it is, man. I totally get it. But yeah, that's the gist of it. If you guys want to support the mission, that's the best way. We're trying to get to 10K strong on OSS. And if we do that, then I can truly give a middle finger to YouTube. That is the goal. And then I'll be able to be 100% self-sustaining for this channel by itself. As you guys know, I put a bunch of my own money into this channel for many years. But to kick it up to the next level and to really be able to maintain it, that's why I'm separating it from Fresh and Fit, so it's its own production, right? So yeah. Anyway, thank you guys. If you do decide to support, awesome. If you don't support, that's fine. Just smash the like button on the video, share it with a friend. You know, whether you can't afford to help or you do decide you want to help, either way is awesome. Just like the video, share the channel with a friend, and that's more than enough. But I am trying to keep the price low for you guys so you guys can obviously get in and not even feel it. That's my goal, where every month you don't even feel the money fucking being spent, right? That's why I'm keeping the donation the price point super low, $10 a month at max, or $55 for the year, which is 50% off. It's going to go up to $109 for obvious reasons after. So yeah. All right, let's get back to you guys can see why the numbers are relevant. Well, let's go back to the president here of Iran.
Provide the necessary assurances.
Can we do OSS No Council Club? It's up to you, bro. It's up to you. Whatever you choose. I prefer viewer in both, but I know some of y'all only watch the debrief and you guys don't watch Fresh and Fit. It is what it is, I guess. But however way you choose to support is up to you. Smashing the like button is one way to do it as well. So whatever you want, bro. Thank you for that, though.
To the Americans. In the previous round of talks, the Americans presented a number of proposals which was not totally acceptable to us. We presented our response and our viewpoints, and we were supposed to present a counter proposal on tomorrow's meeting. Our proposal could have...
Okay, so the perks for the debrief, for join OSS, guys. So obviously you get all the streams, right? You get all the content. Any behind-the-scenes stuff I do while I'm traveling, you guys are going to get that. Also, I'm going to start doing a call-in portion of the debrief. I'm going to probably start it next month, where you guys can call into the show at the end of the streams. It's only for debrief members, OSS members, paying OSS members. Then also you get to get discounts on merch. We're going to do a merch drop in July. Brett's working on it right now. So you get discounts on that. And I'm going to make a special shirt for only OSS people. That's only available to OSS, discount codes, all that other stuff. Also, I'm going to do one annual meeting a year in Miami on 420. So you guys can go ahead and join that meetup for absolutely free. So, yeah, man, those are some of the perks that you get with the OSS.
Opened doors.
Discounts, free meetup once per year, calling into the show, exclusive merch. Obviously, you can get your super chats read on air regardless. So if you donate $1, because I usually have a threshold of $5. If you're an OSS member and you send in $1, I read your chats. So basically, you become a full-fledged part of the OSS army, and help us basically give a middle finger to YouTube.
For an all-out agreement with the Americans.
I'm not going to kick Fresh, guys. Yeah, I know you guys keep saying that, kick Fresh. It's not happening. Fresh is the homie. That's my guy. This is a separate thing from Fresh and Fit, obviously, to sustain this channel and sustain this endeavor. But it's Fresh and Fit till I die, my friends.
This is a crystal clear matter. The Zionist entity is not willing to see us reaching an agreement or a diplomatic solution with
they sabotaged it.
The United States. That's why they initiated their belligerent offensive on Iran, as the negotiations on the nuclear dossier were going on. This is a living proof that the Zionist entity is against and opposed to any form of agreement we might reach with the Americans.
And guys, just so you know, for Israel to attack Iran in the middle of peace negotiations is absolutely nuts, bro. Absolutely nuts.
If you recall,
this guy Mumi55 says, Myron, your blind loyalty to Fresh is what will cost you in terms of your career. You could have been in a way better position without Fresh. Hey, Muhammad, see, here's the difference between me and you, my friend. Okay? Being in a better position career-wise for me does not override my integrity and my ability to fucking sleep at night and look myself in the mirror. Okay? The number one thing that I need to be able to do is look myself in the mirror and be proud of what I'm seeing back. Okay? Some of you guys are okay with selling that off to make some more money or get some more clout. But that's not me. Okay? I would gladly make, a certain amount of money per year than make 10x that by abandoning or ditching people that help me get to that position. Call me crazy, call me weird, but the ability for me to look myself in the fucking mirror and respect what I see looking back at me is worth more than any dollar. Okay? So, hey, bro, I'm not you. For you, maybe, yeah. You're going to do whatever you need to do to, make some money and get some clout, but I'm not that way. So, you can go ahead and use those standards on yourself, my friend, but that's not me. I don't turn my back on my friends.
The same had occurred in the past. The Israeli Zionist entity carried out many assassinations in an attempt to undermine the ongoing negotiations. I recall very clearly.
Instead of talking shit about Fresh or just hating on him, if you fuck with me, then just support me. Support the OSS and then bam. But I'm not going to turn my back on Fresh. You know what I mean? I'm just not going to do that. Oh, you'd be way better off without him. Oh, he's hurting the Shah. Bruh. You guys not realize that, if it wasn't for Fresh, we would have been fucking cooked 2 years ago when we got demonetized? Fresh struck that deal and, put us in a position where we can continue to stream even 2 years after the fact. So, nah, bro, he does a lot for the fucking podcast behind the scenes. I know you guys don't always see it, or a lot of you guys say he's useless or whatever, but, that couldn't be further from the truth. Couldn't be further from the truth. Just because you don't like Fresh doesn't mean that I'm going to fucking turn my back on him. Like I said before, you want to support and you want to go ahead and support me only and not Fresh? Cool. Join OSS. That's how you do it. But I'm not going to turn my back on him, bro. And if you don't like that, then I guess you could go watch somebody else. I don't know what to tell you. But I don't turn my back on my friends, bro.
Clearly, in 2024, as we were negotiating the revival of nuclear file in Vienna, the Israelis initiated an attack on our enrichment facilities in Natanz. The power generator in this facility, together with a number of centrifusion devices, were destroyed. It was a difficult moment. It was the aim and design of the Zionist entity to undermine and to torpedo the ongoing negotiation. At that time, we announced that we are adamant to enrich uranium beyond 60%. This was a counteract following the attacks on Natanz and destruction of the centrifusion plant by the Israelis. At that time, we replaced the centrifusion devices with more powerful ones. Again, all was meant by the Israelis in order to undermine the ongoing negotiations with the United States. At that time, the Americans endorsed our measure. Over the past 2 days, we received the American message. They claim they are not going to get involved in the ongoing fight. Yet, we do not accept these statements. We have living proof that the Americans are providing assistance to the Israeli enemy. It was better for the Americans to speak out candidly rather than sending out false messages. I hope the American administration will step out and make their position clear. I hope the United States...
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is that Israel came out and said that the diplomacy was all kind of a sham to allow Iran to lower their guard so that the Israelis can attack them. Like, guys, that is terrible. That makes us look like a shitty-ass country, and no one's going to want to exercise diplomacy with us anymore. Basically, it shows that the Trump administration can't be trusted.
Administration will condemn the Israeli attack on the nuclear facility.
For those of you that are wondering what you get on OSS, you call to the debrief, one annual meetup in Miami, exclusive merch shirt, merch monthly discount codes, notification when I travel to major cities. So if you're in this city, you can come link up. I'll do OSS meets up there. OSS chats right on stream, no matter the price. And then automatic speaker status whenever I do my clan meetings on X, which I'm going to start doing those once a month. Those are some of the perks of being in the OSS.
And in order to prove their goodwill with respect to the nuclear facilities, the American administration should condemn the Israeli attacks on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities in order to steer themselves away from the battlefield. Once again, I reiterate, the international community must pay closer attention to this matter, to stand up to the crimes committed by the Zionist entity, as Israel has crossed all the red lines, all the international laws, norms, or practices. This is the best way to restore peace and stability in the region and the whole world. Thank you for your attendance and for listening. And I request the representatives of the media to leave. And if any of the diplomats and ambassadors are willing to raise any questions, I'm willing and prepared to answer.
All right, so you guys can see here, obviously the president is not happy with, our deceptive diplomacy. So we got here, Riyadh says, just joined OSS for the year, been watching since 2020, can't be a J and have to show support. I appreciate that, man, Cole says, Myron, please study the history in Iran and how the Brits and CIA and small hats overthrow democratically elected leaders. Yeah, bro, you're talking about Moghadesi and Operation Ajax. Yes, I talked about that actually right here. Where did my Twitter space? Boom, right here. If it weren't for Operation Ajax and other Western interventions, we would probably have been a strong ally of Iran. I talked about that here because David, Pat, gave this really bad analysis of no wars going on in Iran because of the Shah. So I kind of, and we'll talk about this too, but we'll go into that, man. Don't worry. I'm very familiar with the history of Iran. Let's see here. Pop says, be careful in Sulaiman space. The girls are advocating for V's, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I was pleasantly surprised when I joined the space at 4 in the morning and Josie called them out for being disgusting evil. They were so offended and mad at her for speaking the truth. Some crazy lady joined the space and yelled at Josie saying she doesn't care. She hopes they dig more kids up. Oh, man. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Completely fucked up. Spec 1K. Is there any difference between monthly subscription, annual subscription, OSS? No, there's no difference. It's the same membership. But you obviously save a significant amount of money by joining for the year. Myron, please look at the history of Iran and how the Brits... No, read that one already. Bro, all these losers hating on Fresh don't deserve a friend as good as him. These people are literally showing why they're losers with cutthroat mentalities. You're the man, Myron. Keep doing what you do. Yeah, I know, man. It's a very strange dynamic nowadays. Yasser, Myron, what do we get from joining OSS? I said that earlier. Son of Zeus, like for example, right? You got this chat here. It's only $1, so I'm not going to read it on air. So, but if you sent that from Council Club, or sorry, from CC, I'd read it. Son of Zeus, loyalty before shekels. Okay, bro, nigga retarded.
Okay, let's talk to Dr. Jabari, our correspondent, about what we've just been hearing from the Iranian foreign minister. Dosa has a lot of experience working in Iran. So the foreign minister there making it very clear as far as he's concerned that the attacks that we're seeing going on by Israel are in direct relation to the ongoing nuclear discussions that have been happening between the US and Iran.
Yes, and Abbas Araghchi, first of all, this was his audience.
And then based up says, love the show, Myron, Castle Club supporter here, but we have to join OSS as well as Castle Club to get all the content. As CC member, we should be able to type in the chat. Yeah, you guys can type in the chat, but I'm going to start separating CC and OSS very soon, guys. So when I do my show, The Debrief, it's going to be a completely different thing from Fresh and Fit and Castle Club. So I'm going to start streaming the OSS on locals on that only. Does that make sense? So I won't be doing Castle Club streams for this show anymore. It's going to be over there. I'm keeping everything separate. So, but I won't start that till next month, so don't worry. CC guys, if you guys are still watching from CC, it's fine. I'll give you guys time to join the OSS. But yeah, I'm going to be start streaming the OSS. Remember, you can watch the OSS stream for free, like on locals. You don't have to be a member to watch the stream, bro. So don't worry. We got Destiny Marsano says, just join OSS for a year. Thank you for the promo code too. My boyfriend is a Council Club member as well. Question, if you have some money invested in the stocks and bonds, should I pull out? Will this war affect it negatively long term? No, don't pull out. Don't pull out. I know people want to pull out, but you know, obviously the market tanks a lot of times when you have money in the stock market, etc. And bonds, but keep it in there because bonds, you know, yeah, it's slow, but it's almost always going to return a good positive, right? That's why old people invest in them. And I'm assuming you're younger, so yeah, no, definitely keep your money in there. Don't pull out. Don't be scared.
Were ambassadors, foreign ambassadors.
Joined OSS yesterday. Found you through Ian Bick's podcast. Love your content. You should come to Atlantic City. I appreciate that, bro. Arav. For those that don't know, Ian Bick, nice guy from Connecticut. I went in and I did a podcast with him about being a Fed. He's a true crime YouTuber. So he came on our show as well.
That reside in Tehran. So he had an international audience of diplomats.
Thank you so much, Destiny, by the way. I appreciate that. It's always interesting. Whenever women watch me, they always have a boyfriend. They always have a boyfriend, girls that watch me. I appreciate that so much, Destiny. I'll give you a down to Marco, $50 there. So it's good to see that the message is getting out and more women are taking heed and, you know, in happy relationships with their boyfriends. So that makes me really happy.
Diplomats. And he said that it's very important for them to take his message back to their governments. This was first and foremost, and to ensure that Iran's message is relayed to the U.S. government through them as well. He said that the attacks we're seeing now, first, they have not been condemned by the United States. He did say, interestingly, in the past 2 days, Iran has received direct messages through channels from the United States government reiterating that the U.S. had no involvement in these attacks. And his response is, well, we basically don't believe that to be true, that Israel's actions Iran's would not have been possible without the United States green light. He said it is extremely important now, before things spiral and get out of control, diplomacy has to be applied, and it is up to the U.S. government to step in and stop Israel from carrying out what he called were violations, blatant violations of international law. He said that, look, Israel has always been against Iran reaching any kind of an agreement with the United States and Western powers when it comes to its nuclear program. And Israel has done everything within its power since as early as 2006. There has been at least half a dozen nuclear scientists assassinated in Iran between 2010 and 2023. And he said this is unacceptable. And as a result of these actions taken by Israel, Iran has chosen to advance its nuclear program in direct response to these threats.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's interesting because they're saying, yo, we want you to stop your nuclear program while attacking them. That's only going to incentivize them to push their nuclear program even harder.
Therefore, we are here now with our nuclear program, and the United States and Iran were discussing a way to reach an agreement. We were on our way to a final agreement when Israel decided to launch these attacks, essentially using bombs to kill diplomacy. And that is what he's reiterating here. This is the first time we have seen any Iranian official speak live in Iran, other than the Supreme Leader delivering a message on Friday. He's the first one to appear in Vision and speak live from the capital, addressing the recent developments and situation. And he reiterated that there has to be international pressure put on Israel before we can see an end to this conflict.
One of the things, and you referred to it just a moment ago, was the fact that he did make a point of saying that as a result of the last Israeli attacks we saw when the talks were going on in Vienna back in 2024, it was as a result of that that Iran decided to increase its enrichment to 60%. And that was a significant jump from where it had been before. There are going to be concerns, aren't there, of course, that Iran, as a result of the attacks that Israel's been carried out, may choose to enrich further, and that would change the whole dynamic, not only, of course, in terms of the situation within the Gulf region, within the world, but also in terms of the nuclear negotiations and the leverage that that might give Iran.
Well, certainly, look, Iran's nuclear program started out with about 3 to 4% enrichment capabilities in the early 2000s. And we saw them increase to 20% during the President Ahmadinejad era. And then from 20%, they went to 60%. And that jump was as a direct result, as the foreign minister Arakchi mentioned, of Israeli attacks on Natanz that was carried out. Not only did they advance the nuclear program as a result of the threats and attacks by Israel, they also took it underground. And the Natanz nuclear facility, which is the biggest of the 6 facilities in Iran, all of it was above ground, and it was exposed to these attacks by Israel. And after the attacks, over the past 2 years, they've decided to take most of it underground. So they...
Also, they learned from Saddam Hussein when he got bombed in the 80s that, you know, having a nuclear facility above ground is just not a good idea. So, you know, they have a lot of them really far underground. One of them is even in a mountain, chat. So the Israelis can't knock it down.
They are really looking towards ways to hide the nuclear program from plain sight, like the site in Fordow near Qom. That is also another facility that is enriching up to 60%. And it is these two facilities is where enrichment happens in Iran's nuclear program. That facility in Fordow is about 80 meters deep inside the mountains and underground. And the Iranians decided to do this in 2009 because they felt the threats from Israel were becoming more and more real. So they're saying, look, we are making sure our facilities are secure as a result of Israel. It doesn't have to be this way. Because the international community has been complacent in terms of reeling in Israel's actions, we are where we are right now.
Dorsa, thank you very much indeed for breaking that down. I know we're going to be talking to you over the coming hours. For now, Dorsa Jabari, thank you very much.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
All right. So, this is funny. So this guy right here was giving some bullshit analysis. The guy's name is travelingisrael.com. Let's go ahead and play this video real quick. We'll debunk some of the some of the bullshit here. It says Israel's air dominance over Iran is the beginning of the end for Iran's regime.
During its third day. And the most important development that's happening right now as we speak is Israel establishing full control over Iran's airspace. I originally planned to say that this move opens up several strategic options for Israel. But after the Iranian attack over the past few hours, it is already clear which path Israel has chosen. And it marks the beginning of the end for the Iranian regime. Before I explain,
yeah, they've been saying that for years.
In that, it is important to point out that Israel is supported by the West. It's receiving backing from the United States and also from major Western European powers, Britain, France.
Yeah, and that's the only reason you guys exist, is because of all the support that you guys get from the Western powers. And not only do you guys get all the support from the Western powers, it emboldens you to behave even more reckless, right? So, Israel's poor foreign policy is a direct result of us backing them no matter what they do.
In Germany. Unfortunately, that kind of support can't be taken for granted these days. In recent months, we have seen harsh criticism from Western Europe towards Israel. But now, in this moment of truth, the West is standing with Israel. And it is encouraging to see that when it really matters, the West understands how dangerous it would be for a fanatical Islamist dictatorship that terrorizes its own people to possess nuclear weapons.
See, isn't it interesting how he frames Iran as a dangerous, radical country that, you know, can't be trusted with nuclear weapons, but Israel is a genocidal apartheid ethno-state that is currently doing a genocide, and they have illegal nuclear weapons. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Welcome, punch!
Isn't it absolutely insane how they frame Iran versus Israel when only one party's actually doing a genocide right now? Fucking incredible.
And thousands of missiles.
They call Iran the terror regime, but right now as we speak, the Israelis are conducting terror in Gaza.
In today's world.
And in the West Bank.
Even that deserves a thank you. The most significant development in the past 24 hours has been...
And this guy's an Israeli. He lives in Israel.
The absolute aerial dominance of the Israeli Air Force over Iranian skies. If you're following the news, you might think the main story is the rockets being fired back and forth. That's what the headlines in Israel are focusing on. And yes, of course, that's important, and I will explain why in a moment. But to really grasp the full picture, you need to understand the central event here is Israel's control over Iran's airspace. Since the mid-1960s, Israel's military strategy has always been to first gain control over the skies.
And also destroy their command. They do that first as well.
Then can ground forces.
It's what they did with Hezbollah. That's what they did just now on this last attack. Take out the generals, take out the top tier brass, and then during the discombobulation, attack with the air.
Operate safely under air cover. It's no secret that the strongest part of the Israeli military is the Air Force. To give you
because their ground game is not good.
An idea of just how
with the IDF,
how good it is, I will tell you something personal. When I enlisted, I wanted to be a pilot. Planes were my first love before I discovered how fun girls are. But the Israeli Air Force looked at me, laughed in my face and said, "You are average. We take only the best." And that's how I ended up in tanks. Anyway, the first real test...
They gave him the grunt job.
...of this air power strategy came...
The retarded niggas operate the tanks. Just FYI, by the way, guys. You guys wondering, the retard rejects operate the tanks.
In the Six-Day War in 1967. In just 3 hours, Israel wiped out the air forces of Egypt and Syria, paving the way for a decisive victory. 6 years later, in the Yom Kippur War...
Yeah, you did it with U.S. aid.
Egypt had equipped itself with anti-aircraft missiles, which caused significant damage to the Israeli Air Force. Of course, there have been countless other military...
Also, the only reason you guys won the Yom Kippur War is because you guys got the biggest airlift in, like, military history, because Golda Meir basically called Richard Nixon and told him, if you don't give us this aid, we are going to hit the Arab world with nuclear weapons. See how he's leaving that part out?
terror events between 1973 and today. But the core approach hasn't changed. Eliminate the threats to our aircraft and then use aerial superiority to dominate the battlefield. And that's exactly what happened in Iran. First, Israel took out the Iranian air defense systems. Then the Israeli Air Force moved on to strike the two main targets the government has defined: Iran's nuclear program and its ballistic missile capability. That mission isn't complete yet. Iran is a massive country, so it will take...
Yeah, and not only that, they have a huge population as well, and 1 million soldiers.
A few more days before Israel can hit the majority of those targets. This video was originally meant to discuss the moment Israel achieved air superiority and the strategic options that would open. But in the Middle East...
Also, it's important that you guys realize that the airstrikes now that Israel's doing are not as effective as day one, obviously, because Iran has been able to get itself back up after the cyber attack. So, obviously, the first day is going to be the most significant, but since they have not been hitting it as hard or been able to. Iran has been able to shoot down a lot of their missiles.
Move fast. And now, it is absolutely clear which direction Israel is heading. The destruction of the Islamist regime in Iran. I hope Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, enjoyed his breakfast, because there is a good chance he won't make it to dinner. To understand why this course of action is so clear for Israel, you have to understand what happened in the last few hours. Iran launched hundreds of missiles at civilian population centers. Early report...
Yeah, those civilian centers is because there's military infrastructure within the civilian centers. But they'll never tell you that. They'll just say, oh, they attack citizens. But at the same time, the reason why citizens got hit is because the Israeli government put a lot of their military infrastructure literally in the middle of Tel Aviv.
Suggests dozens of Israelis were killed, including children. That's a red line for Israel. Until now, as I said, Israel's
killed far more kids than the Iranians.
Only targeted military sites in Iran. Not a single missile was launched with the intent to hit civilians.
But it does.
Iran had a choice. They could have targeted Israeli military bases or nuclear sites. But instead, they chose to fire on civilians. If you look at international media coverage, this distinction doesn't exist. And I really don't want to be that guy who says, everyone's lying to you and only I'm telling the truth. But everyone's lying to you and only I'm telling the truth. Well, maybe not lying, let's say distorting and manipulating. Look at CNN. Iran and Israel trade strikes as conflict rages. And the BBC. Iran launches new wave of missiles at Israel as Israeli Air Force strikes targets in Tehran. These headlines are exactly why people don't understand what's going on. From those titles, it sounds like a simple back and forth. Israel shoots, Iran shoots back, that's it. But for Israel, there is a massive difference between hitting military targets and targeting civilians. And that difference is what will determine Israel's next step. And of course, the most dishonest headline comes from my friends at We Love Terror, also known as Al Jazeera. Shock, fear in Tehran after Israel bombs residential military areas. Hold on a second. Didn't I just say Israel isn't targeting civilians? But Al Jazeera is claiming the opposite, that Israel is bombing residential neighborhoods. So who is telling the truth? Let's look.
They are, but again, those residential neighborhoods are right next to strategic locations. So they're doing the same exact thing that they blamed Hamas for. Now, let me show you guys some more propaganda by the Zionists. Fox News. Look at this shit. Damn, that's Tel Aviv getting hit.
We're back with a Fox News alert. Israelis combing through the devastation.
Someone said, how do you find this guy? Bro, because I watch everything, chat. I watch Israeli media. I watch Al Jazeera. I watch it all, man. I watch left wing, right wing. I watch it all, baby.
after the Iran terror regime targets their
Notice how they called it the Iran terror regime.
neighborhoods with deadly missiles while warning that they're just getting started.
Our next guest knows all
as if Israel didn't start this conflict.
About the Middle East war on terror. Senator Joni Ernst served in the Army National Guard during the Iraq War, and she joins us now. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Joey. It's great to be here. What a great day for a birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to the Army.
Yes, thank you.
And then turning to what's happening in Israel, what are your thoughts?
So obviously, Israel has every right to defend itself.
Here we go. You guys ready for the propaganda? You guys ready for the pro-Israel talking points? We're going to get them all right fucking now, bro. It's like they got a fucking script, man. It's literally like they got a fucking script. It's like they just read from the teleprompter. Israel's right to defend itself. They're fighting against these radical terrorists that are going to go ahead and attack us. They're the ones that stand in between. America stands with Israel. They're our greatest ally. So let's go ahead and go through this real fast.
Our next guest knows all about the Middle East war on terror. Senator Joni Ernst served in the Army National Guard during the Iraq War, and she joins us now. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Joey. It's great to be here. What a great day for a birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to the Army.
Yes, thank you.
And then turning to what's happening in Israel, what are your thoughts?
So obviously, Israel has every right to defend itself. We know through intelligence that Iran was intent on developing nuclear capabilities. They have a ballistic missile program. And we also know that those nefarious intentions by Iran are not just focused on Israel, but their Arab neighbors in the Middle East as well as the United States. You don't ever hear a chant, death to Israel, without hearing death to America coming.
And that's because we support Israel, that they have problems with us, right? We've only destabilized them by overthrowing their government back in the 1950s, which led to the Iranian Revolution in 1979. We ran an operation called Operation Ajax, chat, that basically got their democratically elected president, this guy right here. Go through a little bit of the history for you guys because I think it's very important. And they never talk about this shit, by the way. So this guy right here, Mohammad Mossadegh, right? He was an Iranian politician, author, and lawyer who served as 30th Prime Minister of Iran from 1951 to 1953, elected by the 16th Majlis. He was a member of the Iranian parliament from 1923, blah, blah. Now, basically, this guy was democratically elected. People wanted him. He was a secularist, right? And basically, his biggest mistake was he tried to nationalize the oil industry in Iran to protect, obviously, Iranian interests. And then this happened. Operation Ajax, okay? And basically, the 1953 Iranian coup, known in Iran as the 28 Mordad coup d'etat, was the overthrow of Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh on August 19, 1953, led by the Iranian army and supported by the United States and United Kingdom. The coup aimed at strengthening the autocratic rule of the Shah Mohammad Reza, a key motive way to protect British oil interests in Iran after its government refused to concede to Western oil demands. Right? And then, after the Shah was put in place and had a secret police and was, silencing dissent, etc., this is what allowed the current ruling class, basically led to the Iranian Revolution, Islamic Revolution, 1979. So, we are responsible for a lot of the destabilization in Iran. And people don't go far back enough to see this. Okay? Oil basically forced us to interfere in their affairs.
Out of Iran. So we stand by Israel. We stand by their actions. We want peace, of course. That would be the ultimate goal. But sometimes in order to...
The Israelis don't want peace. That's the problem. They literally attack them in the middle of peace negotiations. Like what the fuck?
Achieve peace, you have to really flex your muscles and show a little strength.
So Donald Trump has flexed his diplomatic muscles. He did that for 60 days, trying to get the Iranians to the negotiating table. Even after these strikes have happened, Donald Trump saying, hey, we can still negotiate, hoping that will happen. How hopeful are you? Because I always think war is a sign of a failure of diplomacy, right? Like it just didn't work this time. Do you think there's still hope even after these strikes?
And guys, when you hear her say stupid shit like Israel has a right to defend itself, right? Let's play that back one more time.
Well, obviously, Israel has every right to defend itself.
You know why she's saying that? Have a look at this. Always follow the money, chat. Always follow the money. Here she is. $529,000 from the pro-Israel lobby. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? We are an occupied fucking nation. We are operated and controlled by a foreign fucking government that has no interest in the United States conducting diplomacy with the Middle East, has no interest in us making peace with the Middle East because they want to go ahead and be able to have the hegemony in the Middle East, and they will stop at nothing to include paying our fucking politicians off, as you guys can see right here. That's the fucking issue. Always follow the money, chat. Always follow the fucking money. These fucking politicians are corrupt, and they're receiving money to say the stupid shit that they say. Israel has the right to defend itself. Okay, by that logic, okay, according to Article 51, right here, because I love it when they say this. Article 51 of the UN Charter affirms the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a UN member until the Security Council takes measures to restore international peace and security. This right is limited by the obligation to immediately report to the Security Council and by the Council's continuing authority. Okay? Right to self-defense. Guys, Iran was attacked by Israel. Okay? So if we're going to sit here and say, oh, the Israelis have a right to defend themselves, right? Because she's obviously being paid to fucking say that shit, as you guys can see right there.
Fatality.
Well, guess what? Iran has a right to defend itself too. Article 51 applies to them too, because they are a UN member, Iran. So, again, this is the Zionist propaganda of, oh, we stand with Israel, they have a right to defend themselves, blah, blah, blah. When Israel's the one that starts a lot of this shit. But let's keep going on here. I just kind of wanted to show you guys how much money she got from them, which is quite a bit. $500,000, if not more.
Table.
That's just AIPAC. That's not the other Zionist lobbies.
Even after these strikes have happened, Donald Trump saying, hey, we can still negotiate.
There's no more negotiation. It's amazing to me how stupid a lot of these commentators on Fox are, right? Like, and I guess that's why you guys come to me, because I keep it real with y'all, right? I'm being very objective here. Diplomacy is finished. Diplomacy is fucking cooked. This was a big L from the Trump administration. Big fucking L.
We want peace, of course. That would be the ultimate goal.
Yeah, but the Israelis don't, and we do whatever the Israelis say, because obviously they pay you, as we can fucking see right here. Holy shit, man. Exposed!
Welcome! Punch!
But sometimes in order to achieve peace, you have to really flex your muscles and show a little strength.
Neocon fucking talking point. Peace through strength. That was a huge talking point in the neocon era with, you know, Bush and Cheney and Wolfowitz and Pearl and all these other Feith, all these fucking neocons that push for war in the Middle East. All of them used to say that bullshit.
So Donald Trump has flexed his diplomatic muscles. He did that for 60 days, trying to get the Iranians to the negotiating table. Even after these strikes have happened, Donald Trump saying, hey, we can still negotiate, hoping that that will happen. How hopeful are you? Because I always think war is a sign of a failure of diplomacy, right? Like it just didn't work.
Yes, a huge failure of diplomacy. Huge failure of diplomacy. Because we came in trying to negotiate on something that's not negotiable. We try to come in and tell them, you guys can't have a nuclear program. That's a non-negotiable. That's a non-starter. What do you mean we can't have a nuclear program? In their eyes, they're looking at it. Israel has a nuclear program, and it's illegal. A lot of other countries have a threshold nuclear program. You guys don't do shit about that. You guys are threatening to bomb us every day. Israel's threatening to bomb us every day. We have a right to defend ourselves. We're going to continue to enrich uranium. So all we've done is expedited their uranium enrichment process, and we've basically made it where they feel justified in what they're doing.
This time. Do you think there's still hope even after?
We pushed them to do this shit. I'll read chats here in a second, chat.
After these strikes?
Well, I would say that there is hope, and God bless President Trump
Amen for that.
doing what he is doing.
I like Donald Trump, but this was failed diplomacy, man. 100% failed diplomacy.
Our president is strong, and he has tried to bring peace not just to the Middle East, but to the
Didn't try hard enough.
world as well. And that should always be the goal. And we know that the president will continue to push for that. Now, will Iran come to the table? That's yet to be seen.
They're not. And the reason why they're not coming to the table is, even if they wanted to, it would look so bad optically. They would look bad in front of the international world. They would look bad to their people. They can't come to the table now. They can't.
I'm always very skeptical when it comes to the Iranians. Of course, we know through the previous nuclear agreement that was done under President Obama that they continue to enrich uranium. They didn't abide by the agreements of the JCPOA. Do we expect that they will?
Yeah, because Trump ripped it up. Like, dude, it's amazing to me how, like, they're just talking this and, like, no one's, like, actually, oh, man, just a bunch of bullshit here.
Do anything different. I don't. I think history has proven time and again that they will try and subvert.
We had a nuclear deal in place. We were going to move towards ensuring that it would go in place. And Trump fucking ripped it up, dude. Incredible. This woman is either, you know, stupid or purposely deceiving everybody.
Our goals. They'll try and go after Israel. But yes, should we continue to encourage them to come to the table? Absolutely. If anyone can do it, it will be President Donald Trump.
Agreed, Senator.
No, it's not going to happen. They don't trust him. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He, he ripped up the nuclear deal in 2018. He did this whole bullshit where he faked diplomacy and allowed Israel to sneak attack them. Dude, diplomacy is done with this administration. Diplomacy is done with this administration. Guys, I'm telling y'all right now, I'm going to give my prediction. There's no way the Iranians are going to come to the table with the United States and give up their nuclear program now. No way.
So today's a special day, 250th birth.
He basically kicked them off the table is what went down. So, all right, I'm going to get a quick protein shake, guys. I'm going to go back to, we'll go back to the Twitter space here. See what they're talking about. Oh, shit. Iranian air defense is down. Israeli drones near Tehran.
So then that allows you to basically have more deep.
Give me 1 second, ninjas. I'm getting some blueberries and a protein shake.
Thank you, Nathan.
So, Maze, what do you think with the EMPs? Do you think that this is going to be coming into play in this war?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I actually mentioned that earlier today, even in regards to earthquake. So it's
you had said that maybe this would be an EMP, right?
Yeah,
Just some more
that's
breaking.
what that was. Yeah.
Let me just give a couple of guys. Let me just give a couple of more breaking news. Sorry, I'm back. A NATO AWACS surveillance aircraft has taken off from Turkey, now monitoring airspace over Iran, Syria, and Iraq, most likely searching targets for the Israeli aviation. Also, I saw a report, but I couldn't find like a second source on it, so I haven't posted it. But there was a report that the new Syrian president or prime minister, Ahmed al-Sharaa, ex-ISIS member, that he basically he's basically said their airspace is going to be protected. Obviously, they don't have the ability, so it means the airspace is literally going to be used by Israel. So if that's true, that's shocking, a massive betrayal, but that needs to be verified because I have seen one report on it, but I haven't seen a few more. Has anybody else seen any of the reports on it?
I have seen that. I've seen a report that earlier today, around like 11 or something here, he actually put out, he said that his airspace is open to be used to aid Israel. And I saw that from only one source, but it's a reliable source.
Yeah, I only saw it on one source. What was your source?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but it was from a really reliable channel that I'm part of.
Yeah, I saw that, but then I mean, it was just because it was one source, and because that source is generally a bit more anti.
Well, the only other thing I saw today that I didn't see too, I also didn't see a follow up on India saying that they would step in if Pakistan enters. So those are the only two things today I haven't been able to duplicate sources on. But that doesn't. It's a pretty reliable place that I saw it. So I can't verify it, but in the past they're really reliable.
And
So.
also, we heard reports. I'm just seeing this now that according to Israeli media, that the Israeli army left people in
Guys, this is who they're talking about, by the way. I'll show you guys who they're talking about specifically.
or guidance. And so the reason they're saying that's an issue is because ordinarily they always give updates. So
And that they actually told them that they should be planning.
That'll be because of the cyber attack, right?
Right. Well, you know what? That could be, but they said to plan on sleeping there tonight in the shelters. So everybody's talking about cyber
I think it's just
attacks.
because they're getting their asses kicked.
Well, we should be dropping leaflets telling them to run from shelter to shelter. But the thing is because they have those four refueling planes that turned off their transponders, in addition to this AWACS, in addition to all the news about the strike groups, in addition to France and England, I mean, when you get 4 refuelers up there, that's a lot. So and in combination with
His mic cut out.
I just want to welcome Dan Bilzerian. Dan, thanks for joining us. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, no worries, brother. How you been?
Yeah,
you guys been running this space for like 48 hours now.
Bro, I think it's been longer than that. I think it's been nearly 80 hours.
Sorry.
Hey, Sulaiman.
You gotta do to dispel the Zionist propaganda. What's your thoughts on what's happening? And I've actually got a few questions for you.
To be honest, I haven't.
I don't know if they can hear me, guys. I might have to refresh this shit. Twitter be getting fucked up sometimes.
Aircraft carrier is heading to the Middle East. The American aircraft carrier Nimitz and its strike group are now heading towards the Middle East, and they're joining the other American aircraft carrier Carl Vinson and the British warship HMS Prince of Wales. So now you have 3 aircraft carriers from the United States and from the UK directly in striking distance of Iran. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh man, I'm actually crazy. Like I said, I haven't really gotten an update since yesterday, but I mean, it's just, Israel attacks Iran unprovoked, and then Iran retaliates, and all of a sudden now it's our fucking problem that we have to once again bail them out of. I think it's crazy.
Well, this is what's the craziness, right? And this is when we look at Trump's statements, he's talking about how he wants to A, let them fight it out, B, given indications that they may join, although in other reports they said that he's not gonna. I mean, if Donald Trump was to join the war, where does that leave his legacy? Because my thought was always this guy's never gonna do it because this just destroys all of his legacy. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I told you guys he was going to fucking do it. I mean, that was my whole issue with voting for him, is I was like, he's going to drag us into war with Iran. I literally said that. And then I said the biggest issue is that people are going to blindly follow him more than they would Kamala Harris. I mean, obviously I was not a Kamala Harris fan. I think she's a fucking, dumpster fire, but I believe that people would blindly follow Trump. And I think that they obviously have some kind of dirt or blackmail on him or whatever. Or maybe he's just, monetarily motivated. But either way, I'm not going to be surprised if we go to war with Iran for Israel. And, this is exactly the disaster that I predicted. So that's why I was not advocating for Trump, because normally it would be, on paper, it's like the most black and white, easiest decision ever. It's like, obviously, he's a much better choice than Kamala Harris. But, I think this is a bigger issue than almost anything else. And, I will not be surprised if he drags us into war. I mean, everything's been set up for that. And I also will not be surprised if there's some sort of a false flag attack to try and rally the Americans, to get into this war either. So I think we should expect to see something like that happen on the near horizon.
100% agree. I just want to welcome Myron onto the stage as well. Myron, always much love. Appreciate you coming on as always. Do jump in whenever you want, bro.
I was only going to say, I saw you guys were talking about Jelani earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if he's allowing the Israelis to utilize that airspace because Jelani, I think, I'm almost certain Jelani coordinated with the Israelis to, conduct the attack on Aleppo, take over Syria. Obviously, they had the sanctions lifted when Trump went over to the Middle East. So I'm pretty confident that a part of the sanctions being lifted on Syria was obviously being friendly to Israel, which is what they want, right? They want all these, Arab powers around them to be friendly, and this is why they want a regime change so much with Iran. So I would not be surprised if Jelani struck a deal with Trump, as a part of the sanction relief, that they would cooperate with Israel in times of conflict, and I think that's coming to show now.
Yeah, highly likely, highly likely. It's just the only reason I didn't post it was because there was no second source, and because it's such a sectarian issue, I just wanted to double source it. But for sure, if you had to ask me on the balances of probability, did it happen? I would say for sure. In terms of yeah, Myron, do jump in whenever you want as well, bro. It's like your space. But Dan, just bringing it back to the United States of America, you're saying that you expected Trump to do this. I mean, this isn't normal, right? Iran, other than bombing Iran from the air, then you basically have all of the military bases in the region at risk. It's literally causes chaos for the United States of America. They're in extreme amount of debt. They're already involved in the war.
For those of you that are wondering, I got a protein shake and blueberries here. Quick little break, and then we'll keep cooking.
So in terms of false flag, I did a poll, and 90% of people, and I think there was 20,000 votes, said that they believe that a false flag is going to happen because everyone just is supporting Iran. The vast majority of people, even in the United States, you've seen are supporting Iran. Do you think that people will believe it? Because now, as soon as something happens, people automatically say false flag anyway.
I mean, I think that we are in a bit of an echo chamber in Twitter. I think the average American is borderline mentally retarded. But if you I don't know, you just look at the history of this stuff and it's Israel, commits war crimes, every fucking senator and politician, we support Israel, Netanyahu gets, indicted for war crimes. We have him, speak in the U.S. and we talk about, the fact that the committee is anti-Semitic and everybody tweets their support of Israel. Israel bombs Iran after President Trump literally fucking told them, wait 24 hours for the peace negotiations. And then every single senator and congressman tweets their support of Israel. I mean, it's just it's fucking crazy, the idea that we're going to get dragged into this war seems, pretty obvious. I don't know. Israel's just not stopping. They're just fucking poking the bear, and all of our politicians just blindly support no matter what. We stand with Israel, our greatest fucking ally. I feel like I'm watching Groundhog Day with these retards tweets. So I don't know. I mean, they're not going to stop fucking with Iran, and our politicians clearly are not going to stop sticking up for Israel no matter what they do. So, us getting dragged into the war seems pretty imminent. I don't know how to see it any other way. I mean, it's sad. I don't want it to happen, but I don't see how it doesn't happen.
I also want to add to what Dan said there real quick. For those that don't know, I was actually out on the streets. I've been doing this segment where on Friday nights, I pretty much set up a table and I put up a prompt sign or whatever. And yesterday I put Israel's not our greatest ally, and I had a couple of people actually come up. And just to kind of give you guys a gist of the American public, a lot of Americans don't even know that Israel has nuclear weapons, right? Or they don't know how they procured those nuclear weapons, or they don't know that Israel attacked Iran first. So the average American is very, very clueless on what's going on in the Middle East and with this conflict. And then it's even more interesting because a couple of Israelis or a couple of Jewish people came up and said, oh, well, they have a right to defend themselves, blah, blah, and they don't even know. I'm like, well, I find it interesting that Israel's trying to remove a nuclear program from Iran when they're running an illegal nuclear program in their own country. And a lot of people didn't even know that they have nuclear weapons. So with what Dan's saying here on Twitter, where we kind of have our own echo chamber a little bit, he's kind of right because, the American public doesn't know a lot of this stuff, unfortunately. So I think it's very important why, sometimes we have to sound like a broken record and keep repeating ourselves. But, there's thousands of people in the space right now that are probably hearing this information for the first time. I'm on stream right now with people on YouTube and Rumble, Kick, etc., that have probably never heard this information. So, our duty is really to spread this information out to as many people as possible and educate them on, the reality of what's going on here with this whole nuclear deal and how the very country that's attacking Iran for having nukes or potentially getting nukes has an illegal nuclear program themselves. So, yeah, just kind of crazy how people are unaware of this stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was, I a lot, and I was in Hawaii, just as one example. I was speaking to some Democrats, right, from LA, and they were like, oh, like, they think the election was stolen this time, right? But then I was like, listen, do you actually think it was, or do you think it was because the vast majority of people are disgusted by the American stance when it comes to Israel? And they were shook. Like, a lot of these Democrats don't even realize why they lost and what were the main deciding factors for why people switched from Democrat to Republican or voted for Trump thinking he's going to be anti-war. So I agree with you. Like, a lot of people are unaware of what's happening. And so that's why I think, Dan, if he did go for a presidential run and had serious impact, it would actually educate so many people. At the worst, that's what a lot of people will be red-pilled, and at the best, he could even win. So yeah, I do think that awareness is definitely needed. Dan, just or Myron, actually, in terms of false flag, actually, Myron, this is to you because I asked Dan this question already. In terms of false flag, from your own experience, like, are you right? We're in an echo chamber. If there was to be a false flag, though, what do you think? Do you think that would convince Americans to jump in, or do you think this time they wouldn't?
I would say people would definitely be skeptical. People would absolutely be skeptical. We saw obviously what happened with Epstein. We saw, Kash Patel and, Bongino get in there and say, oh, no, Epstein actually did kill himself, blah, blah, blah. So, America's trust in our government and our law enforcement agencies is lower than it's ever been. So I think any type of attack now would definitely warrant some questioning or some skepticism, given especially since the fact that we're like in a very sensitive time where, Israel is basically asking for help. I think the latest news is Israel is trying to get U.S. Intervention. And this isn't the first time. They've done false flags before to get the United States involved. One of the biggest ones was 9/11. We know that they're involved in there. There's irrefutable evidence that there were Zionist fingerprints all over 9/11. And, when you look at the culmination of what happened, Israel benefited significantly after 9/11 and through the war on terror. We basically went ahead and eliminated a lot of their enemies for them after 9/11. So I don't put anything past the Israelis at all anymore.
Yeah, for sure. I guess it's just craziness what you see in terms of like what's happening. Coming back to the events right now, let me just quickly give some breaking news, and then I'll definitely jump in with a few more questions. The first one is that, and remember, there was a major cyber attack today. Myron, I think you jumped on the space before, where the Iranians made it seem like that they'd done a drone attack, but they hadn't, and then they were in shelters. But it did mean a number of Israelis, A, were either not unable to get into the shelters, or B, were not given updates while they were inside the shelters. So that was a big news. In terms of from the Iranian perspective, Dan, obviously you've served. You've got a scenario where there's been a lot of attacks between the two. There's been a lot of hits. If this is elongated, then the missiles that both sides have been using has to be significantly reduced. Do you think this goes on quite long, or do you think this ends quite shortly based on your military experience?
Well, I wouldn't say my military experience comes into play at all with this, though. I'm just looking at it from basic math, right? Like every Iron Dome missile, doesn't it cost them like $1 million per missile? And they're sending in, cheap drones. And so, and they've, clearly, whether they allowed it to happen or whether it was just overwhelmed, missiles have struck, right? Like the Iron Dome was not impenetrable. And so, if the battle is every time, they send a drone, it costs, whatever, $1,000. And every time Israel has to take it down, it's millions of dollars. I mean, I think Israel loses that battle, right? So it's just kind of like a cost there. And so the problem is we're just paying for all this shit. That's the brutal part, is like the American tax dollars are just going to fund this nonsense. And look, if they were just defending themselves, and let's just say they had a right to be there. Let's say they weren't fucking genocidal assholes. Let's say they weren't, an ethnocentric, apartheid state that's, fucking stealing land that's not theirs. Let's say they weren't illegally acquiring nukes. Let's just say, like, they had the right to be there and they were getting attacked unprovoked by Iran and we were defending them. Like, okay, maybe. But the fact that they're fucking starting this fight, and then, we have to just come in and bail them out every time. It's just crazy. So that's where I really have issue is that, like, how is this benefiting Americans? Like, how can we justify paying for this after our president specifically told them not to attack? Like, how could it ever in a million years be justified that we have to pay for their defense when they attacked after we told them not to?
For sure.
Yeah, no, Dan, you're 100% right. It costs them, like, these Iranian drones cost somewhere between $20,000 to $50,000. Those interceptor missiles to take those drones down are at least double to triple that price. So yeah, I mean, from a financial perspective and just a resource perspective, it's significantly more expensive to shoot these, weapons down than it is for Iran to shoot them over. So yeah, over time,
Myron,
it's
give you
actually
real quick cost comparison. After True Promise 2, Israel spent over $1 billion on the various interceptor missiles for its defense, which failed, obviously. Iran spent about 60 million, to give you a cost comparison.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense because the drones are not that expensive because they manufacture them themselves. So
they're cheap.
Yeah, they're very cheap compared to the interceptor missiles, man. So yeah, I agree with you, Dan. They can't do this forever. They can't fund it forever. And that doesn't even, we haven't even talked about hypersonic missiles. This is just for like drones and some cruise missiles, which the Iron Dome and Arrow and all these other, and this David Sling are designed to intercept. But when it comes to like the hypersonic missiles, which Iran has a lot of those, they can't do anything with those.
Okay, another question for both of you guys, actually. I definitely want to hear your both opinions on this. Is we heard reports earlier today that there were a number, multiple, minimum 6. I think there was 8 guys. You guys can remind me. I mean, the team's been on the pit space for the past 72 hours, but specifically the last 24 hours. But there's been about 6 to 8 earthquakes from around 4 to 5 on the Richter scale in Iran, which seems to suggest that there is a possibility that this could, either it's just natural earthquakes and it's coincidental where some earthquakes do happen in that region. But then there is this idea that there is a possibility that this is Iran possibly testing their nuclear facility. Some of the testing happened on the Iran-Pakistan border. The entry was blocked in terms of, from the Pakistan-Iran perspective, the Iran border crossing. If that's true, and this is just speculation, but we're just speculating that this is a possibility that this was happening, and Iran has done their nuclear tests now, what does that mean? Guys, let's go Dan first, then we'll go Myron.
I mean, I hope they fucking do. I mean, I don't think there's a country in the world that deserves nukes more than Iran. I mean, the example I gave the other day is you got 2 kids fighting in school and you make it illegal for them to have guns. One goes out and gets 300 fucking guns and then beats the shit out of the other kid that doesn't have guns because they said, oh, well, we think he's going to get a gun. It's like, I hope Iran gets a fucking nuke. I mean, that'll actually probably dissuade nuclear war more than anything. Because I feel like another thing that Israel could be doing is just, letting their Iron Dome fail so they have an excuse to fucking nuke Iran. And if Iran doesn't have a response, I mean, I guess Pakistan's stepping up, but I think that them having nukes would dissuade a nuclear war more so than start one. And, so I don't know. I mean, you can't tell both sides they can't have nukes, allow one to stockpile them with impunity, and then go ballistic on the other one for the suggestion. And which, by the way, for the last 40 fucking years, it's been, oh, next month they're going to have a nuke. And, next year they're going to have a nuke. It's like, I've been hearing this since I was fucking born. So eventually, it's like the boy that cried wolf. I mean, and like I said, I feel like they deserve to have a nuke. I mean, if your neighbor who constantly is fucking with you has 300 of them, then, who's to say they're not allowed to have one of their own? I mean, they're the only ones that are allowing, nuclear inspectors to come over and check. They're the ones following the fucking rules. They're an actual real country. So, and they're the ones being attacked. So in my mind, they have a hell of a lot more of a right to have nukes than Israel. And especially if you consider the fucking Samson option, which Israel's like directly expressed, they're just going to nuke the entire fucking world if they feel like they're going to fall. I mean, if that doesn't concern you, I don't know what the fuck would. I mean, a rogue state that isn't supposed to have nukes, that's conducting terrorism on a fucking weekly basis, has multiple nukes and says that they're going to just launch them at the whole world if they feel like they're going to fall. And they're the ones pressing this nonstop. I mean, fuck. If that's not a terrorist threat, like, please tell me what is.
I love that example.
Yeah, I mean, it's comical. You know, it really is, you know, the pot calling the kettle black in the highest senses, where you have, you know, and let's not forget that Israel acquired their nuclear program by illegally stealing uranium from us, contrary to what John F. Kennedy wanted, the last president to stand up to the Zionist regime. And, you know, that's another thing I talked about while I was out there debating, because a lot of people weren't aware of that either, that their nuclear program, you know, absolutely stole resources from us to do it at, you know, against the will of a former U.S. president that got him killed. So, you know, for Israel to sit there and try to be take the moral high ground and say, well, Iran can't have nuclear weapons, but we can, and we got ours illegally, and we're going to still not acknowledge it because we want to continue to get aid from the United States, is, you know, it's hypocrisy at the highest level. And, you know, I think the international world kind of understands this, but Americans might not. And the other thing, too, that's important for people to realize, that it's not illegal to have a civilian nuclear program. It isn't, right? It's by international law, they have the right to have a nuclear program from an energy perspective, and then they also have the right to defend themselves. So if we're going to sit here and say, look, Israel has a right to defend themselves, well, you know, according to Article 51, so does Iran, and they were attacked in a military sense, and they have every right to respond, and that's what they're doing right now. And, you know, Israel, you know, does this bullshit and gets away with it because they know that the United States is going to be able to back them up. And this has directly been the reason why Israel has taken such an aggressive posture with all of their neighbors, and why they've either been able to destabilize them through military conflict, have us bribe them like maybe the Egyptians or the Jordanians, or have some type of, you know, put them into the Abraham Accords. But Israel is literally responsible for almost every single conflict in the Middle East over the past, you know, 70 plus years. Or they've been the root cause of almost every one. Or if they're not the root cause, there's a significant link to Israel in every single one of these conflicts. So, you know, people say all the time, oh, well, you know, Israel is the only country standing in the way of Islamic terrorism approaching the United States. Well, Islamic terrorism wouldn't even exist, and we wouldn't be getting attacked if we didn't support Israel so much. And I think it's very important also for people to understand, if you want to know your enemy, you need to understand why your enemy is your enemy. You need to understand why they hate us. And, you know, Bush and the other retarded neocons in 2003 were running around saying they hate us because of our freedoms. They hate us because of our freedoms, which, by the way, the person that used to write Bush's fucking speeches was a Zionist Jew, by the way, which makes it even funnier. His name, I don't have his name at the top of my head right now, but it's a Zionist Jew, neocon. But, you know, these things, like, and it's good now because 20 years later, we have the hindsight to see that that was all a lie. But it's not that they hate us because of our freedoms. If you read Letter to America by bin Laden, he explicitly goes over his many grievances. And many of the grievances he has is because of American foreign policy that's dictated by who? Dictated by Israel. So, you know, this is kind of, we're kind of coming to the culmination of bad foreign policy in the Middle East, and Iran now is in a do-or-die situation. They've been pretty restrained. I mean, we killed Qasem Soleimani. We attacked Israel attacked the embassy. They've been bombing and assassinating people all over the place. They killed Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. They bombed and killed Hassan Nasrallah. There's been a significant amount of escalation. And honestly, the operation they did while in the middle of diplomacy talks with the United States, you know, that was just the end of it. And I think now at this point, the Israelis are finally starting to get a taste of the terror and the, you know, death and destruction they've caused in the Middle East over the past several decades. Now they're hiding in fucking bunkers and seeing what it's like to be a Palestinian. The Palestinians don't even have the ability to hide in these bunkers or the access to the food or resources, you know, but they're over here being inconvenienced, listening to sirens, hiding in a bunker, complaining about it. And it's like, this is what your government has basically done to you guys. And Netanyahu, I think, showed up earlier today, you know, assessing the damage. And I think the reality is starting to hit him that, you know, Israel's a glass cannon. They can't sustain continuous hypersonic missiles because as time passes, it's only going to be harder and harder for them to defend themselves because the interceptor missiles are extremely expensive and a lot of them are getting through. So even if a fraction of these missiles get through, it's causing monumental damage for Israel that, quite frankly, they don't have the ability or resources to recover from to the same degree. You know, they're not used to getting hit direct like they're getting hit. You got idiots like Yosef Haddad on Twitter crying, saying, oh, my God, look at this. We're getting hit by the terror regime. And I find it incredible how a lot of these Zionist propaganda people, they'll sit there and they'll show you the damage in Tel Aviv. They'll sit there and tell you, oh, my God, this person got killed, or, oh, look at this, blah, blah. But they'll never tell you why. They'll never tell you, oh, yeah, well, we hit them first. Oh, we've destabilized all these Arab countries. Oh, yeah, we kill kids in Gaza. They will never tell you why they're getting hit. They'll just tell you we got hit. And, you know, like October 7th, classic Zionist talking points every single time. Well, on October 7th, 1,200 Israelis were killed. Well, really? Were 1,200 Israelis killed by Hamas like you guys claim? We know about 400 of them were IDF, which means they're enemy combatants. We know that a bunch of them were killed by the Apache helicopters. You know, a bunch of them were killed by the fucking tanks shooting into the goddamn kibbutzes, right? We know that there was disarray and discombobulation and that the Hannibal Directive was activated on that day, and Yoav Galan even admitted this on Israeli TV. So was it really 1,200 that were killed by Hamas? We don't even fucking know. But already the damage was done. Oh, they beheaded babies. Oh, they raped the women. Oh, they did X, Y, Z. And then you go ahead and you do some analysis, you find out that a lot of it was lies, and it was just to justify the ridiculous amount of bombing all across Gaza. So what the Israelis are experiencing now, right, hiding in bunkers, this is the consequence of decades upon decades of bad fucking foreign policy with their neighbors. And the chickens have come home to roost, man. And I think at this point, it's one of two things going to happen. Either Iran is going to bomb them so significantly that Israel's going to finally have to realize, like, okay, we can't continue on with this effort, or the United States is going to have to come in and do an offensive to protect them. But then you got to ask yourself, well, is it worth our time and our resource and our effort? Because, you know, we basically have to take a B-2 bomber, go into Iran and bomb this fucking big-ass mountain that this nuclear facility is in. Is it worth it? Is it worth our soldiers getting attacked in the Gulf? Is it worth the amount of money it's going to cost us? Is it worth starting another war in the Middle East while we got protests going around all across the United States and people are protesting against the immigration stuff while, you know, inflation is high, while the economy isn't at the best? Is it really worth it to go and do another war? And then on top of that, people need to know, it took us years to get Iraq under control. We had to put roughly 200,000 boots on the ground. We had to do airstrikes for damn near a month prior to doing it. Cost us trillions of dollars. Over 1 million people died. Like, are we prepared to do that with Iran? Because that's what it's really going to take when it comes to regime change. If we actually want to do a regime change, not only are we going to have to go ahead and attack these nuclear facilities, we're going to have boots in the ground and go in there. Well, Iran is significantly stronger and more sophisticated than the Iraqi army was. So it's not going to be a walk in the park. We're talking about an enormous amount of investment from the American perspective if we actually want to affect the regime change. And the other reason, too, I think that's important for people to realize, the reason why the Israelis want a regime change so mad is because they want to go ahead and put in a puppet government like the Shah so that they can go ahead and continue their Greater Israel project without being impeded. Iran is what stands in the way of doing that. They're the last country left from the clean break memo in 1996. And it's funny how all of this has come to fruition and Iran is the last one left. So they're going to fight like there's no tomorrow. And unlike the Israelis, these Iranians, these guys, they're not afraid to die, right? That's another thing when it comes to these Muslim armies versus the IDF. These IDF soldiers are scared to die. These other motherfuckers are not, right? And last time I checked, it's probably not a good idea to go at people that, you know, relish the ability to be martyred and say, oh, I'm going to go to heaven, whatever. It's just not a good idea. So the Israelis cannot continue to sustain this level of damage in Tel Aviv. And then as far as the regime change, it's going to be difficult to do, damn near impossible. We're going to need to put boots on the ground to do it. And Iran is a huge fucking country. I think 60 million people live there. Bigger military, more sophisticated ballistic missile program. American soldiers are going to die in the process. And I don't think it's worth it, right? It's repeating history of what we did roughly 20 years ago. What do we have to show for the Iraq war? Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. Like, we have nothing to show for that. And, you know, with a regime change, another thing that's also important people need to realize, if you're going to go ahead and affect a regime change, well, guess what? Once we leave, the people that were, all the rebel groups, etc., they're going to take over. We left Afghanistan. Who's in power now? The Taliban. So we wasted 20 years trying to get the Taliban out of there. As soon as we leave, in the embarrassing way that we left, leaving all that classified equipment there, the Taliban now take back over, and now they have access to all this equipment. So regime change is just not it's not a good idea, and it's going to be damn near impossible, and I don't think it's worth it at this point. We didn't learn our fucking lesson 20 years ago, so I hope we don't step in and try to affect the regime change on behalf of the Israelis. But yeah, man, it is what it is.
Well, with the with the Shahs, if that's who they're trying to put in, remember they're interlocked and interconnected with the Israelis, like or even the Jewish people. So like the Shah, I think his daughters are married to Jewish guys. There was a big wedding, so it's almost like them putting themselves in power now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the reason why they want to, because the thing is this, like the reason why Israel's so desperate to get rid of the nuclear program is because they know that if the Iranians get the nuclear bomb, they will not be able to affect the regime change that they want. Because, you know, look, I use North Korea as an example all the time. Look at North Korea. We've had tensions with them forever, but we don't dare attack them, or we don't, you know, push too much of a military threat because they have nuclear weapons. So it forces us to respect them, right? I mean, Trump, you know, met with Kim Jong-un and shook his hand, you know, after the whole Rocket Man debacle. And the reason for that is because the North Korea forced us to basically respect them. Now, if the Iranians get the nuclear bomb, that will force the Israelis to respect them, and then they have to exercise some level of diplomacy. But the Israelis never want to exercise diplomacy. It's always forced diplomacy. Either we bribe them to cooperate with Israel like Jordan or Egypt, or we bomb the fuck out of them like we did with Iraq, or invade like we did with Iraq, or we use clandestine operations to destabilize them. So this is the problem with the Israelis, is they can't play nice with their neighbors. They never can. And we're an enabler on that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Let me just quickly give a couple of updates and then we'll get right back into that. So as you know, Israel has we mentioned this earlier, but it's been reported again. Israel has stopped Israelis from fleeing the country. Ben Gurion Airport is closed and no Israeli is allowed to leave. And because of that, the US have issued a warning. Actually, we were going to tweet this out, but I'm not sure, it might be out already. The embassy in Jerusalem will close its doors starting today, including the consular section in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, and will not provide any services. The embassy is currently not in a position to evacuate Americans or directly assist them in leaving Israel. Ben Gurion Airport remains closed, and there are no commercial or even private flights operating from there. So Israel is in complete disaster. People are locked in. There's many people who want to get out, and they just can't get out. And obviously Fox News are even reporting how bad it is. But I mean, coming back to the point about that, when you look at this is kind of more from a socio perspective, right? But when you look at the Israelis and you look at generally the Jewish people, especially within the state of Israel and elsewhere, they're quite soft in that regard. Like they'll claim anti-Semitism for the most minor of issues. Obviously, Dan, you're a victim of that. As are you, Myron, as are many others, many people on this platform. How long will that type of people be able to endure such a real battle and war when they're having to spend such a long time in bunkers? Dan.
I mean, I don't know. I love the fact that they attacked Iran and they were relishing it and they were celebrating and talking about, like, you know, fuck around and find out. And, you know, as soon as Iran retaliates, like, oh my God, we're in shelters. You know, it's like them begging for sympathy and everybody's telling them to get fucked. So I don't know. It's kind of like when you see the bully in school beating the shit out of a little kid and finally, you know, the little kid sticks up for himself. It's like everybody's excited. So I think people are cheering this on and they're not getting the sympathy that they used to. I think the word anti-Semitism has no meaning anymore. I think that, you know, them throwing out the Holocaust, you know, all the typical bullshit that they used to do, that used to shut down debates or get them sympathy or, you know, immediately shift the narrative is not working anymore. And I think it's kind of taking the mask off, you know, and you're seeing that. You're seeing it with Dave Portnoy. You're seeing with all these fucking obnoxious Jews that, you know, are acting like assholes. And then when they shriek anti-Semitism or, you know, how many fucking Jews have to die, you know, whatever, and everybody kind of laughs at them, is like, fuck off. They just can't handle it because, you know, they've gotten away with this for so long that it's kind of like ingrained. It's like that whole thing of like, you take somebody out to dinner 10 times and you don't pay on the 11th time, they look at you like you fucked them. Well, this is kind of a similar situation. They've gotten away with it for so long that now they're not getting away with it. They're freaking out.
Myron, same question to you. I know you
Yeah,
had that
no,
incident with them at that debate, if I remember.
Yeah, I mean, the term anti-Semitism literally means nothing anymore, right? And they're trying to, obviously update the definition. The IHRA is doing everything in their mind to, in their power to, extend and broaden the definition of anti-Semitism to fit their political ideology. We saw that they were doing this to, justify deporting the college kids. And, it's going to get to a point now where, well, it already is here, where if you criticize the Israeli government, they're going to go in and call that anti-Semitism. But, the thing is that this is the first time that we've been able to capture a genocide on camera, right? Like real time. Like this has been going on since the beginning of human history, but it hits different when you're actually seeing it real time. And obviously this has made the international community very appalled, right? It's one thing to hear about a genocide, it's another thing to see it. And, every single expert, to include Israeli Holocaust researchers, even they're coming out and saying, yeah, what's going on in Gaza is a genocide. So when you're seeing the Israelis get hit back and get a taste of their own medicine, a lot of people are celebrating. A lot of people are like, this is awesome, blah, blah, blah. And, this is kind of the pushback from 70 to 80 years of Israeli imperialism and them just running rampant all across the Middle East, man. So the sympathy is absolutely gone. I look at like I said, the Yosef Haddad guy. If you go look at his Twitter account, and he has a big following, he has like hundreds of thousands of followers. People are in there like making fun of him, saying like, "Oh, well, now you guys are getting a taste of what it's like to be a Palestinian for a day, etc." So, these guys were cheering and celebrating, the destruction of Gaza. Dumbass, what's that dude's name? The Indian dude. I forget his name. The
Vivid.
The Vivid retard. He literally posts every single day showing like Gaza being flat, saying, "Oh, look, Hamas started this. Fuck around and find out." Okay, motherfucker. Well, you guys are fucking around and finding out right now, because you guys are sitting there in your fucking bunkers, like little bitches, because you guys are getting a taste of your own medicine. So we'll see what happens, man. Because like I said before, Israel is not going to be able to continue to maintain this conflict long. The Iron Dome and the Arrow and the Sling have a finite amount of interceptor missiles, and they won't be able to stop. And once they lose their missile defense system, they're cooked, dude. Like once they run out of interceptors, they are absolutely fucking cooked, bro. Like they're done. So they really need to start. I'd be.
I remember Myron.
Yeah.
Like Trump came out and said that he'd actually freshly stockpiled them a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and I'm sure they've probably already run through a significant amount of interceptor missiles. So, right, between that and the THAAD and everything else, they won't be able to maintain this defense forever, man. And once they run out of interceptor missiles, or once they don't have as many, they're absolutely cooked, man. Israel's going to be in a very vulnerable position, and they'll finally get a taste of what it's like and the terror that the rest of the Middle East has had to endure through them.
It's crazy. We are expecting another bombardment from Iran in the next few hours, because they normally do it in the dark, and it's only going to stay dark in Iran for probably another few hours. So we are expecting major attacks.
David Frum was the guy's name. That was Bush's writer, by the way, chat. Thank you, Josie, for getting me that. Yes, David Frum was the guy that wrote Bush's speeches. Neocon Zionist.
I mean, one thing I have to give credit for is when I'm looking at, I know we're in an echo chamber, generally speaking, but when you look at a lot of the kind of MAGA people, they are largely pushing back against going to war with Iran, and a number of people on the right as well. I think, what's his name again? Charlie Kirk did a poll asking if they should join a war with war against Iran, and 90% of his followers, and his followers are basically Zionist evangelicals, said that no, they shouldn't. So I mean, that I think in a way that indicates the psyche that people definitely don't want to do this. With the war in Iraq, they manufactured consent after September the 11th. How would it work from that perspective, Dan, if the leadership force America into war, but the people disagree with it?
Well, I mean, they're going to have to justify it somehow, right? And I think that when you've got people like Piers Morgan jumping ship, that's a pretty good indicator that the fucking tide is turning, you know? Because I can promise you, it's not because he had some sudden, you know, dose of morality, right? It's because his audience is turning on him in real time. And I don't think that he wants to lose his audience, because I think even he realizes, like, you know, yeah, his show producers, you know, could continue putting him on, but if people, you know, are just constantly like, fuck you, Piers, in the comments, and people don't like him, his days are numbered. So, and you see the people that have kind of like gone off on their own, they've all done really well. Tucker Carlson, you know, Candace Owens, people that...
Isn't Piers Morgan? I think he's pushing the war with Iran though, because he's always.
No, I'm saying in the sense that he's finally, like, you know, chastising the Israeli, you know, officials for, you know, committing a genocide, really, at the end of the day, you know, killing journalists, doing all the things that they've been doing. He's more recently been coming out on the side of the Palestinians. So when he was adamantly opposed to it for, you know, at least, what, a year and a half. So I'm just saying, I think the tide is turning a bit. That's why I'm so concerned with the false flag attack, is because they really, at this point, need something to point to, you know, for a reason to go to war with Iran. Because this whole thing is like, oh, we just have to defend Israel, and, you know, we just have to defend Israel. Like, I think that's kind of wearing pretty thin. Even on the evangelical boomer retards, I think they're going to need a little bit more, and that's why I'm concerned. I mean, look, they, you know, September 11th was done for a reason, right? And there was a clear cause and effect, and it was effective, right? So I just think they're going to need to have something like that. I think they're going to point to it. I mean, they've already been hinting at it, like, oh, you know, Iran tried to assassinate Bush, or sorry, not Bush, but Trump. You know, they were like, I mean, they said that numerous times, and so you know, they're just doing everything in their power to point. And that's why I said it would be a disaster if Iran actually did anything to a U.S. military base. I mean, I know that's what Israel is like praying for. But I don't think they're dumb enough to do that. And if they don't, and we truly don't have any reason to go into this war, I think that Trump is going to get a lot of pushback. I think that it's just unjustifiable. I don't think anybody wants it. There's no benefit for it. There's no reason. But who knows, you know?
Yeah, I could add to that real quick. You got people, right? Like, you know, Charlie Kirk is probably one of the biggest, you know, political commentators, conservative in America. And, you know, he's super pro-Israel. Even he, you know, is saying for us to not get involved from a offensive standpoint, or not get too involved. You know, Matt Walsh, like, you know, the thing is this, when I've come to realize this when it comes to political commentators in the United States, a lot of them aren't well-versed in foreign policy, especially Middle Eastern foreign policy. And I think that's by design and on purpose, because if you are well-versed and understand Middle Eastern foreign policy, you will understand the bullshit that Israel does. And obviously in conservative media, if you're critical of Israel, that is a death sentence to you. Okay? It's why they basically canceled Nick, because he started asking questions. It's why certain political commentators that are considered far right, because if you criticize Israel, they automatically put you in the far right category, because regular right-wing media.
Well, no, now it's the woke right. They came up with a whole new term, right? It's the woke right. You know, if you're against Israel, then you're a woke right. You know,
yeah,
that's a new like talking point.
Yeah, they either call you woke right or they call you far right. But either way, it's a pejorative. It's a pejorative insult to anyone on the right wing that's critical of Israel, right? Because traditional conservative media has always shilled for Israel. What is the Daily Wire, PragerU, Blaze Media, you know, Bongino, Crowder, Charlie Kirk. All of these guys have always been pro-Israel and never critical of Israel for obvious reasons, because they run the fucking conservative media landscape. But people are waking up, man. Even people like Charlie Kirk can't justify, you know, saying, "Oh yeah, we should be assisting Israel from a military perspective." He put out a poll and asked his audience, "Should we get involved?" And like 90% of his audience literally said no. So that's a good sign. Dan, you're gonna say something?
No, I mean, I totally agree with you. And you see it. I mean, and my uncle used to be one of those people that was just, oh, we have to support Israel. We just have to support Israel because that's what he heard. Well, guess what? One of the people that he listened to is Candace Owens, and she's not saying that anymore, and now, Tucker Carlson's not saying that anymore. And, now Piers Morgan's not saying that anymore. And, so it's like, these people are, they're turning. I mean, obviously, like the the masses have figured this out, but even the people that are resistant to this, like you said, you know, the Matt Walshes, you know, the people out there that are, you know, have been historically like just unanimously pro-Israel, even them, they're saying, you know, we shouldn't be going to war. Because I mean, it's so fucking obvious. Like, why would we go to war? What do we benefit? We benefit in no way, shape, or form, and there's all sorts of negative implications. So, you know, as a politician, you are supposed to do what is in the best interest of your fucking people, not what is in the best interest of a foreign nation. And when you choose a foreign nation over your own people, I mean, that is the definition textbook of treason. So, and that's what you have. You have our politicians committing treason. And whether it's because of blackmail or because they're being bribed, or I don't give a fuck what the reason is, you know, you do not put a foreign nation's interest above yours. And for us to go to war for Israel is putting a foreign nation's interest above America's, because we get absolutely nothing and we will lose a lot. It'll be, you know, very expensive. It'll turn a lot of, you know, Arab Muslims against us. It's just complete net negative. And it's not right either. You know, like, Israel is the aggressor. They're not responding. We don't need to defend them. They are the aggressor. So, you know, they want to run around the fucking schoolyard and punch a bunch of people in the face and they get hit back. Well, hey, fuck around, find out. That's how life works, you know? So this whole thing of like us defending them, that's out the window because they are the aggressor. And the fact that Trump told them to stand down and they didn't, I mean, if he supports them after they basically spit in his face, that'll tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and he tried to frame it as, oh, I knew what was going on or whatever. His ego won't even let him admit that, like, the fucking Israelis severed his fucking diplomacy. He tried to come in on Truth Social or whatever and make it sound as if, like, oh, yeah, I knew what was going on, and, you know, that those weapons they use are our weapons and shit like that. It's like, bro, like, dude, just admit the fact that, like, Netanyahu doesn't respect you. He does whatever the fuck he wants. And quite frankly, you have to play nice with him because Myron Mandelson fucking gave you $200 million plus and kept you from going to prison. That's the fucking reality here. That is why Trump is beholden to the Zionist lobby. They literally put him in fucking office. You know, you got losers like fucking Bill Ackman saying, oh, the U.S. needs to get involved. No, fuck you, dude. How about you go ahead? You go to Israel. You can suit up. You can take your billions of dollars and fucking go fight over there. None of us want to fucking fight for the Jews anymore, man. Like, we're good, dude. We're totally, we understand the ramifications of fighting in Middle Eastern wars. And, you know, it took decades for us to figure it out. But I'm glad that people are waking up and realizing that, like, war is just no longer an option. And when you got super pro-Zionist political commentators even saying we shouldn't get involved, that's how you know that the tide has turned, man, which is a good sign. It's a really good sign. Because I'll tell you this, if this was going on 20 years ago, oh, man, people would have been like, yeah, we need to come in and defend Israel, all that stupid, dumb shit, you know? Because the conservatives in America, or sorry, the Republican Party in America, you know, they openly cuck for Israel, right? Democrats do too, but Democrats kind of do it covertly, especially with what they're doing in Gaza. But the Republicans openly cuck for them. So it's good to see that the general public, you know, is not supportive of a conflict with Iran on the behalf of Israel. And it would be tough. It would be so hard to do. Like, it took us years to get Iraq under control. And when we left, guess what happened? It just, boom, a vacuum suck, and then a bunch of terrorists come in. So regime change is just not a viable option. Sometimes it's better to just allow that dictator be in place than it's better to have the enemy that you know versus the enemy that you don't. Because the Arab world, people don't understand this. The entire Arab world is run by monarchs or dictators. And if you remove that person, as much as you might hate them, that person kept some level of semblance of order. So as soon as you remove them from power, you end up with a fucking vacuum, and rebels take over, and it becomes destabilized. It becomes crazy. Now, obviously in Syria,
I mean, just look at the history, right? I mean, look, we removed Gaddafi from Libya. Now, you know, that place is, you know, it was doing really well. Now it's a fucking absolute shithole. You can buy.
Guys, I'll be right back. You know, gonna get a hoodie.
But what happened with Saddam? You know, they said he was such a bad guy, and we need to topple that regime, and it'll be good for the stability of the, you know, the region. You know, that's what Netanyahu said. You know, he came and fucking testified in front of Congress that we had to do it, and they had weapons of mass destruction, and, you know, it'll add stability to the region, and it's been an absolute fucking disaster. So historically, it's a, you know, he keeps telling us, he's like, oh, you do this and it'll add stability to the region. All it's done is the exact fucking opposite. So it's like, how many times do you have to do the same thing and, you know, get a negative result to realize, like, hey, this is not the answer. It's not the answer to just, you know, topple regimes. It's, you know, it's not our fucking business anyways. And it's all for the benefit of Israel. We get nothing out of it. It's just pure bullshit. And these countries are much worse for it. I mean, you look at them now and you look at where they were before, and it's like, they're all much worse. So who won? The only person that won is fucking Israel. We lost, cost us trillions of dollars. These countries are fucking destroyed, you know, and who's the beneficiary? The fucking Israeli Jews, once again. You know, I'm just fucking, I think people are tired of it.
Yeah, 100%. And I've got another question, which is, Myron, you said that a lot of right-wing commentators are coming out against the war. One who isn't is someone from your hometown of Miami, is Patrick Bet-David. He's obviously an Iranian. He's part of the want to put the ex-Shahs back in place. Again, that's not a democracy, that's a monarchy. But he wants the monarchists back in, which and he's been pushing it significantly. He recently did a video where he claimed that the region was in peace until the current Iranian regime came into power, which shows his level of ignorance, because that means he doesn't know the 48 war, the 56 war, the 67 war, the 67-70 war, the 1930 Yom Kippur war. So it shows his ignorance. But anyway, putting his ignorance aside, he is somebody who's pushing America to go to war. He is someone who's pushing for a massive regime change, and he wants the monarchists, who are basically linked to obviously the Jewish Zionists, back in power. Someone who is as influential as him have on the platform he's on, and he never really brings anyone on who can actually push back on him. I know, Dan, you've been on before, but generally speaking, he doesn't. What's your thoughts on that, Myron, in terms of him and his statements?
Yeah, no, sorry, I just stepped away, but I got the end of what you were saying. Yeah, I mean, you know, I actually responded to this because I saw that he talked about how, you know, that there weren't any wars under the Shah, or he made some kind of crazy claim like that. Or the Iran is responsible for a lot of the conflicts. That's absolutely not true. It's Israel. If you look at every single conflict in the Middle East has been involved, whether, you know, you had mentioned the Yom Kippur War, 6-Day War, all these different conflicts is because of Israel. So for him to say that, you know, here's the thing with Iran, right? And I was talking about this earlier. Like, they had their first democratically elected president in the 1950s. I think his name was Moghadessi. I might be mispronouncing it. And we ran an Operation Ajax, where us and the Brits and the Israelis basically destabilized them and got him out of power because he wanted to nationalize their oil, right? To obviously protect their sovereignty and make sure that, you know, it's not just the Brits, you know, profiting off of their resource. And we got him out of power, and that led to the Shah getting in power. He was wildly unpopular, and he basically allowed a rejected cleric to take over, and this is how we have the regime that we have now. So it was through American intervention and Israel, along with the British and the Israelis, that led to the current regime they have now. And you know, and obviously when the Iranian Revolution took place in 1979, this led to the embassy workers being kidnapped and all the aggressive and bad political tension that we've had with Iran. So we have ourselves to blame for that, man. And this is what happens when you affect regime change. You might not necessarily be able to control who gets power after that. And this is from Western intervention, man.
When you look at, for example, what Dan mentioned, that every single kind of war that's occurred has occurred for Israeli interests. They've never benefited anybody else except themselves. Obviously, we look at the mass occupation and proliferation that happened in there. Let's say they were to get their way. There was a video that came out today. Well, I posted it today. Obviously, it's a much older video. And what Israel said is that if they take out Iran, next is Pakistan. Now, Pakistan being the next one is kind of by the by. But what this shows is their kind of expansionist attitude. First, it was, we need to get Iraq out of the way. Then it was get Afghanistan out the way. I mean, the other way around. And then it was to get Syria out the way. And now it's to get Iran out the way. And then later it'll be Pakistan. And then after that, it'll be another country. Well, it'll be a bit of Saudi Arabia. So basically creating the Israeli empire in a way, or creating destruction around every person in the Middle Eastern or Southeastern region. So it means it's never going to end. What's your thoughts about that, Dan?
Well, I mean, they've got the whole Greater Israel plan. You know, it's one of these things where, you know, I feel like he's made his position pretty clear. I mean, he said the regimes that he's wanted to topple. I mean, he's pretty much toppled all of them except for Iran. I mean, it's, you know, to me, the writing's on the wall. And I also think that he's in a bit of a rat in the corner position where, if he doesn't continue the war, then, he might go to jail and he has to face trial and whatever. So, yeah, it's it's a bit of an unfortunate situation, right? You've got a guy that's clearly doesn't want to stop, and he's, he's in a position where it wouldn't benefit him to stop. And then you've got us just, waiting behind him like a fucking loyal lapdog that's willing to just, or attack dog, whatever, that's just willing to go whenever he says go. So I don't know. I mean, this is kind of just playing out the way, you would expect it to play out. They continue to fuck with everybody around them. And then, when they get a reaction, then they call us to come, bail them out. I mean, we've seen this movie before. So, I guess, and there's not really much we can do, I mean,
Yeah, I'm going to move on to the next topic here in a second.
wait and just, and just see what Trump's going to do. But, yeah, it's just unfortunate being in, a bit of a powerless situation where, you're funding a genocide, you've got no say, and your president seems to just be completely fucking compromised along with all the rest of your politicians.
Yeah. Myron, same question to you. And a lot of people do mention, like, for example, the countries stated in the clean break memo, which is obviously Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Libya, and Somalia, and Sudan. And obviously they say Iran's the last one. But then there's other videos where they talk about other countries as well. Like I mentioned the one where he said after Iran, it's Pakistan. And so why I'm mentioning that is not that it's Pakistan specifically, but it just shows that even them 7 countries, it seems to suggest that that's not their only target. And maybe even Greater Israel isn't their only target, because that's just within a specific region. And like Pakistan isn't part of the Greater Israel project. So doesn't that indicate that the plan is significantly worse? The expansionist ideology of the Zionists is significantly worse, whether it's expansion based on their control or destruction.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important that people understand, there is a religious perspective on a lot of the moves that Israel makes, right? They want to build, they want to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque and be able to create their temple, right? And they know doing that will anger the Arab world, right? And basically, if they don't have an agreement through the Abraham Accords, through a Muslim country, that pretty much puts them on the radar to potentially be a target of Israel's moves, because they understand that for them to do everything that they want to do, they need to neutralize Muslim majority countries and either make sure they're part of the Abraham Accords or they're destroyed. So Pakistan is an interesting situation because Pakistan is kind of an ally of the United States, but not really, right? There's a reason why Obama didn't notify them before they ran the operation in Abbottabad with Osama bin Laden. Pakistan plays both sides, right? They kind of, deal with the United States because they have to, but at the same time, they also understand that the United States can't be trusted and neither can be Western powers. So I wouldn't be surprised if, let's say hypothetically, Iran was, toppled by Israel. Nothing would shock me if the Israelis tried to work on Pakistan next. And the reason for that is because Pakistan has nuclear weapons, which is a big, big fucking threat to Israel. Obviously, they can't deal with the Pakistanis right now because Iran's a way bigger threat. But I would not be surprised if Pakistan wasn't the next one on the target list, for sure, because of their nuclear capability.
But then that adds to the whole point that even though there is the religious element, which is the Greater Israel Project, that there are countries that they're targeting that isn't part of that Greater Israel Project. And so it's maybe demonstrating that in addition to the religious component, there's a much bigger component that is they just want to dominate. Myron.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they look at it like the more places they control, the more they're able to protect their own interests, right? And one thing I will give to the Israelis is they know how to stick together, right? And they know how to ensure, there's this saying that if one Jew gets money, 10 Jews get money. They're fantastic at, ensuring that other members of their community succeed, which is why they have such tight-knit communities and they're so successful. So no, I would.
That's the golden point, Myron. I just want to
go ahead.
highlight that because people don't realize. So I just want to give people an example. Like everybody knows Mario is my friend, right? But if you look at it, his space is completely Zionist controlled. Now, what's the reason for that? It's not that he's directly getting paid by the Israeli government. That's not what's happening, right? But the Zionists, what they do is they stick together and they look out for their own country, even if the Jews are outside of Israel or not. They look out for their own country, and what that means is that they'll basically pressure. So they'll be like, look, we're not going to give you these deals. We're not going to give you those deals. We're not going to invest in your company. We're going to make sure you get cancelled. They'll put those forms of pressure on him. We'll give you opportunities. We'll do all these things for you. So, and it ends up being all of those. And because they'll stick together, there's that decision to make. Whereas people who are anti-Zionist, all they do is fight amongst each other. All you see, even within our movement, how many people have fought amongst each other. All they do is look out for themselves. There's none of this loyalty to support any form of anti-Zionist coalition. There's no thing about when, for example, someone like Myron, let's all of us boycott his space like what the Zionists were doing, or let's all pressure him from a financial perspective or incentivize him or whatever it may be. And so for him, it becomes an easy decision. These people are going to suck up to me anyway, and those guys, I'm going to lose out. So I'll have to just gear towards them. And then he's just one example. But what I mean is then they'll do it to every single person, whether it's an influencer, whether it's a politician.
They did it to PBD. That's why he talks the way he does about Israel, is because he understands.
Maybe so, I think, because he is an Iranian Shah guy. Because what they did was, when they left Iran, they took a huge amount of Iranian wealth. So they're loyal to the Shah as opposed to being loyal to anything else. So with him, it may be that as well. But I think with him, it's maybe the loyalty to the Shahs and the money they raped from Iran when they left. So coming back to the point, when you see, I mean, I think that's what happened. So in terms of that, what's your thoughts? Because I think you made a golden point about pressure.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, it does not. This is why I always kind of laugh when people say, "Oh, you're talking about Israel like you're a grifter." Being critical of Israel or them boys, right? I'm on YouTube. Hell, I gotta police my language. Even that goes to show right there in itself. The fact that I use certain phrases, right, to say what I say on certain platforms, literally proves the point that they run a lot of the infrastructure in the United States, and to criticize them absolutely is like a death sentence from a career standpoint. There's a reason why so few people are willing to have this conversation, or people stay away from it, because it's not beneficial to you financially. When people say, "Oh, you're a grifter," dude, if the goal of a grifter is to make as much money as possible, being critical of Israel is probably one of the dumbest things you can do if you want to make a bunch of fucking money. You lose money by talking about this. You lose opportunities. You get blacklisted. There's people that literally won't have me on their show because of the things I talk about and how I'm critical of Israel, right? They'll debank you. I got demonetized on YouTube for this shit. I literally lost millions upon millions of dollars for talking about this before October 7th.
I corroborate that, Myron, because I don't know if I ever told you this, but leading up to the elections, basically leading up to the elections, obviously I can't give away too much, but leading up to the elections, there was only 4 people banned from the biggest. Obviously now we're bigger than them anyway, but at that time we weren't. There was only one big space, and we were second, but we were far off. Now we're bigger when you look at it organically. And the only 4 people who the Trump administration said should not be allowed on that platform leading up to the elections was you, me, and Nick, and there was one other guy. So that kind of demonstrates like the censorship. But anyway, do continue, Myron.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it just goes to show that the censorship on this topic is absolutely crazy. We could talk about it now after October 7th. But, if you talked about this before October 7th, dude, it was one of the fastest ways to get banned off the internet. I've lost millions of dollars with this shit because of getting demonetized. So, yeah, dude, anyone that has the nerve to say, "Oh, yeah, you're grifting," because a couple of idiots have said that. They're like talking about Israel and whatever is like a grift. Dude, it's actually the worst grift you can have, because it will make you fucking lose opportunities. If anything, being pro-Israel helps you way more. Being pro-Israel opens up way more fucking doors from a career perspective. This is why, like, look, I love PBD,
100%,
but he doesn't criticize Israel for obvious reasons.
I agree with you, Myron. Like when they call me a grifter, I'm like, wait a second, you get zero money after we got demonetized as well, and you got less. So before October 7th, I'd got even on social media, I used to get a lot more money. Even though my engagement was a lot less, after October 7th, the money decreased, and then we got demonetized, so it completely went. We have to make money outside of social media. And so the opportunities are ridiculously worse, because I told you, like, in this movement, the anti-Zionist movement, there is no loyalty. There is no kind of looking out for each other. Everyone's like not there to support you. Whereas the Zionists do. This is the reason they win. So I agree with you on that. But do continue, Myron.
Yeah, no, they stick together. They obviously, you know, there's far more financial incentive to be pro-Israel. Like I said, there's a reason why the biggest conservative commentators in America are all pro-Israel. It's just that's what it is. So whenever someone says you're grifting by being critical of Israel, I always laugh because it's like, no, that's probably one of the dumbest things you can do if your goal is to grift and make money. But I'll come back, guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
I appreciate you coming.
Yeah, I'll stay in the space, but I'll be back. I'll just have myself muted so I don't interrupt.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming. Dan, what's your thoughts?
All right, so guys, let's go ahead and go into. I want to show you guys this tweet, right? So he goes here. Douglas McGregor says, in the last 72 hours, Israel launched a preemptive strike against Iran when negotiations between Washington and Tehran were still ongoing. Iran was caught off guard, but Iran recovered more quickly from its Pearl Harbor moment than Israel expected. In less than 18 hours after Israel's surprise attack, Iran responded firing hundreds of ballistic missiles, including hypersonic missiles, into central Tel Aviv and across Israel. Meanwhile, Israel's Iron Dome failed. Israeli intelligence failed. Now Netanyahu is pleading with Washington to intervene with American military power to rescue Israel from certain defeat. A defeat Netanyahu crafted with encouragement from Washington. At the same time, Russia, China, Pakistan, and most of the Muslim world are rallying to Iran's defense. Supplies, equipment, and technical assistance are pouring into Iran. It's time for a reality check. Washington burned through $12 trillion in the Middle East since 2003. Result? 7,000 dead Americans, 50,000 wounded, open borders, and 100,000 Americans dying yearly from fentanyl poisoning. Today, the United States is $37 trillion in debt, a sum that does not include so-called agency debt. 77 million Americans voted for President Trump because he promised to end overseas conflicts and halt the march to World War III. That's a big reason why I voted for him as well. Trump's mandate is unchanged. Secure America's borders, ports, and coastal waters. Deport illegal aliens, crush the criminals graping and murdering Americans, restore the rule of law, but not one more drop of American blood for foreign wars. When one Israeli strike on the Karg Island, where 90% of Iran's oil exports flow, or Bandar Abbas terminals, and Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, that's 20% of the global oil supply. That means, it's actually, I think, closer to 30. That means disrupted supply chains and runaway inflation. Gas hit $7 a gallon overnight. Every working American family crushed. Truckers can't deliver food. Economy crashes. For what? So Israel, that started this insane war, can drag Americans into a wider regional conflict with the potential for nuclear war? We have 40,000 troops in the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and across the Persian Gulf. They are sitting ducks. Iranian Shahed 136 drones cost $20,000 each. American Patriot missiles cost $4 million per interceptor. So you guys, that's the disparity I was telling you guys about the cost. Do the math. We'll run through our inventory of missiles and go broke while Americans come home in boxes. The Middle East is on the brink. Here's what Washington must do to defuse conflict. 1. Ask for an emergency UN Security Council meeting. Ask for an immediate ceasefire, making it clear that Washington opposes the destruction of Iran, Israel, and any other state in the Middle East. 2. Demand that Israel stop the killing of Palestinians in Gaza and withdraw its forces from Gaza and the West Bank. 3. Suspend all military aid to Israel until Israel agrees to remove its troops from Gaza and permit humanitarian assistance to reach the people of Gaza. 4. Propose the commitment of armed forces from non-aligned nations to police Gaza and the West Bank. 5. Propose that the United States, Russia, China, India, and Brazil convene a peace conference to arbitrate the dispute between Israel, Iran, and Israel's neighbors. I led American soldiers under fire into action. I've seen plenty of flag-draped coffins. I don't want to see any more. Washington's warmongers had 22 years. They failed. They lied. They profited while America bled. Time's up. America first means America first, not Israel first, not Ukraine first, not NATO first, America first. And this comes from Colonel McGregor. Don DeMarco. Because I 100% agree with this analysis. He's on point, man. He's on fucking point. A lot of the things here are things that I've been telling you guys for a very long time. And I'm glad that that he made this post, right? And we are at a crossroads here, guys. We are at a crossroads. And what we decide to do is going to dictate the future of the Middle East. And it can spell destruction for us if we don't move smartly. Let's see here. What was I going to... I wanted to show you guys that tweet. And there's something else I wanted to show you guys. Oh, real quick announcement. Guys, join the OSS, okay? That is my community, guys. If you want to support me, this is the best way to support me. You can get in for only $4, okay? As you guys can see here. Just use the code THEMBOYS911. I'll give you guys the link right now so you guys can sign up as we speak. All you guys on YouTube that are watching, the best way that you guys can support me, because I stream on YouTube for you guys for free. These motherfuckers are robbing me, like, terribly. right? I showed you guys my YouTube analytics a second ago, right? I'm completely demonetized on YouTube because YouTube sucks, and they demonetize you by creator, not by channel, okay? For talking about this stuff, giving you guys this raw info. So the only thing I ask is, if you want to support, you want to rock with me, allow me to continue to run this channel the way that I do these super long streams where I'm in here with you guys, breaking down and analyzing for 7, 8, 9 hours a day. You know, we need to be able to stay profitable. We need to be able to keep the ship afloat, and we do that through direct small donations to the channel to keep things going. Here's the link, guys, if you want to go ahead and support. It'll be $4 for the first month and then $10 after that. Going to keep it super cheap and fair for you guys. Or if you want to come in for the year, JFK911 is the code. I'll drop that link for you guys here. It's also in the description as well for you guys. And it's $55 and it covers you for the year. Okay? Whatever you guys choose. But this is my community. It's just me, the OSS, and it supports the Debrief, obviously, podcast that I do with you guys every day, Monday through Friday, to include Sundays, 5 p.m., where we cover true crime, political commentary, cultural commentary, etc. My goal is to get 10,000 strong in the OSS. Once we get 10,000 in there, I will 100% be able to give a middle finger to YouTube, be able to run this show efficiently with the highest production. Also, I'll be able to travel. I could bring fucking bills with me. We do IRL streams when we go to court and all this other stuff. So it's not cheap, guys, to run a production of this level and then commit the amount of hours that I do. You know, I'm spending easily $20,000 to $30,000 a month just on editors and clips. That's not including like when I travel. When I travel, it's closer to 30. But just on running the channel itself, posting shorts every single day, posting clips every single day that are highly edited, high quality, that's costing me $20,000 a month. Easily. And I can show you guys my fucking invoices from Brett if you guys want. Brett but he's very good, as you guys can see. But yeah, man. So that's how I'm able to keep things going, guys. So you know, you can go ahead and get in for $4 for the first month and 10 after that, or $55 for the year, and support the mission. So yeah, man. I'll drop the link here for you guys on YouTube and on Rumble. It's in the description. I'll pin it too for you guys. But yeah, my ninjas. But let's get back to the show here in a second. Give it to you guys on Kick as well and on Rumble. Let's see here. Where are we at? Let's transition, guys, to the protests.
ICE raids and anti-ICE protests this afternoon. Following a week of ICE raids and anti-ICE protests this afternoon, an unusual sight in WestWood as Marines began patrolling outside the federal building where they reportedly detained one civilian. Ahead of this weekend's No King's Day protest, the Army Major General says those Marines will not participate in law enforcement activities during the demonstrations. And Mayor Karen Bass was just joined by local leaders to discuss tomorrow's protests.
Yeah, Rachel Menitoff joining us in downtown LA tonight with some more on what the mayor had to say. Rachel?
Rick Scher, the sheriff and the police chief had a really clear message this afternoon. They say if you are protesting peacefully, no problem, you will be protected. But if you are engaging in violence, throwing rocks or using pyrotechnics, you'll be arrested. Now, the 8 p.m. curfew here in downtown LA will remain in place through the weekend. Authorities say it's been helpful in restoring order and curbing criminal activity at night.
The coordinated approach ensures that we're sharing intelligence, aligning resources, and responding quickly and effectively as conditions continue to evolve.
If you see somebody reaching into a backpack and pulling out a sledgehammer, pulling out a brick, pulling out pyrotechnics, pulling out a Molotov cocktail, these are the things our officers and deputies are being attacked with. You need to get away from that, or I would like somebody out there to let law enforcement know.
And there are 40 different events and demonstrations happening in LA County this weekend. 30 of those are associated with the No Kings movement.
Let me read some chats real quick. Let's see here. And thank you guys so much for the support. Love you, ninjas. All right, we'll start with Myron Gaines X first. Destiny Marsano says, oh, hold on. All right, hold on. I missed a couple of these. Okay, let me make sure I get all of them. Okay, All right, Anti-Semitic Cat says, when we win, the reporters and press have to be the first ones to be punished for committing treason and crimes against humanity. We cannot let these people warmonger for 30 years and just retire. Sam Hyde said it best. Okay. Garuk90 says, Myron, can you react to this if I got time? Let's see here. Joey Banks says, hey, Myron, love from the UK. Do you think it's possible Israel could commit false flag attacks on U.S. bases and blame Iran, provoking the U.S. to become involved? Also, check out a website called The World War. We'll love your thoughts on it. Okay, if I get time. Let's see here. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm going through all the different things. Okay, Tack17 says, yo, Myron, Tack here. We'd appreciate if you went hard on Israel on unusual suspects because Vinny and his audience are opening their eyes more. You'd be the catalyst. I respect the relationship with PBD, but he and Adam are all cucks for Israel. Okay. Well, that's if they invite me. I messaged them and they said that, I'll tell you exactly what they told me, bro. They might be scared to have me on now. I'll be honest with y'all, bro. Let me tell you exactly what they told me. Because one of you guys asked me about that. Yeah. Hey, Myron, they want to wait a bit before doing something and had said they'd let me know when they're ready. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I take that as maybe I said something they don't like. Who knows? DJ Wilkinson, I'm a former Afghanistan vet and was talking about my experiences and literally got banned on Kick. Can you unban me? Killer King 24. Okay, can you guys unban him on Kick? Rami DHM says, yeah, his username is XKillerKing24. That's a crazy name, nigga. Anyway, hey, Myron, question. I did purchase a $55 option for the year. My local still tells me I have to be a supporter to get access to content. How can I fix this? That's weird. Refresh your page, bro. Refresh your page. Destiny Marsano, what does gifting subs on Kick do? I'm not up to date on that website and how that all works. Well, that supports the creator, and then also I got a bunch of emotes on there that are only for subs. So that's why. Juan Orozco says, bro, I tried subscribing for the monthly subscription on OSS. Not sure if it went through. Is there any way to check if I have an OSS subscription? Thank you, brother. Jose, just go ahead and give me your email. Send in $1 on OSS or on MyronGainsX.com. Send me $1, give me your email, and I'll double check for you. And I'm only saying to send $1 and so like I don't miss your chat because if you chat regularly, I'll miss it. Let's see here. So, let's see here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Now, let me make sure I didn't get you guys on. I didn't miss any of you guys on Rumble. Okay. So we got, remember guys, I'm reading chats 5 and up only, unless you're a part of the OSS. For you guys that are donating $1 on Rumble Rants, join OSS, guys. Join OSS and then send that in and we'll, I'll read them. Tacos, join for the year. Welcome. See, Garav, he donated too, but since he's a member of OSS, I'm reading it. Have you seen the Ukraine towns being taken over by them boys? Classic Ukraine destroyed all the Christian men, died, they move in. Yeah, well, what else is new, right? And then this was Josie earlier saying David From. Appreciate that, Josie. Kumo DTV, 3D render on their entire Israel and where Iran plans to attack. It's like Arab AI telly. Let me see here. This comes from an OSS member, so let me put this on the side here for you guys as well. Again, guys, one of the perks of being in the OSS, I read every single OSS chat that comes through regardless of whatever they donate. So if you're watching on Rumble and I don't read your chat, it's because you're not coming in through OSS. It's $5 minimum, or you're an OSS member and I read your chat no matter what, which is why I think, yo, you get in for $4. Just get in for $4 and then go from there. Jews will say the earthquakes are a divine intervention and try to justify the war. Okay, bro. Man, you guys are funny. All right, let's get back to this Operation No King's Day.
HP says it's tracking over.
Long Nose Peter Built says, I live in Texas right now and I hate the... Want to move to Florida. What's a good area in Central South Florida? Fort Lauderdale's good, bro. If you don't like the Hispanic community so much. Fort Lauderdale might be your move, bro.
209 protests in California, and it has 8 special response teams deployed, ready to go. Now, several other large-scale sporting events are taking place.
Disposed Hero says, I'm a poor boy. I'm sorry I can't donate more than a couple bucks each stream. Love the podcast, though. Bro, that's why I told you, join in the OSS. It's only $4 to get in, man. Then you'd be good. Get an OSS, my friend.
At SoFi Stadium and the Rose Bowl. So LAPD, CHP, and the Sheriff's Department says
I'm going to keep the price of the OSS low so that as many of you guys can join as possible.
it's all working together and can ask for help from one another if need be. They are also in touch with the Office of Emergency Management. This is tied to the governor's office. As you mentioned, we're seeing Marines take over patrols from the National Guard outside of the federal building in Westwood. The chief
Shout out to Drew. Says, win today, bro. Appreciate that, Drew Alva. I hope you're in OSS, man. I hope you're in OSS. You send that $20 in. I'd prefer if you just spend 4 and joined. So I hope you're in the OSS.
The police says
join OSS.locals.com or join OSS.us is the website, guys. Get in there.
Federal authorities will solely be staged outside of federal buildings. They are not going to be handling crowd control. And just within the hour, we heard from Mayor Karen Bass, who says the raids have caused fear and panic, and she calls LA a test case for federal authorities. She also addressed tomorrow's wide-scale protests.
Yeah, they were all over the country.
So tomorrow, across the country, there will be demonstrations that are planned. But now these demonstrations we expect to be even larger because of what has happened in our city. But we do call on people over the weekend to demonstrate peacefully, to exercise your First Amendment right, to not play into the hands where it could be used as a pretext to roll out troops in our city.
And law enforcement says it's also monitoring what's happening abroad in Israel, between Israel and Iran. It's in touch with its community partners and stepping up patrols at religious institutions and houses of worship. That's the very latest downtown. I'm Rachel Manitoff. I'll send it back to both of you in studio.
All right, Rachel, we thank you for that. See you at 10 o'clock. In the legal back and forth between President Trump and Governor Newsome, a federal court hearing is now set for Tuesday, which will determine who is in charge of the California National Guard troops that are right here in L.A. Until then, the troops will remain under the guidance of President Trump, who federalized and deployed those troops back on Saturday. Now, yesterday, a federal judge ordered Mr. Trump to return control to California. Before that ruling was stayed then by the U.S. Court of Appeals.
Immigrant rights activist and Marine veteran Alejandro Orellana appeared in federal court today accused of conspiracy to commit civil disorder. Prosecutors say the 29-year-old handed out face shields during an immigration protest.
Oh, shit.
Orellana was released on $5,000 bond and ordered to stay at least 100 yards away from federal agents and buildings. His arraignment is set for July 3rd. Supporters call the charges police.
Is that a dude or a chick? Alejandro Orellana? So this is a new one. Let's look this guy up real quick because I did see him on Twitter.
ICE raids and
I did see him on Twitter, this guy. What was it again? Orellana? Immigrant rights activist Orellana freed from federal custody. Let's see what they he probably got arrested in Los Angeles. Let's see if the DOJ did a press release. All right, so the FBI grabbed him up. Fucking ads, bro. God damn it. Bro. You know what? Let's go ahead and... I think I remember this actually. Saw it on Twitter. Wait, so Miguel, right? Oh, Alejandro. Oh, shit. Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, it's Alejandro, right? Did I spell the name out? Orellana? Yeah, what the fuck, man? Bruh. just fucking... No, not this. Here, I'll keep playing this. I'll pull it up on the side for you guys.
Political repression.
I'm doing a million things. I'm looking up his email, doing this.
Aimed at silencing his activism.
And
yeah, Jose, I'm looking up your email right now.
Business owners in downtown LA impacted by all the vandalism and the looting amid these ongoing protests can now apply for resources through the city of LA. Now, the staff from the mayor's office and the councilwoman Jurado and other city departments as well, they began hosting webinars today to provide the information on legal services, grants as well, other relief, and more webinars are set for Monday and Wednesday. Those will be at 1 p.m.
A video gone viral shows the moment officers shoot a woman with a rubber bullet in the abdomen at close range. Behind the camera is Alexandria Augustine. She was out protesting the recent ICE raids on Monday. Moments before this, she says she had briefly interacted with that same woman.
She tells me she's, trying to make her way home. They shine their flashlights as like warnings to people, and they turned their flashlight off, which made me think that they were allowing her to approach. And immediately after...
Jose, you're in. I see you in here. You're a monthly supporter. You signed up at the $4 one. So you're good, bro. You're good. You are in here, Jose. I found your email.
The officer turns his flashlight off. Another one fires at her. I think the biggest issue here is the misconception that these rubber bullets are not lethal. They can still cause lethal injuries.
LAPD couldn't confirm whether these were their officers just based on the video, but say the incident will be investigated.
Elsewhere, a man says that he was detained by federal agents during a raid in Montebello, despite the fact that he says he's a U.S. citizen.
Family members say another man, also a U.S. citizen, was taken away without explanation. KTLA's Alina Bovian has more.
Hi, good evening. Well, a very confusing and disturbing situation for family members. They say both men are U.S. citizens. Neither have a criminal record, according to family. And the federal agents who came onto the property of the business, they did not have a warrant.
He slammed me to the gate. He put my hands behind my back. I'm an American citizen. You do not do that to Americans.
Not wanting to identify himself, this man claims he was wrongfully detained by federal agents. You can see in this video several men in masks come into the business. It was Thursday out. This man claims he was wrongfully detained by
Border Patrol
federal agents. You can see in this video several men in masks come into the business. It was Thursday afternoon at DJ's tow trucking business in Montebello, where several guys work as
they fucking threw that nigga down, bro. Holy.
Mechanics and various related jobs.
We see they don't come with the warrant. They don't have any documentation in their hand.
This woman says they took her 32-year-old cousin, Javier Ramirez, a father of two and a U.S. citizen with no criminal record, according to the family.
He's telling them that he's a U.S. citizen. He's letting them know my passport is in my pocket.
The agents let one of the guys go, but...
Okay, so these guys are Border Patrol. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Javier, they took.
He's diabetic. I don't even know if he had his insulin yet. Has he ate? He hasn't ate.
It's unclear if the agents are with ICE or DHS, some of them wearing Border Patrol uniform insignia. As of Friday afternoon, Homeland Security hadn't responded to the family or if he was wanted for any other crimes.
I'm an American citizen. I want the best for all of us. I feel like there's a due process that we must follow.
They're not only taking so-and-so criminals, they're taking our community.
Now, DHS has still not responded to our requests for answers. I'm Lena Bovin here in Montebello, KTLA 5 News.
And as this week of protests and debate and political theater come to an end finally, we're joined by political analyst Matt Klink tonight. Give us your take on the federalization of the National Guard.
Well, look, it's obviously very controversial. It's an issue where Karen Bass and Governor
Slat says, how do I know if I'm in the OSS? Chat in the OSS, bro. Chat in the OSS on the Locals app. And you'll know. Just log in. XXVG says, these wars were all pre-planned. The Statue of Liberty was built by Freemasons who designed to represent Lucifer. It was funded by the French Messianic Temple in France. Okay. Pop. Monkey Army TV and 7 finally. I gotta download the app still. What's up, bro? You hear about the FBI rescuing 109 traffic kids? Yep, I did. We covered that. One Chest Chucker gave me the link. Let's get a total of 750 OSS members before the stream ends. It's only $4. Like the damn video. Free Palestine. I appreciate that, Virus. Yeah, man. If we can get 750 guys, that would be great. Like I said before, the goal is 10,000 total. 10,000 in the OSS would be fucking awesome. I would literally be able to be 100% self-sustained. We'd be able to do, fund projects and be able to travel with a cameraman and IRL and all that other shit. Especially when I go do these trials. I think you guys would really enjoy if I came, if I brought like Bills or somebody with me to film this stuff whenever I'm in New York City. Because I'm going to go back to New York City for the Diddy trial for sure when there's closing arguments. And I'm also going to go, I might also go to the Karen Reed trial for closing arguments as well. So we'll see depending on the timing. ALX says new to OSS. I appreciate you, man. Jose Ramirez says, Myron, thank you for these streams. I got you, bro. Yeah, man. I want the OSS Army strong. And by the way, guys, after I cover this part right here, I'm going to segue from Council Club over to OSS. So if you guys are watching right now on Council Club, get ready to switch over to OSS.
Governor Newsome have been very, very...
and you don't have to be a paying member to watch on OSS, by the way. Don't worry. You guys can watch completely for free on the OSS. It's just that OSS chat is hilarious. They could put memes in there.
Emotional and anti the federal deployment. Sure. On the federal side, though, on Donald Trump's side, it's his job to defend federal property. He sees that neither of them were defending the buildings downtown nor in West LA, and it's his job to keep them safe. And sadly, while this policy might be unpopular in California, it is popular nationally, just not in.
So this is the National Guard, and then these guys, this is Federal Protective Service, FPS. Okay, they're the ones that run the protect the federal buildings. But the thing is that they're limited, guys. There's only typically maybe 1 or 2 officers really assigned to per government building. If it's a bigger government building, maybe 5 to 10. But they don't have the resources to effectively protect it against mass rioters. So that's why the National Guard were called in to protect these government buildings.
In blue states.
So this week in particular has been become a brawl between President Trump and Governor Newsome. The two, as we all know, often go head to head. And Newsome working to Trump-proof the state. That's one of his things. And then, of course, Trump calling him new scum. And there's,
that's funny, though. Come on, man.
Goes back and forth. Who do you think benefits from this kind of feud the most?
Sure, they both do. Mm-hmm. Gavin Newsome rises to the top of someone who was standing up to Donald Trump. He got nothing but criticism by moving to the middle. He realizes that he's going to get more accolades in the Democratic Party by attacking Donald Trump.
Right.
And Donald Trump attacking California or attacking New York or attacking Boston, it's a winner for him with his base. So they both have incentives to keep this feud going.
What do you think about former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger getting involved in this, saying Republicans and Democrats just can't agree on any good immigration ideas?
He's absolutely right. I mean, look, Arnold Schwarzenegger was minimally a Republican when he was in the governor's chair. But he is right. Ultimately, this is something that Congress needs to solve. The problem is the Democrats want amnesty, and we don't even know how many people are in this country illegally. Right. And the Republicans want border security and no amnesty, and and anybody who compromises gets run over.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear the former governor, if you will, say that about how the Republicans and Democrats are using immigration as a way really to raise money, when they're saying it's your fault, whatever it might be. And then, their supporters are saying, oh, I support that, and donate.
It's a knee-jerk issue that the base on both sides, they are rabid for, and they will fight, as we've seen in the streets.
Yeah, immigration is definitely a very divisive topic, for sure.
We will see it. We will see them fight and squabble.
Now, when you talk to people out in the neighborhoods, they're wondering what happened to that. We're going to go out and get the violent criminals, and now we're seeing people at car washes and stuff. Do you think that's hitting the Trump administration or the Newsome administration in an adverse way?
Well, people have selective memories. Let's not forget.
No.
He said that they were going to go after the criminal illegal aliens first. If you are in this country illegally, you have committed a crime. You have broken the law. Many of these people have deportation orders, and it ramps up to another level. So I don't think they should be going after them first. But you have right now Gavin Newsome and Karen Bass defending felon illegal aliens who have killed or done horrible things to Americans. And it's not,
but what
a good
about
look.
the people that we have in the report with Alina Abovian who have passports in their back pocket
It's
that
totally
are
wrong,
Americans?
totally wrong, and it needs to be fixed. It's disgusting, and it's horrid. And those people, if those people, if they were wrongly detained, I guarantee you there will be a lawyer that will be around to help them. And again, this is the Los Angelinos and Californians have.
Yeah, these niggas are cooked. All right, let's see if we can play this now. This was the guy that got arrested. Bro, this shit's so fucking slow. Oh yeah, and then there was a shooting at in Utah, guys, on this shit as well, which is nuts. For these fucking dumbass protests.
And the investigations are ongoing. We will be able to take a few questions afterwards. I'll turn the time now to Chief Red.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I want to thank Deputy Chief Siebenek and Commander Alma Sweeney from our investigations division for being here with me today. I want to thank all of you for being here as well. First of all, we send our condolences.
Hey guys, do me a favor. Smash that like button, bro. We got almost 4,000 you guys in here. Do me a favor. Smash that like button on YouTube. Let's get up to 3,000 likes, guys. We should be having damn near 100% engagement, man. Okay? I know a lot of you guys might not join the OSS or whatever. That's fine if you can't afford it, or maybe you're not ready now. That's totally cool. Only thing I ask is that you smash the like button so that we can go ahead and grow on the YouTube channel, despite the fact that we are fucking demonetized. So we're gonna keep cooking. Also, just so you guys know, I re-uploaded the debate from yesterday, so it's in better quality and it doesn't have as much lag. I know the stream had some issues with quality or whatever, so you guys should be able to watch it in full with no problems now. Here, I basically re-uploaded it. Here it is. It's debate on ICE, protest immigration in Israel versus Iran, re-upload. So it's here now and it's fixed. So if you guys want to go ahead and check that out, it's there for y'all now. So feel free. Uploaded it a few hours ago. Oh, hold on.
Was arrested by the FBI on an allegation.
Tense confrontations continue as immigration enforcement actions spark confusion and concern.
This is the guy, Oriana, that was arrested.
In communities across the area. KCAL's Rachel Kim reports on 3 operations that happened this morning.
An early morning confrontation between an angry crowd and ICE agents at STG Logistics in Compton. Residents said this was an immigration raid, but ICE has not confirmed if or how many people were taken into custody. During the tense exchange, an unexpected hug took many by surprise.
The lady got to provide her son's passport. Why are you hugging her?
ICE was also conducting an operation in Huntington Park this morning. This is security video from neighbors showing what went down near the intersection of Zoe Avenue and Newell Street. You can see ICE agents on scene, as well as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
She's always dressed up fucking cosplaying, bro.
Members of the National Guard were also reportedly spotted nearby. It's unclear how many arrests were made here. In East LA, the FBI served a search warrant and took a man into custody. This is video shot by a neighbor who says he was woken up by the sound of flashbangs going off at 6 a.m. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley posted a photo on social media this morning saying a man by the name of Alejandro Theodoro Orellana was arrested by the FBI on an allegation of conspiracy to commit civil disorders. We've blurred his face because charges have not been filed against him yet.
Yeah, I was looking. I was looking for the charges, guys. They are not up on Pacer yet. So, I was looking for him as we were as we've been streaming, so that makes sense.
Many neighbors originally thought the operation had to do with immigration.
I thought they were ICE, and I was able to take a glimpse of some of them that have masks on, but it's only when I zoomed in I saw the back labeled FBI, just in shock.
Activists walked through the neighborhood handing out flyers to let people know their rights in case there is immigration action. Rachel Kim, KCAL News.
Crews are cleaning up today after a Whittier hotel and...
All right. Let's get back to the madness in Utah.
Is to the family of the individual who was deceased at the hospital last night, and also for
turn the volume for you guys.
By this event. No one should fear coming to a demonstration, peaceful and lawful demonstration in our city. And what happened last night was sudden and alarming.
That's their audio chat, not me.
And not representative of our values here in Salt Lake City.
We got about 7,000 of you guys in here, man. Welcome to the stream. You guys could be anywhere else but Jiro, me, man. Happy to have you guys here, man. We're slowly growing. Like I said before, the goal for this year is 10K watching live every time, going live at 5. And obviously, also, we want to hit 10,000 on the OSS as well. Because that is the community, guys. That is how we're going to be able to stay independent. So nobody can tell us shit, goddammit. So I can say and do whatever the fuck I want to do, man. So that's how we get the freedom.
Or in our state here, Utah. In the coming days, we'll learn more as the investigation progresses, but we will provide a few more details today. But before I do that, I just want to thank again the brave men and women of the Salt Lake City Police Department and our allied agencies for their response to this sudden and unanticipated action that occurred. Our teams acted with courage and professionalism and responded very quickly in the middle of a lot of chaos. As one of our officers said today, when you think we talk about all the time officers running toward gunfire, and that's exactly what happened last night. And one of our officers said, it's easy to run toward gunfire when you're with highly trained and well-coordinated officers. And so this is representative of what our Salt Lake City officers and our allied agencies are willing to do every day for the public. Going into the details of the investigation today.
I'm going to read chats here in a second, guys. Just want to get the gist on with this shooting that happened in Utah at one of these immigration protests, these No King protests in Salt Lake City.
Always subject to change. As the march permitted through downtown, a sergeant assigned to our motor squad heard gunfire and called it out. Officers on the ground secured the scene and began searching for the threats. When they arrived, they found a man down with a gunshot wound and began life-saving efforts. 2 SWAT medics were on scene very quickly and provided those life-saving efforts until Salt Lake City Fire and Gold Cross ambulance arrived and proceeded to take the individual into their care. Despite their efforts, the victim did die at the hospital. And out of respect for the victim and their family, I won't be releasing the name here, but it will be released later today. Our preliminary investigation shows that our victim was not the intended target, but rather an innocent bystander participating in the demonstration. Shortly after the shooting, officers and detectives were flagged down near 100 South, 200 East, and there they found a man later identified as 24-year-old Arturo Gamboa. He had a minor gunshot wound and was hiding in a group of people. At the time of his arrest, officers also recovered an AR-15 style rifle, a gas mask, and a backpack. Gamboa was treated and later booked into jail on a charge of murder. At the time of the incident, we also detained 2 other individuals. These individuals were wearing high visibility neon vests and were armed and possibly part of the event's peacekeeping team. Based on early witness statements, these men saw Gamboa separate from the crowd at one point during the march and move behind a wall where they noticed him pull out a rifle and begin manipulating it. Gamboa was then confronted by these 2 men. Witnesses say Gamboa raised the weapon in a firing position and began running toward the crowd. One of the individuals fired 3 rounds, striking Gamboa and tragically striking the man who later died. We are less than 24 hours into this investigation. There's still a lot of questions to be answered, and we will continue to update you as we learn more and the investigation progresses. What we do know is that this incident unfolded very quickly. It was chaotic, but it was resolved very quickly thanks to our officers, to many residents and citizens and community members who assisted the police in making notifications and pointing out individuals and being very good.
All right, so crazy shit going on over there. Re-upload if you guys want to check it out as well. Where was I? Oh, okay. So I'll come back to this later on. Where was I gonna go with this? There was something I wanted to show you, ninjas. Oh, let me read some of these chats real fast. Give me 1 sec, guys. All right, so we got here. XXVG says Islamic world falling into a trap. Okay, Dupe says just joined OSS. Happy to support Myron as a Turkish American. I've been thinking about World War III being united Middle East versus Zionist West. What do you think? Turkey, Iran, Paki, etc. versus Israel. Who do you think would win? Hopefully, let's not hope that happens, bro. That would be just horrible for all of the parties. Zionists are getting played out by the coveted 33-degree Freemasons who worship Lucifer, follow the money. America is not a free country for the New World to become. They have to reduce population by 500 million. Georgia Guidestones. Okay. Okay. XX, can you please write shorter chats, bro? You yap it right now. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Thanks for what you do, Myron. Appreciate that, Ryan Reed. Biggie says, did you see that 2 lawmakers in Minnesota got shot? Yes, I covered that earlier. Majin Boo. Myron, I talked to Gypsy Crusader about him doing a stream with you yesterday. He said he'd be down. Sounded really positive about it. All right. Well, we'll figure something out. Let's see here. Yeah, so basically X is talking about the Rothschilds have intermarriages with royal family, royal deities, Naphtali for the Jays, Denmark. Okay. The Z Jews are controlled by the Freemason Lucifer worshippers. Okay. Keith McAustin says, I've been watching you for a long time. I just found out that my wife's grandmother is out there protesting. No King SMSHM. Okay. Let's see here. And then we got here, St. Francis sent him $50. He said, hey, Myron, can you tell the people the price tag of saving a religious 304, let alone a hood and ratchet one? Check this transformation on X. Yeah, this is an interesting thing he sent me here. So look at this, guys. You got this ghetto-ass girl saying the transformation, right? Let's go ahead and play this for you, ninjas. This got it crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Before Christ. Hold on, is there no sound? Oh, it's unmuted. What the fuck? Why is the audio so fucked? Bro. Alright, I'm muting this shit. Alright, y'all can see, look, chick is ratchet as hell, guns, being a 304, doing drugs, partying, being a thought, in a music video with guns. Right? Cooked, man. And then, yeah, guys, this is the worst. You already know, 304. And then she gets baptized. All right, man. This music is fucking... let me refresh this shit. Maybe that's why it's fucked up. Nope, it's just fucked up. All right, we'll fast forward to the other part. She gets baptized. And she's a changed woman now. Look, good for her for finding God, bro. Oh, this nigga simp. So, look, it's good that she found God, chat. But the reality is, bro, like, you know, if a girl goes ahead and finds God, that's great for her, but it's not going to be good for you as the husband, bro. It's not, man. Rescuing girls after they, you know, reform or 304s almost never works, man. So, yeah, not a good move. Should be a law that if you're down immigrants, you have to house a family. Watch how fast them change their mind. Okay. That's from 11. It's funny how after Christ she got fat. Facts. After she found Christ, she started eating, I guess. Yeah, bro, this shit's absolutely wild. But yeah, bro, like, look, again, I want to be clear about this. If a girl finds God, that's great, right? But it's not your duty or your responsibility to wife up that girl, okay? And I'm telling you guys, they are going to make life very difficult for you, okay? Girls that are reformed 304s, they always reserve the right to go back to being a 304, okay? So, yeah, man. Good for her. She built a connection with God, but that doesn't mean that you got to be involved. All right, bro? It's not a good idea to get with one of these Reform 304s, chat. It's not a good idea. Let's see here. Let's let me see here. Make sure I didn't miss any of you guys on anything. Myron, until you incorporate spirituality, UFOs, and reptilians into the equation, you're always going to be a mere pro wrestling reporter. This is all fake. Reptilians run the world. Facts. Anyway, incredible. All right, so let's check this out from Patrick Bet David.
I can't stand this regime. Yes.
What the fuck? Why is the audio so cooked? What the hell? All right, chat. I might have to restart my mixer. Let me restart this shit, chat. Give me 1 sec. All right. I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
They've caught the only thing that's been persistent and consistent.
Does this sound bad for you guys too? Do you guys hear that static? Or is it just me? If it's just me, it's fine. But do you guys hear the static too? No, I didn't change the video speed.
Then is the following.
Let me try refreshing this shit.
Yes, I can't stand this regime.
All right, let me try closing everything then. That might be what it is. It's probably, I don't know if it's the mixer. Static, yes, matrix attack. Okay, 1-800-BILLS. Okay, bro. All right, let me close some of this shit out real fast. Let me make sure I have some of these tabs saved. All right, we read most of the shit anyway. All right, let me close some of these tabs out, ninjas. Give me 1 sec, bro. What the fuck, man? I'm gonna close some of this shit out. Bear with me, ninjas. Oh, no, not close that one out. Close some of this stuff out real quick, ninjas. I got so many fucking tabs open. Holy. Okay. All right. Let me try opening it back up again, chat. Bear with me, ninjas. Let's see if this works. All right, that looks like it's fine. All right, let's go back on Twitter. Let me bear with me, guys. Actually, I'll just go back to my profile. All right.
I can't stand this.
All right, there we go. We're good to go. Sorry about that, chat. We back in business, though. We are back in business, my ninjas. We are back. There's no stopping the train.
Regime. Yes, they've caught the only thing that's been persistent.
What's up, my guy? Why don't you pick a name once a day in chat? As many people send one to the winner, starting with me. LOL, 3K a day for winning winner, for a lucky winner.
And consistent is the following. When the Shah was in Iran, did Israel already exist?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, guys, before we get into this, guys, I'm going to close out the Castle Club. I'm going to close out the Castle Club stream. So come on over to OSS, ninjas. Come on over to OSS. Okay. I'm going to give you the link so you guys can watch the stream on OSS. So nothing changes. If you're watching live on Castle Club, come on over and watch on the OSS. Okay, guys, slowly migrating over I'll read these chats that came in before. But Zero says, joined, but how do I change my CC to 17? All right, I'm going to have Noble talk about this tomorrow when we're on stream. Remind me, guys. I'll have Noble talk about this on stream. Answer these questions. Signing up now. Shout out to you, Zero. How long is the discount going to go? Up until probably July 1st for OSS. One chat says, in light of the tragic shooting at the No Kings protest Salt Lake City, their peacekeeper shot a man with a rifle, killing a bystander. How do you think agencies should balance public safety and political freedom, especially when tensions around the U.S. support Israeli influence around protest narratives? It's a good question, bro. Very, very good question. Guys, come on over to the OSS. I'm going to be ending the Castle Club stream. Okay? Ending the Castle Club stream. Oh, shit. Hold on. There we go. Wrong link. My bad, chat. Let me give you the right one. There it is. That's the link. So Castle Club guys, go on over to OSS. All right, I'm ending the Castle Club stream now. Ending it now, guys. Come on over. I don't know why you're saying L. Like, bro, I'm separating the two. It's two different things, man.
Yes or no? Was Israel causing chaos? Was there war in the Middle East? Let me say this one more time. When Iran was ran by the Shah, what year was the Shah of Iran? What years did he run Iran?
53 through 79. I think.
Okay, 53 is the oil consortium, so 54 is the oil consortium.
41
to 79.
Oh, wow.
Because he started at 21 years old, young man, right? 41 to 79. When did Israel become a nation?
48. Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. Why is it that between 48 to 79, while the Shah was the king of Iran, running Iran, why is it for 31 years there is no major war in the Middle East? Why is that? So to the people that want to say it's all Israel's fault, how come there wasn't that in Iran for 31 years? I'm curious. Answer that question for me. And why is it from 79?
There were wars. I'll show you guys this in a second.
When the mullahs, the Hezbollahs, the IRGC, all these guys, the Khomeinis, all of them took over. Why has there...
Oh, what the fuck? Bro.
UK wanted it and MI6. To the people that want to say it's all Israel's fault,
shout out to all you guys in OSS that just came on over. You got 100 plus in there strong. Shout out to you guys.
How come there wasn't that in Iran for 31 years? I'm curious. Answer that question for me. And why is it from 79, when the mullahs, the Hezbollahs, the IRGC, all these guys, the Khomeinis, all of them took over, why has there been chaos in the Middle East in 79? Whose fault is that? America's been consistent. And yes, I know America wanted the oil from Iran. And yes, I know UK wanted it and MI6 and CIA and all this stuff. And yes, I also am aware that the Shah didn't trust Israel. The Shah didn't trust, you know, what they were doing with media and finance and the ambition and the level and the control and the influence and all that stuff. He knew what was going on there. He wanted to compete with them. He didn't see himself as a victim. He's like, we're going to be doing the same thing. And I'm like, wait a minute, this guy's too ambitious and he thinks he can go up against all of us. Let's take this guy out. We need chaos in the Middle East. Oh, shit. Even Israel being involved, let's just say for Iran and the Shah fallen, there is chaos now in the Middle East. On who, though? On who, though? Who did that? So, yeah, for me, the most consistent thing behind the chaos in the Middle East has been Iran.
Terrible take, PBD. Terrible, terrible fucking take. And look, bro, the Shah been dead, just move on. Right? And actually, Jackson actually wrote a very good response to this, and I'm going to show you guys it. Jackson Hinkle. Let's see. Well, also, Hussein wrote a good one. Israel never caused chaos while the Shah ruled Iran 1941 to 1979, lying. 1948, War of Independence. Israel fights 5 Arab states, 750,000 Palestinians expelled. 1956, Suez Canal crisis. I told you guys about the Suez Canal crisis. 67, the Six-Day War. Israel attacks Egypt, Syria, Jordan, occupies Gaza. 1967, 1970, War of Attrition, years of Egypt-Israeli conflict. 1973, Yom Kippur War. That's where we got involved with Nixon. And then Israel invades Lebanon, 1978. So, you know, Israel's definitely been the main problem here. for many. And then let me go here to Jackson, one of his replies, because he had a very good reply here. Oh, shit. Tel Aviv got hit 11 seconds ago. Oh, wow. And guys, right now, what time is it in time? Okay, 4:30 in the morning. So Iran hits Israel typically at night, so they can't see where they're launching the ship from. Shout out to all you guys watching on OSS. I love you guys, man. Again, if you guys are watching the show on OSS, I'm going to find a way, because somebody asked me, you had a good question here. On lunch break from Nigas Groper, so you know what it is, O/all day. Glad that you're on your lunch break. Zamara says, hey, Myron, OSS stream doesn't allow you to cast the stream to your TV. I can cast it on JTube and come here for the chat. That's cool. That's fine. I'll be up on YouTube for a bit. Trippy6 says, and that's why I stay on YouTube despite the fact that they don't pay me, because I know for a lot of you guys it's wildly convenient. So that's fine. You know, like I said before, especially if you guys are OSS members and you guys are watching on YouTube, but you're still supporting me and you guys are in the chat, because you guys got like a little community there where you guys go crazy. Trippy says, hey, what happened to the CC Reddit now that was made a few weeks ago? I subbed to it, but I can't find it. I don't know. I think they might have, I don't know, man. The whole Reddit's a whole other story. King Greatness 123. Hey, Myron, when do you plan on bringing on the CIGO you had last year? And the CC is still 17. Yeah, CC 17 is still $17. I think Andrew Bustamante will be here next month, guys. Reptilians run the world. Shut your dumb ass up. Yeah, I know, TJ. Patrick Bet David, nigga said Patrick Bet Davids. Okay, bro, that's funny. Amron, I just can't fuck with you enough. All the help and value that you bring to the community and to people who ever had anyone in their corner, you are the example ascribed to become. I'm here to support you in your mission. God bless and Godspeed. Thank you so much, Zero Cool, for joining the OSS, man. This is the best way to support me by far. 4D Nick says, Myron, until you incorporate spirituality. Oh, no, this is the weird reptilian nigga. I saw someone asked me to get Castle Club chats on this, or not Castle Club, OSS chats on the screen. I'll find a way to do it. Right now, they're on screen right now. If you're watching on Rumble, guys, actually do show the chats on screen. It's only when you're watching on YouTube that you can't see it. Or on Kick. You also can't see it on Kick. But if you're watching on Rumble or on the OSS, you absolutely can see the chat on screen. So, no worries, my friend. No worries. Let me see here. Oh, you guys can see it on Kick too? Nah, y'all can't see it on Kick. Can y'all? I'm looking at my Kick right now. I don't see it. I think they can only see it on Rumble, bro. I don't even think they can see it on YouTube. Because right now, for example, I got a banner up on the screen that shows the chat. But I don't think they can see it on YouTube or on or any of the other ones. Let me look here. Yeah, nah, y'all can't see it. No way. I don't think so. Yeah, no, they can see it on Rumble only and OSS, I think. Let me double check this shit. Yeah, so on Rumble you can see it. And on... So Rumble and OSS you can see it, but you can't see it on YouTube, Kick, or Twitter even. I think you can't see it. So yeah. All right. So yeah, Tel Aviv just got hit, chat. That's crazy. Look at that. Three minutes ago, Haifa oil refinery has been hit. Shit. Haifa. That's up in northern Israel, chat. Okay, 3 minutes ago, Tel Aviv is being hit by Iran. Never again. Fuck the Zionist pigs. Let them rockets. We in this bitch be zaddy. Boogeyman says, just join OSS Annual. You missed my Rumble rant from earlier, but I'll send it again. here. I'm looking forward to the new merch to drop so I can wear it at the gym. I usually get compliments from wearing FNF merch. Oh, F Punisher shirt. Cool. Will the GTA theme FNF hoodie ever be put on the merch store? Also, you fucking my profile pic? LMAO. Yeah, you guys are going to like the OSS stuff for sure. Bro, we got you paused. No way you'll be left alone. Thank you so much, GC. With all the screen time you be having, might as well lock in that iPad kid title. At this rate, Myron gonna need glasses. Okay, bro. Shout out to High RA. Just joined the OSS. Niga's Groiper said, heading back to work. Pray for my wallet, lads. All right, nigga. You guys are saying that you can see it on screen? Like, no, but I mean, like, I know you guys can see the chat on screen. Hold on, let me see here. Yeah, no, he's not saying, guys. The guy suggested he wants the super chats to be shown on screen, not just the chat on the left hand side. That's why he wants us to be able to see like the stuff. That's what he meant, like see the super chats on screen, not just the regular chats. That's what he's asking. But this is Tel Aviv right now, and when you guys see those explosions in the air, that's an interceptor hitting a missile. Can we get an interview with Jackson Hinkle? Yeah, I'll talk with him, Fierce. I was talking with him the other day, actually, so I'll hit him up again. Guys, do me a favor. We got 4,000 plus you guys watching on YouTube. Smash that fucking like button. All right? YouTube ain't paying me to be here, those motherfuckers. So the best way for us to stick it back to them is, number one, you join the OSS. Number two, smash that like video. Smash the like on the video. You guys are getting the best fucking commentary on what's going on in the Middle East right here, baby. You guys know it. Okay? So just smash that like button on YouTube. That's all I ask. Let's see what else is going on here. So Haifa power plant hit. Iranian ballistic missiles hit directly Tel Aviv. Crazy shit, man. Yep, missiles are raining down on Israel right now, man. Missiles from Iran heading towards Israel. Look, see, they're getting a notification. So as we speak, guys, Israel's getting hit. More Iranian strike just launched towards Israel. Holy. All right, let me okay, let me show you the response that Jackson Hinkle wrote. Oh shit. Okay. It was earlier this morning, so I'll find it for you guys. Bear with me real quick, ninjas. Because he wrote a very well thought out response that actually covered all the problems and all the wars the Shah actually did get involved in. As you guys can see, Jackson is very active on Twitter. Which you guys should give him a follow. Covers a lot of stuff going on in the Middle East as well as Europe. Holy, my man's been putting in that work, though. I respect it, man. I respect it. God damn. Dumbass Rabbi Shmuley. Only a Zionist would wish somebody happy birthday and demand a gift. That's kind of funny. I ain't gonna lie. Let me see here. He wrote it this morning, guys. And I'm gonna give you guys the link to read it yourselves because it's a very long response, but it's very well thought out and it's very, very true. So, oh yeah, look, you guys can see here. Netanyahu, this is him earlier today to assess the damage in Tel Aviv. Here he is. Everybody thought he was in Greece, but he's actually in Israel. So God damn it. Where the hell did it go? Oh, my God. Okay. Because Patrick actually responded. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is it right here. Okay. Jackson, aside from me mentioning the shot, what part of the message do you have a problem with? And then, bam, here's his response. Very long, but very good. Okay? Here you guys go. He kind of, did he ratio me? I think he destroyed him ratio-wise. Yeah. 107, and then this chick ended up getting like 3.3K. So, yeah, here's the, I'll give you guys a link so you guys can read it on your free time, but this was a very good response by Jackson, showing all the bullshit that the Shah was involved in, right? But to summarize it for you guys, because I read through this earlier, basically the Shah gave away Iran's sovereignty when it comes to control of their oil industry, gave it to the Western powers, allowed the Western powers to basically control a lot of the infrastructure, a lot of the businesses in Iran, and that led to a lot of problems, okay? So there's the link for you guys if you guys want to go ahead and read through it. But he goes in detail into all this stuff. All right. You guys want me to read it to y'all? Bro, it's long. It's very long. All right, fine. I'll read it to you, bitch ass niggas. Some of you guys can't read. All right, give me 1 sec. Let me get an energy drink and I'll read it to y'all niggas. Fine. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll read it then, okay? Okay? Give me 1 sec. All right, niggas, the show goes on. All right, let's go through this. So, as you guys can see here, right? Just to give you guys a quick little reminder.
Yes, they've called.
This is Patrick's position real fast.
The only thing that's been persistent and consistent is the following. When the Shah was in Iran, did Israel already exist?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Was Israel causing chaos? Was there war in the Middle East? Let me say this one more time. When Iran was ran by the Shah, what year was the Shah of Iran? What years did he run Iran?
53 through 79. I think.
Okay, 53 is the oil consortium, so 54 is the oil consortium. 41 to 79.
Oh, wow.
Because he started at 21 years old, young.
Right, and then basically here's his stance.
For Iran and the Shah fallen, there is chaos now in the Middle East. On who, though? On who, though? Who did that? So, yeah, for me, the most consistent thing behind the chaos in the Middle East has been Iran.
Okay, that's his position, right? That Iran has been the most consistent denominator when it comes to chaos across the Middle East. And Jackson says, disagrees. And he goes, you claim there was no major war in the Middle East during the Shah's rule, which is patently false. Yom Kippur War, 1973, Six-Day War, 67, Suez Canal Crisis, 56, Arab-Israeli War, 48. You also claim Iran was not heavily involved in any major way in the Middle East under the Shah, which is also patently false. Iran fought direct and proxy wars to confront pan-Arabism and Arab nationalism, protect Red Sea shipping lanes for the U.S. and UK, protect the Strait of Hormuz for Western oil corporations, weaken Soviet-aligned states, and to weaken supporters of Palestinian liberation groups. Not to mention, the Shah's SWAT fought a war on the Iranian people to silence dissent, protect Western financial interests, and maintain Iran's position as a geopolitical pawn. And SWAT Iran, right, basically was it was a security service, was a secret police of the Imperial State of Iran, established in 1957, operated until 1979, Islamic Revolution, playing a significant role in the Pahlavi dynasty security apparatus. Okay, so basically it was a secret police that went after dissenters. Okay? That's what the SWAT is. For starters, the 1953 coup in Iran to install the Shah, which the U.S. and UK and Israel orchestrated, which is this right here, guys, as I told you guys before, Operation Ajax, which I talked about in my tweet, right, where they, basically got Mohammed Mossadegh out of there because he wanted to nationalize oil, the oil industry, for Iran's benefit, so the British couldn't have that. So The 1953 coup, what I told you guys, Operation Ajax, resulted in hundreds of deaths, shelling, looting, the loss of all sovereignty, and suppression of dissent. After the coup, Iran became one of the only Muslim-majority states in the world to recognize Israel and allow for the opening of an Israeli trade office in the capital. Between the 1960s to 1975, the Shah led skirmishes, backed by the U.S., UK, and Israel, on the Iraqi border to weaken Iraq, which was a Soviet-aligned Arab nationalist state. The Shah's Iran was used to reduce Soviet leverage in the Persian Gulf, a key oil region. This was supported by the U.S., UK, and Israel. Between 1961 to 1975, the Shah waged proxy war in Iraq by supporting the Kurdish rebellion alongside the U.S. and Israel in an effort to destabilize Iraq's Ba'athist government, which was a Soviet ally and Arab nationalist power. Preoccupied with the rebellion, Iraq was less able to support Arab wars against Israel. Iran acted as a conduit for U.S. and Israeli aid, provided bases and weapons to the Kurds, and used U.S.-supplied arms to shell Iraqi positions. Between 1973 to 1976, the Shah deployed 4,000 Iranian troops to aid the UK's former colonial power of Oman in securing oil routes in the Strait of Hormuz for the U.S. and UK. Okay, let me show you guys real quick where the Strait of Hormuz is. Vital pathway for oil. I had a map here. Okay, let me go here. Man, we're really getting education in today, huh? I got y'all ninjas, though. So here's the Strait of Hormuz, okay, guys? All right, in the Persian Gulf. And as you guys can see here, something like 20 to 30% of the world's oil goes through this strait. And Iran is threatening to shut this bitch down if Israel was to attack their oil capabilities, oil refining capabilities. Let's go back here. Okay. Iran helped Osman's Sultan Tabriz, who was a British agent, in crushing the Marxist Darfur Liberation Front, which was backed by South Yemen and Soviet bloc. So, guys, basically the Shah did whatever the West wanted when he was in power. In the 1970s, the Shah led a proxy war in tandem with the U.S. and Saudi Arabia to support North Yemen's royalist government against the Soviet and Chinese-aligned Marxist South Yemen. This conflict helped the U.S. and UK secure Red Sea shipping routes, as well as helped Israel weaken South Yemen, who was a strong ally of Palestinian liberation groups and Arab nationalism. Okay. And obviously, here's the Red Sea right here, guys. And then obviously here is Yemen. Okay. So that's what he's referring to. This is also another very important trading route as well. The biggest war of all under the Shah was the West War on Iranian sovereignty. Under the Shah, 60% of Iran's industrial investments were financed by foreign capital, including the World Bank. This landed Iran with a $9 billion in foreign aid debt by 1978. As a result of the massive sums of debt Iran incurred to the Western financial powers, all key foreign and domestic policy decisions in Iran required Western approval. Economic plans, oil and gas policy, trade, land policy, foreign policy, military engagement, infrastructure projects, and even the Shah's cabinet appointments were all dictated by the U.S., British, and Israeli advisors. The lack of sovereignty culminated in the 1964 Status of Forces Agreement, which granted U.S. military personnel immunity from all Iranian laws. We'll go ahead and put this in real quick so you guys can see. Oh, do they not have it here? Oh, well, okay, I guess they don't have it here. Under the Shah, the previously nationalized Anglo-Iranian Oil Company was privatized and sold off to British Petroleum, Standard Oil, Royal Dutch Shell, and other Western interests. Iran lost operational control of their own oil to Western powers. Iran was forced to funnel their remaining oil revenues through Western banks, cutting off Iran's ability to independently reinvest in development. The Shah also sold off huge contracts in gas refining, shipping, and infrastructure to Western firms. The Shah was also forced to supply Israel with Iranian oil, allowing Israel to bypass the Arab boycotts. Formerly state-owned enterprises like banks and utilities were also privatized. The privatization of land under the Shah was intrinsically tied to Western corporations and big agriculture, which undermined local farmers. The Shah was also forced to spend billions on grossly overpriced U.S. and British arms. The Iranian people's wealth was in effect stolen by Lockheed and Boeing. The Shah's secret police, which was trained by the CIA, MI6, and Mossad, suppressed all dissent, targeted communists, nationalists, and Islamists, eroding civil liberties and eliminating Iran's sovereignty. Holy shit, bro, I ain't gonna lie. This nigga Jackson was cooking. This nigga was cooking. So, yeah, I really don't really have much to say there. Yeah, that's a mic drop moment right there. Bro hit Falcon punch. You hit PBD with that Falcon punch, bro. God damn. So, anyway, let's go ahead and see here the latest. I think this guy right here has been doing live coverage.
Bartleby Finnegan over there on Twitch, and Potato Enjoyer, and Magua, and Oxytropus, and KWWB, and Mario Gasolino. Yeah, I can only use... Mario said Al Arabiya had a live shot of the fire at a Haifa power plant. I don't know if it was a power plant or a refinery. I think there might be there. I haven't seen it confirmed. I can only use the stuff I have the rights to. But if I might get something else soon. If I do, I'll put it up there. Thank you, Mario. And she's...
All right, let's jump on in on Twitter. Let's go back to the Twitter space because there have been some developments. So let's go back in there, see what's going on. Breaking violent explosions in Tel Aviv. Let's jump in, guys.
Obviously, we don't know who the target was, right?
No. Yo, and you guys better smash that fucking like button. And on YouTube, if you guys are watching on YouTube, I need you guys to smash the like button. I need you guys to also join the OSS. You guys are getting the best fucking coverage of what's going on right now, right here from your boy. So the only thing I ask in return is if you're watching on YouTube, smash the like button. If you really love me, you'll go ahead and you'll join the OSS so that I can continue this fucking fight and keep going despite the fact that I am demonetized on YouTube, these motherfuckers. And, you know, I'll stay streaming on here for free for you guys on YouTube, even though these guys are, you know, I don't fucking get any AdSense revenue or whatever. They're robbing me blind. So, yeah.
Have failed. There are some various Mossad agents within Iran have been caught. There's probably
and I see you guys going crazy in OSS chat. I fucking love y'all, man.
A network of Mossad agents in Iran. I was studying more up on that. So that's been their key advantage in any of the attacks they've done. They've been internal strikes, not from the F-35s. 3 of them got struck. And I think they'll be very hesitant to launch too many aerial strikes for now until they have to. And even then, they'll probably do it from a distance, which will give Iran plenty of time to knock
my
down.
God, what have I just seen? I just saw this on Twitter. I just tweeted it. I post-tweeted it. It was crazy.
Holy
the last two, like, Hussein, go through them. It's crazy. Myron, thanks for joining us. You're right in the middle of the biggest attack on Israel today.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Jackson, I saw he was posting some stuff. Tel Aviv. Haifa's on fire right now, which for those that are unaware, Haifa is a huge strategic port for Israel. So they're absolutely trying to cripple Israel's ability to make money just like they've done to the Iranian regime for so long. So this is fucking unprecedented, man. Absolutely wild.
Guys, look at sorry to cut you off, Myron. Look at that video I just put up in the nest. That is a crazy missile strike.
Wow, that is a crazy missile. Oh my God.
Oh shit. Yo.
There's just so much coming out. It's hard to keep up.
Hey, can I just say welcome to my friend Noah? I think operating under the whale coin.
Bruh, Israel is cooked. Bro, what the fuck? Yo! Holy shit. Bruh. Guys, I'm pretty sure that's a hypersonic missile right there. What the fuck, dude? Yo! And guys, this is Haifa right here. I want to show you guys on a map where it is. And the reason why Haifa is very important, chat, is because obviously this is a huge port for them, huge strategic port for them. So a lot of their trade is done at this port, man. So the fact that Haifa's on fire right now is nuts. Wow. I got to see that missile strike again.
Like they all do. I literally joke with the guy. I said, "Oh, if you're Fidgetal's friend, then you know, if I know now, I would have watched. You know, would have been watching out." But Zayas be Zayas. They play victim all the time. I think it's because he can't. I think it's because he can't get into his bunker.
He's missing out the dance party the Truth was talking about.
There's a picture. There's a tweet in the nest from Sully guys. The power plant. A photo of the power plant in Haifa on fire.
where he's going back to his
I
dad's
posted the building in Tel Aviv. I just can't remember what I posted now.
Hey, have we got any like military experts in here? Is this a hypersonic missile chat? This looks like a hypersonic missile to me. I don't know. That shit's coming in fast. Bam! Holy! Bro. We gotta see that one more time.
You guys look at that. You guys look at that tweet. And that looks like a targeted assassination right there in that building.
All right, someone in the chat said it's a hypersonic. Yeah, no audio to tell. I'll play it again for you guys. I'll put the audio on for you guys. Actually, you know what? Let me. Yeah, I'm gonna play the audio for you guys again right now, so y'all can hear.
The building. Oh my God! Another one of Tel Aviv being hit. It's just I'm finding it difficult. Not difficult. It's easy. The bit that slowed me down is the when it actually posts. It takes ages.
Holy shit, bro!
Another one gone.
Yeah, let me know, chat.
Joe, jump in.
Anyone that's like a bomb or missile expert or whatever, let me know what you guys think, if that's a hypersonic.
It's a video of a journalist who said he worked for the AP in Gaza from 2007 to 2011, and that Hamas would make him edit his stories, and that when he brought that up to his editor, that they told him that all the other sister agencies also needed to do the same. I went and looked into him. He moved to Israel in like the early 2000s. He's Israeli. He led the Jewish community in Toronto, in Canada. This is who their guy is. So if any of you guys see this video going around that the AP is controlled by Hamas somehow, just comment, please. Matt Friedman is an Israeli. I might not want to trust him. Because they're all sharing it. Like it's right now, like everyone's sharing it.
What's the account name?
Guys, I don't want to cut you off. I just have to get through these tweets real quick in the nest. There's two videos in the nest. The first one was breaking Tel Aviv hit, and it shows a significant damage to some building structures. And then the last one is fire breaks out after Iranian missiles hit a power plant in Haifa.
Oh my God! What have I just seen?
More incoming. I think we might.
This is like an apocalypse. This is literally the worst video I've ever seen in terms of like visually.
Your brother was saying you're supposed to give us a description, like you know what I mean, like what's happening, not just read the title blindly. This is doing a better job than that.
True. You're doing a great job, Hussein.
Holy shit, man.
Bro, there's a guy called...
Are they just counting Haifa over and over? Is Haifa like the main target?
No. There's like 6 or 7 targets. I think I posted like 10 posts ago, 15 posts ago.
Bro.
But yeah, the major destruction is Haifa and Tel Aviv, what I'm seeing now. This is crazy. This is literally what I'm posting now. I think is like visually is the most shocking video I'm posting.
It's gonna come up in the nest. There it is. So breaking an apocalypse.
That fireball's huge.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. That is next level right there.
Bruh.
Bro, I'm not exaggerating, right? It's mental.
Whoa.
Explain it.
Yeah, I mean, guys, if you look at the video, you guys can see the giant fireball. I mean, this look for what Iran's doing right now with just ballistic missiles and hypersonic missiles. This is like F-35 level bombings, and they're not even using jets. They're just using ballistic missiles from 1,200 miles away. It's crazy.
Shout out to
So I've just been.
Shout out to Three Diglets, bro. This nigga's hilarious. He goes in and he says, "I'm fucking scared, bro. This shit is nuts. I'ma stop telling bitches to show tits."
aerial refueling tankers have departed from air bases across the U.S. and appearing to be...
Bro, this nigga's stupid, man. Dude said, I'm fucking scared, bro. This shit is nuts. I'm gonna stop telling bitches to show tits, man. Thank you, 3 Niglets, man. Oh, you always come in with the funny-ass comments. DJ Chris says, that state causing a big divide in MAGA. I always thought this was going to be a problem. Just join. You going hard, Myron. Hey, bro, I got y'all, man. You guys already know you're going to get the most honest reporting here. There's currently 30 United States fighter jets refuelers, KC-135s and KC-45s en route to the Middle East, all departed within the last hour. You can see it on Flight Radar 24. America is at war. It's no longer covert. Holy shit. Just want to let you know your recent response about the PBD video actually went to PBD's parody account, not the official one. I know, but it's still his. It doesn't matter. Even though it's his parody account that posted it, it was still PBD that said it on the podcast. So it doesn't matter if it's a parody Twitter account. Fuck yeah, read that bitch now with the SS chat, mofos. Charlie Boy says, I like watching PBD. They got a lot of good guests and topics. He claims that his platform is for hearing both sides of any topic, but doesn't bring anyone opposing Israel. Can't trust the guy after that. Vinny is the only one there that tries to bring them boys up, but it seems like they don't let him give his full opinion when it comes up. Looking forward to seeing you on Unusual Suspects, Myron. I don't know if they'll let me on, chat, but we'll see. When is OSS merch supposed to drop? Also, I order FNF stuff over a month and still have received them. Yeah, bro, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Spring, man. These dudes are fucking trash. Because we use another third party. So, yeah, but the OSS stuff is going to be dropping next month. Next month. All right, let's get back to the breaking stuff, guys.
Hands on deck for America. You guys, most of you sat on this panel, you Joey, you Ian, all of you Nathan, your government is actually going to attack Iran. Brother Hussein. Casey.
Oh my God, what am I seeing? You will be shocked at this next video. It is crazy. It's literally like a movie scene. It's crazy.
Is that the one I posted in the nest, Sully?
Nah, bro. That's like the end result, but this is like crazy. It's all up in fire.
Yeah, this is massive.
Bro, this is mad.
Just real quickly, I got a quote I want to quote real quick. So this is an Israeli media. It's been quoted as saying, when you emerge from the shelter, you will witness the complete victory that Bibi Netanyahu promised us adoring the squares of Tel Aviv.
Is that supposed to be satire, like a joke or something?
This is Netanyahu here, guys.
I realized when I did my British sarcastic jokes, they never understood it. So it's just a language thing, but it's called sarcasm, that go. Americans are not aware of it.
All right, we'll come back. I'm going to join the space again, but let's look at some of this shit right here. This is Netanyahu earlier today, chat. He posted this on his Twitter account. Now the audio turned on. Look at that, bro. That's Tel Aviv, chat. Fire says, bro, where the fuck is Ben Shapiro? Bro, Ben Shapiro's shitting his pants right now, bro. That's what's going on. So, like I said, Z said before, there's 30 plus United States fighter jets refuelers en route to the Middle East. Holy shit. Bro. Chat, shit's about to get real, man. Holy fuck. Cooked. Wow.
אני נמצא פה בבת ים עם כוחות פיקוד העורף, כוחות
Hey, any of you guys that can speak Hebrew in here, can you guys translate this shit for us?
ההצלה. בשם עם ישראל כולו אני מביע צער על אובדן הנפש שקרה כאן, וליבנו ממשפחות. צריך וחשוב להישמע להנחיות פיקוד העורף, כמי ששמע וביצע את הנחיות פיקוד העורף והיה במרחב מוגן, ניצל, ומי שלא, לצערנו, נפגע. אנחנו פה כי אנחנו במערכה קיומית שהיום מובנת לכל אזרחי ישראל. תחשבו מה יקרה אם לאיראן יהיה נשק אטומי להנחית על ערי ישראל. תחשבו מה יקרה אם לאיראן היה 20,000 טילים כאלה. לא אחד, 20,000 כאלה. זה איום קיומי על ישראל. ולכן יצאנו למלחמת הצלה.
I'm assuming he's saying something that we're going to go after the people for this or whatever. You know, he's probably doing some tough talk like he always does when he waves his hands like that.
נגד איום השמדה כפול, ואנחנו עושים את זה בעון. חיילינו, טייסינו, מעל שמי איראן, איראן תשלם מחיר יקר מאוד על רצח אזרחים, נשים, ילדים, שהם עשו בכוונה תחילה. אנחנו גם נשיג את יעדינו וגם ננחית עליהם מכה אחת אפיים. הם ירגישו את נחת זרוענו. אבל עד אז, בתוך כדי המלחמה הזאת, אני מבקש מכם, אזרחי ישראל, יישמעו להנחיות פיקוד העורף. זה יציל את חייכם. ונשמרתם מאוד על נפשותיכם. יישמרו על הנפש, יישמרו על הגוף, יישמרו על החיים, ויחד, בעזרת השם, ננצח. אנחנו בדרך לניצחון. אני פה בתוך הממ"ד. יתר הדירה נפגעה. אבל מי שנמצא פה בתוך הממ"ד, בתוך החלל הזה, שום דבר, תסתכלו. אפילו התמונה נשארה שלמה. בבניין הזה בעצם הוא קיבל את ההמשך של הטיל שפגע בבניין אב הקומות. רובו של מי שהיה לנו לנצח.
All right. Wild shit, chat. Absolutely wild shit, man. Wow. Guys, the Israelis have never been hit this hard at home, chat. We are witnessing history. We are witnessing history. Wow. Yeah, this stupid ass nigga. This nigga's a loser right here, bro. This dude is like the most annoying Twitter account ever. This Vivid guy. Doesn't even show his face. He's probably one of them boys. Or actually one of them Jeets. Let's go back to the Twitter space, chat. This shit is crazy, bro. Holy.
But like this looks so crazy, like there's just missiles everywhere just coming, and then they come down, like the way they come down fast like that, it's like that's the part that like
boosters,
it's breathtaking.
Sorry guys, I was driving. Eri Haro. Eri Haro.
Eri Haro? I don't know. Anyway, they've got those hypersonics have a boosters that activate just before they strike. They're on the last leg of their trajectory, and it's just unstoppable.
Oh, that is wild. It just like it literally is.
And it's also for maximum impact, right? It's like Nas from Fast and the Furious.
I wonder if Trump is now still going to build the Iron Dome over America. Seems like a waste.
Yeah, he wants his own Iron Dome because his Iron Dome is so good.
Dome.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it, Doc? It's just so good.
It'll be the same colors as hair. It's the Golden Dome.
Hey, Sully, you gotta check this this next post coming to you. It's to do with something that you guys were discussing earlier. So it seems that it's a possibility that that video of the Iranian, I don't know if he was part of the, I can't remember which group you guys said, but apparently the video is AI generated. And there's no such...
Yeah, I don't think that's true. What it is you have to understand, like, Pakistani politics, like, there's a lot of internal politics. So what will happen is, you know, like how in US you guys have MAGA, and like some people, not Doc, like a lot of people will defend Trump no matter what he does, and then they'll just attack America.
Guys, go like my tweet. I just posted it here. So, like that, smash that like button. Let's get this shit engagement high. So, holy shit, bro. I basically tweeted, the chickens have come home to roost in Tel Aviv. So, bro, these niggas, man. This is what happens, man, when you start wars, bro. And you try to fuck up the diplomacy. They did not have to, this should not be happening. Israel should not have attacked them. They should have waited it out, come to some type of agreement, make some peace, but instead they wanted to preemptively hit them with a strike. This is what's going to happen. Now they're fucking using their hypersonic missiles, and they're fucking them up.
Emergency crews working to evacuate the settlers from the rubble. Must be nice having machinery when Gazans have to do it with their bare hands.
Send me that. Oh, just go.
Also, Doc, to answer your question, the IRGC have said before that they make missiles at the same rate as they make cigarettes. The only problem is that they have not enough space to store them.
Yeah, I heard, 10,000, but I think what's really doing damage now are these hypersonics.
No, it's much
Video
more
is incredible.
It's not 10,000, man. It's more than 100,000. Like I said,
Yeah.
they have more than what they export missiles and drones to over 20 countries around the world, including Russia.
Hey, Truth Teller, I know you're pretty good when it comes to their missile program. The video that Sulaiman posted earlier, was that a hypersonic that hit that building?
Yeah. So the way you distinguish a hypersonic from a normal ballistic missile is they go at speeds above Mach 5.
And they go into space, don't they? Don't they go into space before they come in and land on their target?
So they have more of an unpredictable trajectory. That's why it's really hard, besides the speed, because the speed varies as well. The trajectory is not conventional. Like with a cruise missile, it's kind of just like linear path. It's a lower range, lower altitude. With the ballistic missile, it's more like an arc. So it'll have a peak altitude and gradually drop down. And then with the hypersonic, it's almost like a roller coaster twist. And then with a varying speed. So how you unless you've got like a hypersonic missile that can come out of even then what the air defense system relies on is some form of predictability to be able to anticipate where the missile is going to go. It's much more difficult with these hypersonics to know what the exact target is, especially when you have like 100 of them coming at you at once. I mean, again, even the best air defense system is maybe 90% accurate. Even the IDF admits that. So you launch 100, 10 guaranteed to land. But with hypersonics, almost 100 are guaranteed to land because there's just no way to be able to catch it because the missiles are going too fast, and they can also be used to again strike F-35s, F-16s.
Yeah, plus their flight paths are nonlinear and programmable. So whether you're doing a cruise missile or you're doing a ballistic missile, those flight paths are predictable if you can catch them launched or catch them as they're traveling into Iran.
So as far as and Iran, they have thousands of these hypersonic missiles, don't they?
Undisclosed number. They have many, and they've definitely given them to answer a lot. I mean, Lebanon. The thing is, with Hezbollah, they're right next door. They don't really need it, and they can strike wherever they want. But I mean, if they need it, they can have it as well. But yeah, Iran's the one that needs it because they're a good 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers away from Israel, so they absolutely need their unpredictable trajectory.
Just some more breaking news. There's a tweet in the nest. The scenes from the Giza gas power plant in Haifa. You can see it. It's in fire. It's up in flames. The tweets in the nest. That is crazy.
Do you remember Mark Regev? He's supposedly assassinated. CNN is reporting, and it's developing. I put it in the purple pill. I put it in the purple pill. Please, guys. It's in the purple pill.
Can you put that in the nest? Just briefly.
I don't know. Sulaiman can.
Dude, there's 17,000 new comments on there. I'm not chasing for it. Okay.
I'm gonna find it. I found it. I'm sending it.
Khaleesi, yeah, this is major news, guys.
I'm just sending it to Sulaiman.
What the fuck is going on?
I feel like I'm living in a surreal world right now. It's
check your DM, Sulaiman. This guy. Oh my God, Mark fucking Regev.
Yes. Did you get it? Did you find it, Khaleesi?
I did, of course, because I'm a chick. I can find these things really quickly.
I don't know what the fuck they're so excited about, but I don't know what the hell. They said someone was assassinated, chat. Who are they talking about? What?
Can you say the name again and what his position was?
Mark Regev. And if you know anything about politics, you should know who he is. Senior advisor to Netanyahu.
If you knew anything about me, you wouldn't have said something so stupid, Heidi.
Then why would you ask me who he is?
Because I didn't hear the name when it was first pronounced.
Okay. Mark Regev.
Making a point.
Mark Regev, Doc. Mark Regev. Do you know who he is, Doc?
Okay, he's held different political positions. He's been an ambassador. He's been a spokesman. He does a lot of interviews. I believe he's got is it a British or an Australian accent? And he's been on like Hard Talk on BBC, so he's done debates as well. It doesn't look very good at the meet.
Yeah, if he's a Brit, I wouldn't know him. If he's related to Ronald Reagan, I might know him. But
just for our listeners, guys,
keep your content to yourself.
Doc, just for our listeners, right? And we're trying to verify this because it's somebody who's tweeted it.
All right, let me see here. Oh.
was the reason why the Brits will definitely know him is because for 4 years, I think it's from 2016 or something, he was the ambassador of Israel to the United Kingdom. And that is when, if some of you remember, he's heinous. He's a heinous guy, and he's still quite high up in Israel now. He's a very influential figure in Israel. He's an Aussie, I think, or a hardcore Zionist. But
I put up one of his videos in the nest. Just take it down whenever you want.
He's a senior advisor to Netanyahu as well.
Yeah, he is, yeah. And in those years that he was the ambassador to the UK, they had this incident in Gaza.
Just some breaking news. And by the way, that we need, just for the audience, we need to verify it. I know, obviously, if it's true, it's major, but we just need to verify it.
Yeah, of course. That's why I was telling you guys.
But in terms of the tweet in the nest, it says, "We are treating a large number of casualties." That's the Director General of the Israeli Civil Defense Association. So they are treating a large number of casualties from this strike. Guys, if there's any breaking news, if Hussein, carry on doing it. If there's anything I post, just put it up in the nest and just explain a bit. We'll definitely come back to the Regev thing and obviously continue talking about it while we're doing that. But still, we just hit the news.
Yeah, sure. It's developing. The story's developing. So we will get confirmation of those two that has been assassinated.
You know, Bibi just gave Iran and everyone else who hates Israel the perfect open door to do this without a quote-unquote preemptive attack. His political support is gone in Israel once they recover and look around. Bibi's done.
Khaleesi, I can't remove those posts in the nest. If you can help me, please, or Nathan.
Yeah, I can do it. I'll remove them.
Hey, Sulaiman, I got a note saying that Khamenei had been killed in one of these strikes, and I was looking around because I didn't want to go off of such substantial news on just a random DM, but Stealth Medical, who obviously is a big pro-Hasbara account, she's basically taunting, suggesting that that's the case. So I don't know if there is something to it above and beyond just a rumor, but you know, she's obviously a bigger account.
I was asked that. I can't see any verification on it. So I think, but again, this is just my assumption based on it because I can't see any verification, that because they're getting pummeled and destroyed and the entire, a large part of Tel Aviv are on fire, there's some form of redirection and misdirection.
Real quick, guys, breaking in the nest, we are dealing with dozens of injuries, including 1 critical injury and 2 serious injuries following the latest Iranian missile bombardment on Israel. That tweet is up in the nest.
Yeah, just real quickly, the thing is, right, they're being fed a lot of misinformation from their own side. So you remember when the hacking happened and we got the alerts for the missiles incoming, but they didn't come? So what they started telling their people was that the IAF was basically conducting operations to stop the launches, and they were saying that they had been successful, and that's what they were telling them while they had them in the shelters. They were literally telling them that they were taking out all these launches, that they basically made a preemptive strike. So these people are literally crazy.
So is Heidi still here? Where's Heidi? Oh, she's gone. Oh. Well, she just fed us a bit of fake news and left. Mark Regev is very much alive. Never mind. Let's focus on burning Haifa instead. Lift my spirits up.
Is there new information about this, Khaleesi?
He's not. He's alive, Heidi. He's alive.
Oh my God! Seriously, why would CNN do that to us?
But but the thing is, it's a Twitter account that is quoting CNN. So I searched to see if CNN said that, and CNN didn't.
Really?
That what you sent?
All right,
that what you tweeted?
Okay. I'm gonna delete it then. Then I'm not gonna. Yeah, let me delete this.
Unless that guy's got inside knowledge, and it'll come out.
He does. He's the first to.
Chat. So what I'm going to do for you guys is I'm going to give you guys a nice little summary of how we got here with this conflict. Obviously, I'm going to let the news keep rolling. I'm not going to interrupt right now, but once stuff starts slowing down, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a full debrief on how the fuck we got here to this conflict right now. But I don't want to do it right now. I'm going to do it after we get a good amount of news, because obviously a lot of shit's going on right now.
But I'll still watch it, but I'm deleting it.
I'm going to as well.
Yeah, I'll still keep my eye on it, because every day is breaking news. Every second it seems like it's breaking news. We're living in Alfred Hitchcock times.
Just like right now, we have breaking news, guys. Latest on the Iranian strike. According to the Israeli media, at least 25 injuries among Israelis due to the direct hits on buildings in Tel Aviv. Israeli ambulance services, 8 buildings sustained direct hits in the last Iranian missile attack, and that tweet's up in the nest.
That sounds like a low number from the damage I've seen so far.
It is low. I mean, they always understate the casualties.
Plus, they have to dig them out, too.
They're not counting the ones that are missing that they haven't accounted for.
People that don't remember Regev, he was the one that said that Israel did kill their own people on October 7th. He was the spokesman.
But the Haifa port is not fake news, right? It has been destroyed. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's been struck.
It's being hit. It's being completely hit. I don't know the destruction of it. But you know this Mark Regev thing? A lot of people have tweeted it. And the tweet that you shared, Heidi, he'd done it 5 hours ago. So I'll tell you about Mark Regev, right? And like, there's loads of things about him that stick in my mind, but one of the key ones was, because it's always really poignant when it comes to children. At that time, there were like 5 kids or something, 4 or 5 kids, and they're all little boys, and they were playing football on the beaches of Gaza, and there was a little coffee shop there, and there was some journalists from England and the West there. They were reporting on, I don't know, some that Israel was doing on Gaza. And so these journalists, these guys went and kicked the ball about with the kids. So they kicked the ball about with the kids and played a bit of football, really cute little kids. And then they walked away from the kids, came back to the coffee shop. And it wasn't a coffee shop. It was one of those open cafes where you can see the beach. And all of a sudden, shots fired from a jet above targeted those children and killed them all. I think they were cousins. And the journalists ran, and there was images that I saw of them up, some of those journalists from the UK, and Mark Regev, who was the Israeli ambassador.
All right, I'm leaving the space for a second so that we can go ahead and go over this thing real quick with how hypersonic missiles work. So I've shown a video on this before, but I know a couple of you guys saw requesting this. Harvard graduate explains hypersonic versus ballistic missiles and Iran's military advantage. So let's go through this, guys. Actually, let me try to make this thing a bit more viewable for you ninjas. Trying to make it as big as possible for you guys. All right, let me just, if I do this.
Ballistic missile. So what makes it ballistic is this parabolic trajectory. Like maybe you studied in math class or algebra what a parabola is, or maybe in physics you've studied a parabolic trajectory because of the force of gravity. You have this parabolic trajectory. That's what a ballistic missile does. And why is it a parabolic trajectory? Because these missiles have a launch phase. So like even the most advanced ballistic missiles, like the ICBMs, the intercontinental ballistic missiles that are used to launch warheads or to deliver a warhead payload. The way that those work is that there's a rocket that is in the launch phase, it's blasting off, right? And then after that launch phase going up like this, then the payload is released. The warhead is released, and then that is what's making the rest of the journey, but it's going in a parabolic trajectory. And after the launch phase, you can't really control that trajectory. It's just mainly being guided by gravity. And it goes in this parabola. And it has to go very high, obviously. The longer the distance that you have to hit, the steeper the parabola has to be. So some of these missiles are actually going into space before they are able to reach their target. Like the ICBMs, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, they actually have to go into space because they're going intercontinental. You're trying to hit a different continent. So that's the ballistic missile, okay? The hypersonic, it has nothing to do necessarily with the speed. If you're going that high, anyway, in that kind of parabola, you're going to be going faster than Mach 5. Mach 5 is mean like a mile a second, or like over 1 kilometer a second. That's the speed. 5 times faster than the speed of sound. Now, the hypersonic missiles that have been developed by China, by Russia, and now Iran, they are this red line, this red trajectory. They are flying much closer to the Earth, and they are much more maneuverable. They can be maneuvered well after the launch phase. You can maneuver them, and so they are much more tricky to predict where they're actually going to hit. Are you starting to see now? If you have a parabolic trajectory with the ballistic missiles, the blue line there, it's a simple calculation. You know, if you know high school math, you know algebra, you can actually do the calculation. Maybe you need some physics knowledge as well to know how to, you know, look at the velocity, knowing the gravitational constant, etc., to calculate the parabolic trajectory. Even a high school student can do it, but you have these computers that are calculating that once the ballistic missile is detected by the radar, and then the counter missile from like the Iron Dome or the THAAD air defense systems that the United States uses, once it's detected by the ballistic missile is detected by the radar, then it calculates the trajectory, and then it sends a counter missile and guides it to intercept the ballistic missile. Do you see how that works? It's a simple calculation, but obviously the software is sophisticated, and that's the brain behind the Iron Dome. It's not like, you know, it's very simple to understand technology. But look at in this image here, the ballistic missile, because it has to take a parabolic trajectory, it gets detected by radar much earlier. You know, look at this in the top left where it says detected by radar in the top left of this chart, because that's the radar system. It can detect it much earlier. When these hypersonic missiles travel, they're closer to the ground, they get detected much later. And they're maneuverable. So even if you detect them, you can't predict where they're going to go, where they're actually going to go, because they can still at the last minute change their trajectory, like literally in the last minute, in the last 60 seconds, in the last 30 seconds. That makes it impossible to send an interceptor. In fact, if you send an interceptor, you're potentially the missile is going to land on your own territory and potentially strike your own population or your own critical infrastructure. So you can't intercept these highly maneuverable hypersonic missiles because of the glider trajectory. That's the difference. That's why the Iron Dome is useless. That's why the THAAD systems that the US military has are useless against this specific technology. And this is why China and Russia developed this technology. They developed this technology specifically to avoid the US defenses. And what's shocking to me, I didn't realize this, the US doesn't have these kinds of hypersonic maneuverable missiles. They don't have them. That's very strange and shocking to me. And the reason that they don't have them is that they never felt the need to develop them. They never felt the need to develop such missiles because they've been bombing villagers in Afghanistan. They've been drone striking these Iraqi people in Iraq. They've been drone striking the people of Libya and Yemen, who don't have air defense systems to block these types of strikes. So the U.S. has just languished in this type of banal complacency. You know, imagine a banal, complacent terrorist that is just so, you know, sitting there drone striking innocent Muslim women and children for the past 20 years. They've become complacent. There hasn't been any kind of advanced defense system for Muslims to protect themselves as the U.S. Commits these atrocities and these war crimes against the Muslim people. So they haven't had the need to develop. They haven't had the need to develop the hypersonic maneuverable missiles, but Russia has developed them, China has developed them, and now Iran has developed them. So this is a game changer. It is a game changer. And what Iran has done is they have demonstrated that they can hit your most secure air bases, your most secure locations, because there's also reports that they struck Mossad headquarters. Imagine that. Mossad headquarters. That's like if someone says that, oh, Iran hit the CIA headquarters, Langley, or hit the Pentagon. Imagine like how shocking that would be. And Mossad headquarters is far more secure and defended because of the Iron Dome than even U.S. airspace. So it is shocking, and it is a huge change in the dynamic if it's confirmed that Iran was able to hit Mossad headquarters. It's been confirmed that they've hit the Nevatim air base and 5 other or even 10 other air bases. They're able to strike them with these missiles. That completely changes the game, because what that means is that Israel, first of all, Israel doesn't have the hypersonic missile capabilities that Iran does. They have to rely on the ballistic missiles, and Iran has apparently some kind of air defense systems that Russia has given them that could be used if Israel, for example, sends a nuke. They have to send it through one of these ballistic missiles. They have Jericho missiles. Jericho missiles are conventional ballistic missiles. They follow the parabolic trajectory. They can be intercepted. Iran also has air capabilities. They have fighter jets that can intercept any kind of Israeli fighter jet or bomber that tries to penetrate Iranian airspace. But the danger for Israel is that as soon as they try to strike Iran in this way, Iran, even before those Israeli fighter jets can get to Iranian airspace, or even before the ballistic missile can have that huge long parabolic trajectory to hit Iran, or the US, for example, from naval ships in the Mediterranean has the time for that parabolic trajectory to hit Iran, they can launch these hypersonic missiles and reach Tel Aviv and these air bases faster. So even if the Israeli fighter jets are trying to get to Iran, they won't have anything to return back to because the air bases will be obliterated. The air bases will be obliterated. Those fighter jets will have nowhere to go back to. That's the strategic advantage that Iran has now demonstrated. They hadn't demonstrated it before, because if you remember the attack that the response attack that they had in April, there's a larger number of those missiles that were intercepted, but those were more conventional ballistic missiles. They weren't these hypersonic ones that they have developed. They just basically unveiled these missiles yesterday. So it changes the game. It's extremely significant. And the main thing is that there is a qualitative military advantage that Iran has, as they have demonstrated, that Israel and the United States do not have. Israel and its allies, its European allies and the United States, they do not have this capability. That is a qualitative military edge. And it changes the game. This is exactly what we wanted to see. This is exactly what we wanted to see because it's a deterrent.
Very interesting stuff. Let's go ahead and look into this Jericho missile here.
Pakistan and India have been enemies for a very long time, and hence natural for India to aim its nuclear ballistic missiles on Pakistan. But is there any other country aiming its nuclear missile on Pakistan? Yes, there is. That country is Israel. Israel's Jericho 3 missile is an ICBM with a range of 4,500 to 6,500 kilometers with a nuclear payload of 750 kgs as per US intelligence. It entered service in 2011. But why is Israel targeting Pakistan, which is located 4,000 kilometers away? Pakistan-based Islamic extremist groups have long expressed their desire to launch Pakistan's nukes on Israel. So as a worst-case scenario, if the Islamists are to take over Pakistan, then Israel will have no choice but to protect itself. Pakistan and India have been enemies for a very long time.
Let's see what's going on, chat.
Have troops going over there and the whole bit. Nothing changes. You know, nothing changes. They haven't changed any legislation to say that we're not supposed to help them anyway. And, you know, it's just Trump is going to get away with it. He is. And yeah, I'm going to say Trump because he was voted to be different, right? Wasn't he supposed to be the anti-war president? It's just baffling to me. And I can't tell you the frustration. While I'm here, like, look, I'm enjoying the justice. And by the way, and these are just my thoughts real quick. And by the way, nobody's going to make me feel bad for enjoying the justice. And I'm not trying to be funny. Khaleesi, you don't even have to keep saying brick and mortar. We already know that we're more.
Is it the one with the photos, Sully?
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. So up in the nest, I just posted Sully's post up there. Some photos. Look at these photos, guys. This is pure carnage. I mean, there is. Devastation. Just take a look at those photos. They look absolutely surreal. Back to you, Casey.
No, I'm not going to even keep going any longer. Those are my thoughts. And
all right, so Al Jazeera just posted this literally like 20 minutes ago. So let's go ahead and see what's going on here.
Our correspondent in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, can you hear me? Bernard Smith.
Guys, this is unprecedented levels of aggression towards Israel. Israel has never been hit this hard ever in their fucking existence since 1948, guys. They are literally, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. They're getting cooked. And I knew that the United States hadn't really worked on having hypersonic missiles, but I didn't know that only Russia, China, and Iran had them. I did not know they were the only ones that pretty much had them. So, yeah, this is wild. And we can see that this is clearly wreaking havoc for Israel.
We just saw the end of one of the missiles, sort of heading towards the southern bit of Israel, passing over the top of Amman, as they do sometimes, although there was no alert over the city this time. Again, this is similar to Saturday. This is now, very early hours of Monday morning here. Though this is sort of a similar pattern, if you like, to overnight Saturday into Sunday, in which there were two separate waves in the overnight hours. The video you're seeing, yes, other targets hit across, other areas targeted across Israel. The Israeli military said that they put out sirens from about 4:10 local time, about sort of 10 minutes ago. The sirens first went off. They said the public is instructed to follow the instructions, request to follow the instructions of the Home Command. Also, it said the IDF emphasized not to publish and share the locations and footage of any of the hits. Israel says that about more than 200 odd missiles since Friday have come from Iran, been fired by Iran to Israel. Most of them get intercepted by either the Israeli Air Force before they hit Israeli territory, or some by the Jordanian Air Force, or others by Israel's Iron Dome protective system. But clearly, as we see from the videos, one or two, a few get through. Sometimes they're publicized because they land, as we've seen video from in the daytime aftermath of these hits. They cause devastation to some residential areas, and there have been casualties, 14 people killed in Israel since the first missiles were launched. But there is military censorship in Israel, as there is in many countries during times of war, because you're not allowed to publish if missiles hit on what might be deemed strategically sensitive or military sensitive sites. So we don't know exactly how many missiles get through, except that the Israelis say most of them are intercepted, but obviously some do get through.
And we're seeing pictures on our stream, live pictures of Haifa in Israel, where energy infrastructure has been hit. We're seeing at least, well, there seems to be at least 2 chimneys there in terms of that energy infrastructure that are on fire. We're seeing those blazes now after those missiles were launched, reportedly from Iran into Haifa, Israel, as well as other areas in Israel, including Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. And it seems that the energy infrastructure is what has been targeted there. So not all of those missiles were intercepted by Israel's defense systems. Bernard, do we know any more detail about what exactly has been hit there? As I mentioned, we seem to be seeing on fire chimneys there, and as has been happening in the last 2 days, those infrastructure targets are what Iran has been going for.
Well, I guess the targets, some of the targets that Iran will be seeking out are in reflection of the targets that the Israelis have sought out in Iran. Israel has said that it has been striking, particularly today, it says, to degrade the Iranian regime's weapons production capabilities. It says it's been targeting the infrastructure of Quds forces, the IRGC, Iranian military in Tehran, and numerous weapons production sites across Iran. And it has been striking today, it says, surface-to-surface missile sites. Well, the Iranians say they are also targeting now in response. This has earlier been commented on, energy infrastructure of Israel. It's obviously, Israel is a much smaller country and more densely populated, and Haifa is strategically important port city where there is a refinery. And so if the Iranians are targeting energy infrastructure, then this would be a key target for them.
Yes, as you mentioned there, Bernard, it is a port city, Haifa, and we are seeing latest pictures now of more missiles being launched into the sky. Israel's defense systems intercepting many of those there. This is the 3rd day of this escalation.
They can't do it forever, though, man. Those interceptor missiles are expensive. They can't do this forever, chat.
And what many analysts have been calling this tit for tat in terms of attacks between
that was one that hit right there. Y'all heard that?
Iran and Israel. Israel has also indicated that this could continue for the next 2 weeks. And
yeah, man, Tel Aviv is going to be on fire.
Iran saying today that they will give a powerful response. The Iranian president saying we will give a powerful response to any aggression that Israel may commit. And here it seems that they are standing by their word with this latest barrage of missiles targeting any.
Man, this is Israel being humbled, bro. I never thought the day would come, but this is literally Israel being humbled now. Holy shit, bro. Decades of air superiority, bullying the Middle East, forcing them to either get into treaties or bribery or destabilizing them. And now they're finally getting fucking punched back, man. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. The bully is now being bullied back. Holy shit, man.
Energy infrastructure. That seems to be the latest of what we know at the moment, Bernard, that these 3 areas of Israel have been targeted. Haifa, the port city, strategically important north of the capital, Tel Aviv, and then Jerusalem as well being targeted.
Crazy. Let's see.
Welcome back.
When did this come out? This came out 3 hours ago. Israel attacks could bring new Iranian regime, Netanyahu says. Yeah, of course you're going to say that bullshit. Let's go back into this space here, see what they're talking about.
I'll let you know.
Japan, South Korea, China, Asia.
Okay, I deleted it. I don't want.
Yeah, only Norway and Europe, by the way. Azerbaijan, things like that.
I deleted it. I don't want to put fake news out.
Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, basically to round it out, if you think of like, let's just think through this somewhat logically. Even if they could sell, let's say 70, 80, 90% of Americans or Westerners on going to support Israel, it's kind of like suggesting a house isn't on fire, and you might be able to to trick, say, 70 or 80% of people that aren't paying close attention. But the thing is that the more money and
So
resources
Laura
and
Loomer just
time,
posted and said it's about to go down. So I don't know if that is in relation to the massive US deployment where at least 21 to 24 refueling tankers have been moved to the Middle East. Aircraft carriers and your refueling tankers. I mean, this is concerning. This is like a massive escalation. Like just because Israel is getting destroyed, because I thought it was like strength. It's all about strength. Now, basically, US is going to enter. It's like ridiculous.
So, Sulaiman, I wasn't going to say anything, right? But I'm going to say it now, just in case. There is an account that I think we all know of that predicted at the beginning of May everything that we're witnessing now. This account said at the beginning of May that don't be fooled by this Trump-Netanyahu negotiation, the media headlines of Trump's insisting on a resolution, etc., etc. This account said at the beginning of May, they're in this together. Come June, they're going to do X, Y, Z. They're going to strike. Trump's going to play on the sidelines. America's going to support it fully. Everything, and like the scientists are going to be hit, everything chapter and verse. And I was reading what the account said today. It is over for Iran. They're going to go for Khamenei once Khamenei's been taken out, and they will take him out. There isn't a successor. This is the mistake Iran made, that they didn't build a successor in his place. And when they take Khamenei out, there's going to be pandemonium in that country, and Israel will get the regime change it wants. And this is somebody who's pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist and stuff, but just really has a finger on the pulse. And it sticks in my gut when I read that today. It really sticks in my gut. And I don't know what America's planning. Doc was like, yes, nothing, refueling. I mean, I'm sorry, but 21 jets and all these frigging tankers don't go there. Just what the frigging refueling? I mean, are there just people just sat there like to refuel? What are they going there to refuel? There's something going down. And for Laura Loomer to tweet that, it's even more worrying. I mean, she's dumb anyway, but it's worrying. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, Sulaiman. Oh.
See, that's what I was saying earlier, Khaleesi. I don't know if you're in the room or not.
But
I
that's
said
not
that.
how it works. There's already a successor nominated.
I'm sorry.
They'll go
I
through
was
a voting
talking.
process. Yeah, well.
Can you guys hear me? Thank you. Is that this isn't over, and what I'm really concerned about is when the U.S. actually really gets involved. It's great that we're doing as well as we're doing right now, but did you really think the U.S. was not going to do anything? So, and then what's left, right?
Well, the reality is that Israel can't really defend itself. That's been a lie that's been pushed out for years, right? Saying like, oh, we have a right to defend ourselves. But the reality is they really can't. If it were not for U.S. backing and the enormous amount of aid we give them, the enormous amount of cover we provide for them at the UN, if it wasn't for all the military, we gave them $12 billion so far, right, in just a few months. So for the Israelis to sit there and say we have a right to defend ourselves and we are going to defend ourselves, no, what it should really say is we reserve the right for the United States to always intervene and help us out and defend ourselves, because if Israel had to rely upon itself for self-defense, they would be taken over literally within days from the Arab world. Also, they would have to move differently and be far more diplomatic and far more appeasing to the Palestinians. But the reason why they behave so recklessly and they do the things that they do and start fights with their neighbors and do false flags and run all these clandestine operations and, violate sovereignty of all these different Arab countries is because they know that they have the United States there to always back them up when they make these really bad decisions that we are going to pull them out. And right now, we're at a crossroads right now. Like, Israel's getting pummeled. They've never been hit this hard in a very long time, and they're starting to feel the effects of, the destruction that they've caused. If the U.S. doesn't intervene at some point, they're going to have to capitulate. But I'll turn to somebody else.
But the thing is, with right now with I guess the American involvement, aside from refueling, like, we're sending again all these carriers and personnel, equipment, all that stuff over there. And the troubling thing is when Trump said not too long ago, talking about America First, what's America First mean? And it went from America versus being anti-interventionist, you know, fixing their own problems, not being involved in other people's messes, to saying, you know, we can't have Iran have a nuclear thing. It's not peaceful, and we have to do pretty much do something about that. Like, there's an entire quote from that. I'll read it back for you guys right now, which is very troubling when I saw this. Actually, he said this: considering I'm the one that developed America First, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one who decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. So what do you do with that if it's not peace? What do? You intervene, you get involved. And that's the opposite of what America First should be. We're pretty much putting our own people or personnel at risk. We're going to be bombing another country and civilians, most likely. And we're going to be starting the cycle all over again where we have Middle East War 2.0, where there for who knows how long. And if we are going to be attacking, you know, Iran, is Pakistan going to get involved? Are they going to attack things too, or our own people, our own troops, personnel? It's a big problem here, and we're being dragged into this because of Israel, 100%. Like, Israel needs us for the air defense systems, and us for military assistance. Like, if this were like just a like Mexico firing some missiles,
just some more breaking news, Chief. Yeah. I'll get back to you. Somebody want to read it? Khaleesi or
yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
You got it, Kay?
I got it. So breaking the IRGC official statement, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard official statement. We executed moments ago a new wave of attacks against the Zionist entity, stronger and more destructive than the previous one. Our missile operations targeted command and control systems belonging to the Zionist entity. We employed innovative methods, information technologies, and advanced equipment in the operation. The strikes caused confusion in the enemy's multi-layered defense systems to the extent that some of its defense systems fired upon each other. Fire! So they literally caused confusion to the extent that some of the defense systems fired upon each other. Guys, the tweet is in the nest. Please share it. Please retweet it. I see Israel Exposed has already put the kind of whatever they call it image of the planes being flying east, and yeah, Brokey's right, Iran are cooking. I'm just looking at some of the comments. Guys, please share it, please retweet it. It's in the nest, and if we take anything out of the nest and you miss it, please just go to Sulaiman's profile. It's all there. Thanks for that, Chief. Back to you. Sorry for that.
Yeah. So I think the point is, like, if imagine Mexico fired some rockets and blew up, some Texas facility or some, I guess, a base or something like that, or even killed Texas generals or members of the military. We would be bombing Mexico immediately, and no one would tell us otherwise. But because America is playing defense, and UK is playing defense, and the West is playing defense for Israel. Whenever Israel bombs a nuclear facility, it bombs a power plant or refineries, it executes nuclear scientists, it kills IRGC members and generals and leadership. When all that happens, you expect there to be a massive response. Because of just this Western intervention, it never happens. It's completely one-sided. This is antagonism from Israel over and over and over again. And we are being dragged into this war because of Israel, because of their interests, because of what they want, which is, of course, greater Israel, control of the West Bank.
Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and start explaining for you guys how the fuck we got here pretty soon, because I don't think people have the full history of what went down. So I'll start preparing stuff for you guys here in a second to prepare this monologue for you ninjas. So let me unmute this shit. So.
Some more breaking news and go straight back to you, Chief. I put a tweet in the nest, and basically what it is Israel is something me and Truth has been saying from day
I don't know what's going on here. All right, let me refresh the page for you guys. Also, guys, smash the like button if you guys are watching this on YouTube. Smash that like button, guys. We only got 3,000 likes, but we got almost 5,000 you motherfuckers in here. So smash that like button. We got I think all together between all the different platforms, we got almost 10,000 you guys watching on all the platforms. Smash that like button, bro. All right, guys, we're live on Kick, Rumble, YouTube, OSS, etc. Smash that like button. Also, join OSS, only $4 to get in, pinned at the top. Okay. Support the mission, $10 a month at most, $4 the first month, or you can get $55 for the year. Let me go back into this space because it was starting to lag there. But yes, Israel is under attack, chat. So smash that like button on YouTube. Let's get to 4,000 likes. Let's get the engagement up.
They're attempting to have people arrested. So even the videos and images we get in when we're like, whoa, whatever, it's only a small amount of the reality of how bad the devastation really is. And I thought it's an important point to say while it's happening live, of videos that are happening live, just for you to understand the implications of the reality of what's happening there.
Yeah, by the way,
Chief, finish your point, and then I want Truth to add in.
Just to clarify, by the way, there's a funny community note about this for Vivid Prowess or whatever. From the note pretty much says that he's an Indian who's in India, and he's talking about missiles flying over his house or something. Just for context. So yeah, I don't think he's in Israel right now. I think he's trying to like make stuff up, honestly.
No, Chief, just to tell you, Chief, something. Just for whatever it's worth, even community notes says that he's an Indian.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't think he's hiding. I think he's on a server farm or something, posting about this.
No, he lies. He claims he's in Israel.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. But regardless, I think that it is funny though seeing Israel talking about, don't film this, don't record this. But people are gonna have phones. They have smartphones. They have cameras. They have their own eyes and word of mouth, and they're telling people about this. And I think there is a portion of destruction or damage we have not seen yet. I think even when Israel struck Iran, we did see some videos there as well. I mean, I think in terms of how much intelligence can be gathered from like a video of like a blown up facility, you can probably assess the damage and calibrate and see exactly what the situation is down there and if it needs further targeting or not.
Sorry, I got a quick update. Just one sec. So this is it. I'll be quick. Confirmed by eyewitnesses from the Negev to Nablus news channel. Nevatim airport in the Negev completely destroyed by Iranian missiles in the latest barrage with direct hits. It is an American military airbase and a large number of 1,000 for injuries and casualty deaths, while many will succumb to their injuries. In addition to those actually dead, they're only claiming like 10 or 12 maybe. In addition to those that are still trapped under the rubble, they just won't be able to extract on time. So Israel will, of course, delay, avoid, and gaslight on reporting accurate numbers just to maintain morale and, of course, to still maintain that mythical aura of invincibility. Sorry, Chief.
Yeah, no, I guess I'll just say in terms of like the intelligence you can get from video, I mean, you can get, I guess the damage assessment, you can figure out if your missiles were off by a little bit, figure out if it needs further bombing or not. But it's funny because I've seen these accounts saying, jail these people, jail them. But I mean, I think it's honestly a wasted effort if they're really focused on whatever's going on in that region. I mean, I don't think that they're sure about a couple of, journalists filming a video of a war that Israel started. So, I mean, that's pretty much my perspective about it. But I mean, I guess a better question would be asking, I mean, in terms of this conflict, do you think it'd be lasting for a few more weeks? Like how long term do you think this entire thing will be going on for?
They said they're going to go a few more weeks at least, both on the Iranian side and Israel as well.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they wave the white flag sooner. I mean, Israel's already begging for a coalition to come in. UK and France, the US are in. Jordan will do it, but it's also Saudi, UAE, and Qatar. So they've got their little coalition. Iran's calling for its own coalition, besides Pakistan and probably Lebanon.
Chat, I'm getting ready to give you guys probably one of the most thorough breakdowns on this conflict and how we got here. So get your popcorn ready. I'm kind of preparing things for you guys. I'm going to give you guys a nice little snapshot of the Middle East and how the fuck we got here. So be ready in a little bit.
Just some tweet in the nest, and then we'll go straight to you, Simon. Concern, just check out because I'm still pulling tweets out, so you can just watch it. But yeah, there's a tweet in the nest. That's done. What's saying? Okay, I'll read it.
No, I don't say it yet, Sully, sorry.
Oh yeah, no worries. I'll read it. No problem. Air defense system at the Nevatim Air Base was hit by the latest rocket barrage. Truth, what did you say? Did you say it was? Did you say that
the airport, the airspace have been struck heavily? There's a lot of casualties. of course, they're not reporting how many numbers. And just to remind everybody, Nevatim's their most important base, they claim anyway, where they have the hangars for the F-35s. That obviously, I'm not sure if they've been damaged as well. They might have moved them, but and it's also heavily guarded with air defense systems that obviously failed. But they've struck that before. They even struck that during True Promise 1. They struck it again in True Promise 2. This is the third or fourth time they've struck it now. So, but this was probably the heaviest barrage. And we're not able to see. I mean, they're going to cover that up as much as they can, other than whatever live footage some of these brave cameramen are willing to capture and post. So that's a big deal.
Are you guys seeing the reports that Khomeini's dead? It's on Italian news. It's on Italian news, by the way. I know a lot of people on
They
here.
have a tendency.
I've heard these
So,
rumors.
Joe, they have
like,
a tendency to want to steal headlines when Iran does this. They did this yesterday as well. They were claiming assassinations of the Al-Houthi guy as well. He's one of the commanders for the Yemeni forces, and it turned out it was false. It was an attempted assassination, and it failed. So they're just trying to steal the headlines. Again, this is media and propaganda warfare. They're competing, right, for the headlines. And so they're trying to steal the headlines because they've suffered so heavily today. It's even worse than yesterday, it seems. And so they're just trying to claim something that's big, but it's false.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Bobo, gifted 5 subs. I appreciate that. And Based Retard gifted a sub as well. Thank you so much on Kick. Don't worry, Kick niggas. I didn't forget about y'all. Shout out to you guys. We are currently sitting at around 1,800 subs on Kick, man. So shout out to you guys. Thank you guys so much. We're actually one of the fastest growing channels on Kick as well, man. I haven't even really advertised it like that. And we already got 3,000 plus followers on here. We got, 365 live viewers. So shout out to you guys on Kick, despite the fact that not many people know that I'm even on here like that. So shout out to all you ninjas. I'm preparing to go ahead and give you guys a monologue here. I just want to make sure I get all the updates before I do, because it's going to take me some time to explain this for you guys. Shout out to the FU guy, the fun guy, gifted a sub to Gorilla Warrior. Guys, by the way, if you are a brokey, just type in the chat, I'm a brokey, and someone will give you a sub, man. So shout out to you guys. And also, we're at we got a good amount of, got 558 strong in the OSS, guys. Almost got 1,000 total members, and then almost, we got 560 active supporters, guys. Let's get that number to 700 by tonight, and then continue to grow the OSS army so we can go ahead and basically tell censorship and YouTube to fuck off. Okay, you could join in for only $4 to support the mission instead of sending a super chat to make fun of a girl. You can go ahead and send in $4 and join the OSS, and it's only going to be $10 a month. I'm not going to raise the price on you guys. Or you could join $55 for the year and be completely taken care of. A lot of value you get for only $10 a month. Merch discounts, call into the show, get your super chats read with only $1 spent. If you're an OSS member, you get access to the chat, you get access to community. 1 free meetup per year on 420 in Miami. Whenever I travel, like next time I go to New York, for example, I'll have an OSS meetup with you guys. So it's gonna be lit, man. It's gonna be absolutely lit. All right, let's get back to the thing here. And like I said before, I'm going to go over the history of how we got into October 7th and how we got into this war very soon.
Yeah. So I want to get I hear a lot of people say that these wars are for Israel. I just want to make sure everyone understands the flow of funds correctly and who benefits from this. So Trump comes along and says, I want one big, beautiful bill. He says we need $1.5 trillion.
All right, let me go ahead and read some of the chats. I just wanted to see what they were talking about. Okay, so we got here Albo Ace, $5. I really hope the U.S. doesn't intervene. I know, guys, remember, I'm only reading chats 5 and up, unless you're a OSS member. Alboy says, I really hope the U.S. doesn't intervene. I know they came out and said they will not jump into this war, but with recent events and how they have lied, I can't help but think that they are trying to trick people and Iran will come out with a surprise attack. Yeah, I mean, bro, Israel can't defend itself, so we are going to have to get involved at some point. Alboy says, thank you for getting me interested in geopolitics, especially Middle Eastern affairs, and red-pilling me about them boys. I was never into this years ago, but glad I am now, and I continue to pass down the info to family and friends and red pill them too. All right, well, I'm glad, Albo, that the information has been good for you, man. That's my goal, man, is to help you guys understand what the hell's going on. Axion 3D says, watch the attack on Haifa and Tel Aviv on Agenda Free's YouTube channel live. Just a little, where the hell did it go? Sorry, guys. It's a little bit hard to read on this website here. Sometimes they fucking piss me off. Okay, on Travel Agenda YouTube just a little bit ago. Back to the stream and check it out. Yeah, I saw it earlier. Tom, thoughts on whether the feds have illegal immigrant sympathizers working internally, deliberately detaining U.S. citizens to create bad optics for Trump's aim to deport? You think the admin is considering this as I would if I were a nefarious actor? I don't think so, bro. Kristi Noem, that would put her in a bad spot. Let's see here. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. All right. So let me go ahead and look, make sure I didn't miss any of these chats from you guys. Fires Jibber says, I've been here before we had 100. This growth of the community is fire. Pause. Like the video, guys. Falcon Punch and happy Father's Day, fellas. I appreciate that, Jabbar. Squat says, did you see Nick Fuentes was in Iranian news media based? Yeah, I did see that. Vance Boelter has been arrested 1 minute ago. Okay, breaking news. He got arrested. Lost Boy 978 subscribe. Shout out to you, bro. Well, welcome to the OSS. I'm going to give you a Don DeMarco for that one. What was Archduke Ferdinand point for World War III since we're in it? I understand Hebrew. He said oy vey. Okay, bro. Do you think they killed the spokesperson for Palestine, Abu Ubaida? We haven't heard from him in months. I don't know if they killed him, bro. That's a good question. I don't know. I think he's still alive because they would have announced if they killed him. Trust me, the Israelis love admitting when they love notifying everybody if they kill someone of interest like that. So I don't think so, bro. I mean, I don't think they killed him. Any collab coming with Nick soon? Soon, don't worry. Let's go ahead and look into this though with this guy that got arrested. You guys are saying this motherfucker got arrested here. Vance Boelter.
Multiple weapons in that
They got
SUV,
his ass.
That was closely searched yesterday. That's where they found this so-called manifesto. It was explained a little differently, but certainly within these charges it reads.
Don't worry, guys. We'll get back into the Iranian conflict.
That there were names, there was addresses, there was multiple weaponry in his vehicle, and of course he had to abandon that because he was encountered by some police officers who, when they went to Senator Hoffman's home where the initial shooting occurred early Saturday morning, it dawned on them his position. They preemptively went to the house just to do what I would call a welfare check. And when they arrive there, they see that, what they thought was a police car, and they have this encounter with the armed gunman, who we now believe is Vance Boelter. There's an exchange of gunfire. He apparently runs into the house, out the back, which is that Edinburgh golf course. It would take authorities, law enforcement, nearly 48 hours to finally bring this to a conclusion. But finding him alive, apparently using drones to discover him, perhaps getting help by a trail camera near his house, and then getting drones up above to look down below. And our understanding was he was crawling around in dirt, and to sort of enhance that thought is this idea in that audio. You do hear authorities tell him to stand up and walk towards their voice.
Can we put the Green Isle video up in the box now? I just want to...
Abbas says, thank you for all the value provided. Been following your advice, 25 years old, making 6 figures. Congratulations, Abbas. I appreciate that, man. And yeah, man, thank you for supporting, guys. The reason why I made the OSS, like I said before, so that we could continue the fight and also to, have you guys be able to support me in a way where you get involved with the show, save some money, get some value, and also be able to do it where it doesn't break the bank. Oh, shit. Okay. They ended my fucking OSS stream. I'm going to get it back up, though. Don't worry, ninjas. Coming up right now. It's going to come back up.
Reiterate some of what Paul mentioned right off the top, and this is where it gets to the next phase, and that is the charges that will be filed against Boelter in District Court, 4th Judicial District. This is from Hennepin County, obviously.
6 hours.
Charge 1, second-degree murder with intent. On or about June 14th, Hennepin County, Vance Luther Boelter acting with intent to kill, cause the death of victim 1. And then, there we go. Thank you for the video out of Green Isle. That is live right now, folks. And the image you see up on the top left is Vance Boelter being apprehended. Thanks to Ramsey County Police. They sent us this on their Facebook page, which we really appreciate, because viewers at home are seeing the first images of an arrest right there. Count 2, secondary murder, again, on or about June 14th, acting with intent to kill, cause the death of victim 2. These are the ones, Melissa Hortman and her husband. And then there were 2 more charges, similar charges, attempted murder on those 2, second degree as well. Those are the charges. And I am reading also that it looks like a $5 million bond will be requested for condition of release on this warrant as well. So that will be next phase as we continue to follow this story. We are awaiting, our viewers should know, we are awaiting a 10:30 update from police on this, where Paul Bloom is. So that is certainly going to provide a lot of information on how this thing went down. We're filling in the pieces, connecting the dots, because we had some really awesome sourcing tonight, some great sources calling into Fox 9 and put the pieces together, and it came down pretty much as it looked like it was going to.
And Randy, as I'm just reading through the statement of probable cause in real time here with you and with Paul, you know, there have been a lot of questions from people who are, I guess, just kind of curious about what happened at the Hortman home, because we knew the officers arrived, we knew that there was an exchange, and then we knew that the suspect fled, but we have just a little bit more sort of detail here, because I think the question that, you know, is posed sometimes is, well, you know, how did he get away? And you know, you've got officers right there. But so I just wanted to read to you just this portion here. So let's see. Paul mentioned they proactively sent a couple of patrol officers from Brooklyn Park to the home.
As a wellness check, as I understand it, right?
Yeah, just sort of proactively saying, hey, we know that.
Hey, sorry, OSS guys. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but it seems as though 6 hours seems to be the limit. So I'm going to call locals tomorrow and fix that for you guys. I'm going to call the locals people and fix that for you guys. So apologize about that. It's probably because it's a new account, so I have to, you know, there's limits on how long you can stream. That's a good sign, though. That means that we're cooking that much. So, but we're back up on OSS. Sorry about that, guys.
That you know, the Hortmans live in Brooklyn Park. All the PD, you know, they know where the sort of VIPs are living in their communities. So it says when officers arrived at approximately 3:35 a.m., they saw the Ford SUV with police-style lights and immediately saw the defendant, still dressed as a police officer, shoot an adult man, referred to herein as victim 2, who we know is Mark Hortman, through the open door of the home. Police exchanged gunfire with the defendant, who fled the residence before escaping the area. Inside the residence, officers found 2 adults deceased from gunshot wounds, so we know that to be Mark Hortman and Melissa Hortman. But I think, you know, a little bit more information there on that exchange, at what point exactly the officers arrived, you know, how close was it? That gives us a little bit more of an indication.
And there is a gut-wrenching part of this as far as the first incident of the shooting of Senator Hoffman occurred. And I'll read that as well. Champlin officers, police officers responding to a shooting at the residence in Champlin. A 911 caller reported that a masked person had come to their door and then shot their parents, which obviously tells all of us that the children,
it was
or
yeah,
child,
their daughter,
their daughter, was the one that had to make that 911 call and alert officers that the man had come to their door and shot her parents.
We know just from we've covered stories with Senator Hoffman and his family, and we know just from our Courtney Godfrey too that their daughter Hope has spina bifida and lived with them. I believe about 28 years old is what we were told, and so she, as we're reading now, unfortunately was, as we feared, the one who made that call to 911.
This information released moments ago because there was an arrest. It was to be sealed until that, so we are getting this information very quickly. Again, there is going to be a presser coming up here in about 20 minutes if everything stays on time. There was a very detailed list of the weapons that were found in the alleged shooter's vehicle: 3 AK-47 assault rifles, a 9mm handgun, disassembled 9mm firearm, ballistic vest, gold police-style badge. All that fits the description of a man posing as a police officer when he knocked on the doors of these two Minnesota politicians and their spouses.
Lori, do we have So Young or do we have Karen? Okay. 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 All right. They're just logging in here. In just about a minute, we're going to take you out live to Green Isle. I don't know if we want to pop that picture up. I know. Sorry, Lori. We've got
Bro's ready for war, man.
Producers in the booth kind of shuffling things around back there. But okay, so here's the live picture of Green Isle. This would be not necessarily right where the farm is. You can see a little bit more of a paved road there. There's been a staging area, so I'm not sure exactly how close our crew is. I know they wouldn't have been able to get very close to the farm itself, but there was a staging area, and that's where I'm guessing this is. Yeah, they're moving around just a little bit here, where law enforcement has been staged here for the last couple of days. Yeah, that looks like that area to me. So
it actually went down very quickly when you think about it.
It did, and so we'll.
All right, let's go back to Iran. Covering all the news, baby. Covering all the news here.
It's just what would be average to do that, which I'm sure Israel wants to try. I mean, they are
try,
kind of
but
doing it
they're
already.
They're fearful now of bringing those F-35s close to the air defense systems they haven't taken out, because Iran successfully took out 3 F-35s. So unless those are for B-2s or B-52s, doubt it. I mean, they're desperate to get Iran in to struck at least that. I keep Pharaoh.
Do they still have the? Remember, they moved the B-52s to that area like I don't know,
the Diego
5-6
Garcia
months
base
ago.
in the Indian. Well, it was a couple months ago, right? They moved them to Diego Garcia base, but then I heard they moved them back last month.
I didn't see that. Is there any way to check?
Guys, smash the like button. We got 3,200 likes, but 4,500 you guys watching right now. Do me a favor. Smash that fucking like button, man, if you're watching on YouTube.
It was more than that. It was like 5 or 6, and plus refueling tanks. It was like over $200 billion worth of fighter jets. And each one of those B-2s retails like over $2 billion.
I thought those B-52s can fly for long periods of time without even refueling. Do they need to actually be that close?
They can fly really long distance, but if you're carrying that much weight, it consumes fuel much
They're
faster.
carrying 30,000-pound bunker busters. You're going to be expending a lot more fuel.
And what's even more embarrassing, I mean, I don't want to go talk about Lebanon, but what's even more embarrassing in that 2006.
All right, so I think it's time, gentlemen. We're gonna go through and break this down. I'm gonna drink a little bit of water here. I'm gonna let you guys listen to this for like another minute or so, and I'm gonna go into and explain how the fuck we got here with this Iran war. Okay? Oh, hold on.
Why does it feel like on X all of a sudden, all at the same time, multiple people saying that Iran is finished? Like all of a sudden, showing notes from 42 generals approve, blah, 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 like trying to show like social proof that America, like after I made the comment, and I know it's not because of me, after I made the comment that it doesn't seem like there's any American to support, in the past hour, it seems like every single political influencer is saying that Iran's done for, the generals are supporting us, 42 generals said yes, blah, blah, blah. I'm
noticing
all at the
that
same
too.
time. Yeah.
Okay, I found something on your B. So here, March 2024, 2 B-52s from the 2nd Bomb Wing at Barksdale Air Force Base, Louisiana, arrived at Diego Garcia, that's in the Indian Ocean, for BTF mission, marking their return to the island since their first return since 2020. By May 2025, satellite imagery confirmed 4 B-52s alongside 6 B-2s, totaling 10 heavy bombers at the base, a rare concentration. So that was last month. The B-52s, capable of carrying a wide range of conventional and nuclear weapons, were deployed to maintain pressure on the Houthis and deter Iran, particularly in the context of nuclear talks.
And they're still there, though, right?
I meant, yeah, I guess they're still there.
Fire says, not being in OSS chat makes me feel like I'm in the lower deck of the Titanic. Brokey, make locals great again. Hey man, you're in the local chat is bro. The chat is up, bro. The chat is absolutely up. So it's up on screen right now. All right, let's see here. If there's anything else, then we're gonna go ahead and do this thing.
Simon, did you finish your point that you were making before?
I finished, yeah, but yeah, I'd love to hear anyone tell me how the Israel benefits from this and not America.
Yeah, I do actually disagree, but I'm like so busy tweeting. I don't think I'll give it the.
No worries, we'll do it another.
All right. Okay, guys. So let's go ahead and go into this shit. All right, man. So we're gonna go through this, and you know, I think for you guys to understand what the hell's going on right now between Israel and Iran, you need to kind of go back a bit and understand that this has been a long time coming. Okay, the Middle East is a very strategic point for Western powers because of, you know, the wealth of oil that's there. And also because, obviously, Israel's there. And when I tell you guys that Israel's been responsible for a lot of the problems in the Middle East, I'm not kidding around. I'm going to kind of go through this with you guys so you guys understand the history, the geography, and quite frankly, how we got to this position right now with Iran. Let's see here. Before I get into this, though, I want you guys to smash that like button. Okay, because, you know, this type of content is obviously censored and gotten me in quite a bit of trouble before, and the best way that you can support the mission is by joining OSS, obviously. But anyway, let's go ahead. Let me just make sure I have everything right here. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to be precise here with some of this stuff. The presentation is very important. So make sure you guys smash that like button. Okay. So, as you guys know, Israel's been occupying the Gaza Strip and the West Bank for a very long time. This has caused an enormous amount of anger in the Muslim Arab world. And they look at it as, you know, we have this colonial ethno-state here on Arab land displacing the indigenous people. And not only are they doing that, they're doing it in a disrespectful manner. They're taking their land. They're abusing them. It's an apartheid state, etc. Right? We understand that. Now, for a very long time, the Arab world rebelled against Israel. But slowly, over time, agreements were signed, treaties were made, etc. And one of the ones that's important for the purposes of today is going to be the Abraham Accords, right? And the Abraham Accords, guys, are a bilateral agreements on Arab-Israeli normalization signed between Israel and United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, etc. And you guys can see here, basically, this is something that Trump did in 2020. And the Abraham Accords basically normalize relations between Sudan, Morocco, the UAE, Israel, and Bahrain. And during the Biden administration, Saudi Arabia and some other Gulf state countries were supposed to join in as well. Okay? And this basically was a red line for the Palestinians. Okay? Because for a very long time, one of the things that the Palestinians had on their side was the Arab world did not accept and recognize Israel as a state. Okay? And obviously this affects them geopolitically, diplomatically, economically, etc. when they're not being recognized. Now, officially at least, officially. And, you know, a lot of these countries vowed that they would not recognize Israel until there was a two-state solution or until the Palestinian question had been answered. Okay? And when there was an announcement that Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states were going to potentially join into the Abraham Accords, because weeks before, when October 7th happened, there was a planned meeting between Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states and Israel to bring them into the Abraham Accords. And obviously this was the red line for Hamas and these other Palestinian groups. And they ended up invading on October 7th to derail the Abraham Accords, right? And this guy, Abu Ubaida, talked about this. He's the spokesperson for Hamas, right? And he outlined a bunch of different reasons why they invaded on October 7th and they conducted that operation. obviously, one of them was the red calves, which I talked to you guys about before. The red calves was to, symbolize a ceremony that the Israelis were going to do where they were going to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque and then rebuild the temple. And they had these red heifers there to signify the return of their Messiah, whatever. But that was a part of the reason, as well as the Abraham Accords. Saudi Arabia being involved in the Abraham Accords, because Saudi Arabia in the Muslim world, guys, it's where Mecca is, it's where Medina is. Very important religious context, right? So if Saudi Arabia got put into the Abraham Accords, it would effectively mean the end of the Palestine question, okay? So that was a big reason why they invaded on October 7th. The red heifers, and then Saudi Arabia coming into the Abraham Accords. Also the occupation, the fact that, Gaza is an open air prison, the everything else going on, the expansion to the West Bank. There were so many different reasons why Hamas invaded on October 7th. But something that's very important was the Abraham Accords, which I don't think gets enough attention, okay? Now, after October 7th, okay, as you guys know, roughly 200 plus Israelis were kidnapped, right? And brought back to the Gaza Strip. And just so you guys have a map here, here is the Gaza Strip, okay? And after Hamas conducted their operation and they brought these hostages back, they tried to negotiate for getting Palestinians out of jail. And what ended up happening instead was Israel led a huge campaign into the Gaza Strip. They started off here in northern Gaza and then worked their way down into Rafah, okay? And basically, throughout the end of 2023, they led an extensive bombing campaign where they pretty much disrupted and dismantled many of Hamas's infrastructure, okay? As they were doing this, okay, what ended up happening was they conducted a couple of key assassinations, okay? One of the assassinations they conducted was of this guy, Ismail Haniyeh. Now, Ismail Haniyeh, guys, was the chief negotiator for Hamas, and he was the head of the political wing. So Hamas has two different components. They have a political wing and they have the military wing. This guy was the person that they were negotiating with Hamas. And not only did they assassinate him, but they assassinated him in Iran. Okay, they assassinated him all the way over here in Tehran. All right? And he was there for the presidential inauguration of the current president of Iran now. This guy. It's Pezekian or something like that. I can't pronounce his name, but I'll show you guys who he is real quick. Masoud Pezeshkian. Okay, this dude. All right. So Ismail Haniyeh was there for his inauguration, all right, in July of last year. And while he was there, he stayed at a guest house, okay? And shouts Arc Lightning with the 50 gifted subs. Thank you, Arc Lightning. I love you, bro. Thank you so much, man. You've been such a huge supporter. Rocking with the mission. Thank you so much. I'm going to keep giving y'all this fire, this heat. So anyway, so Ismail Haniyeh was there for the presidential inauguration of this guy, which, by the way, he was there to replace another president that had been killed in a helicopter crash. But that's a whole other conversation. Regardless, Mossad assassinated him in Tehran, Iran. Now, obviously, from a geopolitical standpoint, this was incredibly embarrassing to the regime because not only did Israel violate their sovereignty, but they assassinated their guest in their country, okay? Incredibly embarrassing. So obviously they, did a full sweep of the IRGC, figure out who was a collaborator, etc. And a couple of IRGC members were actually arrested after this. But this was bad. So that was one escalation. Incredibly embarrassing to Iran, right? Also, I think it's important to note that Iran was also angry because Trump and the Israelis had worked to kill Qasem Soleimani. This guy was a military officer who served in the IRGC from 1998 until his assassination in 2020 during the first Trump administration, right? And former Mossad director Yossi Cohen says Soleimani's strategies are personally tightened a noose around Israel's neck. So this guy was pretty much the head of the Axis of Resistance. Now, you guys are probably wondering, Myron, what the fuck is Axis of Resistance? The Axis of Resistance, guys, is basically Iran and all their proxies, okay? Led by Iran, members are Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and obviously the Houthis down here in Yemen. And basically what they would do is they would basically utilize their, geographic locations to put pressure on Israel, okay? So when Israel went into Gaza, right after October 7th, the Hezbollah up here in the north started launching rockets into Haifa and northern Israel. And they did this to make sure that the IDF could not put the full brunt of their ground forces all the way into Gaza, okay? While this was happening, the Houthis were also sending rockets into the Houthis down here, okay? We're also sending rockets into Israel, all right? And the way that they were getting resources was Iran would send these weapons and resources through Iraq, through Syria, destined for Lebanon, because Lebanon is probably one of the best geographic places to attack Israel from the north, right? And Bashar al-Assad, the president of Syria, right, during this time, would allow the free flow of these weapons, okay? He was backed by the Iranian regime. And we're going to talk about Bashar al-Assad a little bit later. But he was the president for a very long time. The Assad regime ran for like 40 to 50 years, his father, etc. So going back here, right, that is the axis of resistance, right? Now, going back to Ismail Haniyeh, he was assassinated there, caused a lot of embarrassment for Iran. Now, this was on top of their guy, Qasem Soleimani, being assassinated, right? And on top of this, Israel had also bombed the Iranian embassy in Syria, okay? So on April 4, 2024, Israel conducted an airstrike on the Iranian embassy complex in Damascus, Syria, destroying the building housing its consular section. 16 people were killed in the strike, including 8 officers of the IRGC. Okay? Huge escalation by doing that. Huge. Right? That's an act of war, chat. So, obviously, this is a big fucking deal. Right? So that's another escalation. Right? So, first, they kill Ishmael. Well, let's go back chronologically. First, they kill Qasem Soleimani, right? In 2020. Then, where'd I put it? First, they kill Soleimani in 2020, right? Big escalation. Then, they fucking conduct an airstrike on their consulate in Damascus in 2024, April 1st, 2024. Then they killed Ismail Haniyeh on July 31st, 2024. Then they killed, literally right after, this guy, Fuad Shukr, okay? I think the day before, actually, yeah, Ismail Haniyeh was the 31st. Yeah, so they killed, the day before they killed Fuad Shukr. Now, who is this guy? This guy was a high-ranking official of Hezbollah, all right, in Lebanon. Right, the Israelis killed him as well. Then they killed Hassan Nasrallah. This is the head of Hezbollah. They killed him on September 27th, as they were doing a ground assault. Right? Also, they had killed Yahya Sinwar in October of 2024. Okay? They ran into him while they were fighting in Rafah. They didn't plan to find him there, but they ended up finding him. He was actually fighting on the front lines with Hamas fighters. Right? So, all these assassinations. Kill Ismail Haniyeh, July 31st, 2024. Kill Fuad Shukr, July 30th, 2024. Kill Hassan Nasrallah, head of Hezbollah, September 27th, 2024. Yahya Sinwar, killed October 16th, 2024. And then, after the Hezbollah negotiated a ceasefire, because, okay, so as Israel did their ground assault in Rafah and they finished up, they began a ground assault on Lebanon. Okay, so after they wrapped up in Gaza at the end of 2024, they started to do, towards the end of 2024, they started to do a ground assault, right? So October 7th happens 2023. The entire year, they're fighting in Gaza. Then towards the end of 2024, right, they had been fighting now for almost a year, they start a ground assault up in Lebanon in September or so of 2024. They invaded Lebanon to stop the rockets from shooting into northern Israel. Because keep in mind, guys, they had about 60,000 Israelis had to evacuate this area. Okay? 60,000 Israelis had to evacuate this area. So obviously they said, yo, we got to get rid of Hezbollah and get rid of these rockets in southern Lebanon. So the IDF invaded. When the IDF invaded, they started bombing the hell out of Beirut. During the bombings, this is when they killed Hassan Nasrallah. That's why he was killed in September of 2024, right? Now, this obviously created an enormous amount of confusion and problems for Hezbollah. Also, on top of this, they successfully conducted their pager attack, okay? As you guys know, the Mossad had put bombs and walkie-talkies, beepers, pagers, and other types of communication devices that Hezbollah had been using. They had put these explosives in there roughly 10 years prior, okay? And they detonated them in September of 2024. So as they began their ground assault, they detonated these pagers and walkie-talkies. Thousands of, or hundreds, if not 1,000 or so, Hezbollah fighters were killed or badly injured, okay? All throughout Lebanon, while they were doing the airstrikes and doing their ground assault, okay? Now, though Israel did not get as far as they wanted to, because they wanted to make it all the way to Beirut, they couldn't even make it past the Litani River. What ended up happening was they agreed to a ceasefire. After they had the ceasefire, rebels in Syria started to coordinate the takeover of Syria, led by this guy, Ahmed al-Shara, a.k.a. Jolani, former al-Qaeda member, okay? He led the rebels in Syria, and what they did was they were originally here in Idlib, okay? Him and his rebels. After the ceasefire between Hezbollah and the IDF, Israel, he went ahead and proceeded northeast and took over Aleppo, one of the big cities in Syria. After they took over Aleppo, they went down the M5 highway and took over Hama, Homs, and eventually worked their way to Damascus. As they were working their way to Damascus, Bashar al-Assad, this guy, fled to Russia, okay? Now, guys, there had been a civil war in Syria for a decade plus at this point. He had been weakened, and the air power that he relied on from the Russians was not there to help him. For many years, Bashar al-Assad was able to stay in power because he had the Russians supporting him. The Russians had a port here in Tartus, a very good strategic location for the Russians to be, okay? And unfortunately, due to the war in Ukraine, Russia was not able to give the vital air support that Assad and his regime had relied upon to keep the rebels at bay. Also, Hezbollah was significantly weakened from the fight with the IDF. They lost their command structure. Like I told you guys before, they lost Fuad Shukr, they lost Hassan Nasrallah, and many other generals within Hezbollah. And they were rattled. So Hezbollah was not able to help. The Russians were not able to provide air power. And within 3 weeks, Syria was taken by al-Shara. Okay? And Bashar al-Assad fled Syria and went to Russia, where he's there to this day. Okay? And after this was done, the Israelis took the Golan Heights, occupied it, right? They took the Golan Heights, and then they airstruck all of Syria's military infrastructure. They bombed their bases, they bombed their air force, their planes, they bombed their missile defense. They pretty much crippled Syria militarily so that if al-Shara did decide to double cross the Israelis, he would not have the ability to do so. Okay? So Syria fell. Now, the reason why this is such a big deal is because this effectively impeded Iran's ability to resupply Hezbollah in Lebanon and get them the resources they needed to fight the Israelis. Also, when al-Shara took power, he kicked all the IRGC components out of Syria. So the axis of resistance was effectively disrupted and dismantled because now you have Bashar al-Assad gone. You have Hezbollah, disarray. All of their management, all of their higher-ups, gone, dead, assassinated Fuad Shukr, Hassan Nasrallah, the most important ones. Hamas, disrupted and dismantled. Ismail Haniyeh, gone. Right? Yahya Sinwar, gone. Okay? Bashar al-Assad, fled. Well, now you guys can see that with all of these people out of position and the Houthis getting bombed by the United States once Trump took office, what's left? Well, I'll tell you what's left. Iran is left. This is why the Israelis wanted to attack when they did. All of their enemies were weakened. All of them. And none of them can mount a proper response to Israel at this point. That, my friends, is what led Israel to attacking Iran a couple of days ago. Okay? Because all of these assassinations, all of these military operations, all of these clandestine operations were to put Israel in the perfect position where Iran's allies and the axis of resistance were all weakened. Now they can attack the source directly. Okay? And that's how we find ourselves in the middle of this conflict right now. Give me O/slashes if that all made sense to you guys. I know it was a long explanation, and I went over a lot, but now you guys understand how the fuck we got here. Give me O/slashes if that all makes sense for you guys. All right, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I hope, I was trying to make it simple and easy to understand, and I wanted to show you guys visually with the map. I'm glad that it makes sense. All right, cool. Awesome. Let's get back into the Twitter space. Now you guys officially know more than 90% of Americans when it comes to Middle Eastern foreign policy, and now you guys understand why the Israelis desperately wanted to go to war. All of their enemies were weakened, and this is their best chance to go at Iran. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love to see you guys like learning stuff in the chat and enjoying the content. If you guys really want to support me, join the Castle Club. Join the OSS. Well, join Castle Club too, of course. But link is pinned at the top, guys. Only $4 to join. If you guys want me to be able to continue to give you guys this kind of content, and me dedicate my time to like being able to research this stuff, that obviously it takes me a lot of time to do. I'm reading stuff all the time. I'm watching lots of documentaries. I've pretty much given my social life up to make this content for you guys. The only thing I ask in return is you guys like the video if you're watching on YouTube, because YouTube has me demonetized. And then number two, join the OSS. Only $4 to join, guys, for less than a fucking super chat. It goes to $10 after your first month, or you could join for the year. Use promo code JFK911 or use themboys911, whichever one you want to use, and join the fucking fight so we can go ahead and get to 10K strong so I can continue to give you guys this kind of content. Because obviously, this shit is censored and it got me fucking demonetized. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys helping me out with this, man. I really do. And the OSS is growing stronger by the day. But if you can't afford to support, that's fine. Just smash the like button on YouTube. And, yeah, let's get to 4,000 likes. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's go ahead to, let's go back to Twitter and get the latest on what's going on.
Where did he convert to Islam? And so there's some nefarious points that this guy converts to Islam, and then he becomes one of the biggest narrators of what became some aspects of the legal tradition and some of the extreme positions that you find within Islam. And so when you understand that these people were able to direct that, and then within Christianity, you've got the Schofield Bible, and you've got certain evangelical ideas, and I don't agree with your position on X. They will lose their mind because ideology is more important. They'll back, as an example, they'll back Israel over Iran based on ideology. And so ideology dictates so much. And so, but anyway, that's a separate point. So those were the few points I wanted to make. I'll get back on the news, but got me excited in a bit of a discussion there.
All right, I just give a quick point. I completely agree that ideology drives human behavior, and that's what a lot of people at the top will utilize those ideologies in order to drive the human behavior for the motive that they're trying to achieve. And in most cases, particularly when you're dealing with Western corporations, there is a profit motive, and power equals money. And so they will utilize any type of ideology in order to drive people into the behavior that drives the profits for those corporations.
So Zionism is a useful ideology, Islam is a useful ideology, Christianity is a useful ideology, and you can recruit an army and get them to do inhumane things by making them believe that they're doing, by weaponizing their ideology. And people at the top have always done that. That's why you have all these institutions that take an ideology that need funding, and then that can become a weaponized ideology.
Can I jump in, Sulaiman, just to give?
All right, let me read some of these chats here. Thanks for all the value you provide. Been following your advice. I'm 25 years old. Oh yeah, yep, got you. I read that chat from before. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of you guys here. Okay, $5 from eMoney says, "Hey John, how do we gift memberships?" That is a good question. There's a way to gift memberships on OSS. I just don't know how to do it. Also killed Mohammed El Daif. Okay, I appreciate that, Faris. Myron, what do you know about Yahya Sinwar? Yeah, I know a lot about Yahya Sinwar. He was the head of the military wing of Hamas. Do the Israel-Palestine breakdown, Myron? I'm just trying to JPO my parents since I'm over for Father's Day. Oh man, I don't know if you want to do that, Joe Schmo. So the US starts going in strong for Israel. How long before Russia will come help Iran, and what does that look like? I don't know if Russia will come help Iran. They didn't help Syria, bro. So I don't know if they will, bro. But yeah, John, I'll find a way. There is a way to gift. Memberships on the OSS. I just don't know how to do it. I'll figure it out though for you guys. I will figure it out. I'll hit up Noble.
Simon's trying to explain, they're kind of used more like a shield than anything else, but they do things on their own 100%. The problem that what me and Simon do agree on is once you get rid of that, which you do need to get rid of, you still have a big issue in America. And it comes down to the capitalistic system, is the amount of money that is getting printed now at the velocity that it's getting printed. And you go look at the M2 money supply and you see the upward hockey stick that's being printed, you can get a better job. You can still believe in the American dream. Most people within the next 2-3 years, they will see their quality of life diminish unless they have millions in assets already. Because once you start printing, people with assets, their value goes up, and people without them, their value goes down. And there's going to be no middle class. And what will wind up happening is the same thing you see in Brazil, Ethiopia, Mexico. You basically live in your own little citadel, and everyone else lives outside like slaves. And that's what eventually will happen in the United States if you don't understand how to invest. Why do the Jews get such a bad name? It's not because of a religion. It's because they are the only group of people, Sulaiman, you, me growing up as a Christian, Myron, I don't know how you grew up, or Simon, but probably all of us always heard, you need to work really hard for your money, son. You need to get a good job and just work really hard and move your way up. That's not how you become rich. We were taught wrong. Most Jewish kids are taught to save money, and that's why a lot of Americans make jokes that Jews are penny pinchers, blah, 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 they're always cheap. They're not cheap. They're saving, because that's what they're taught as a little kid. Save your money and invest. Put your money to work for you. They're taught that from a very, very young age. So they've benefited greatly from this capitalistic system, not because they created it, but because they understand it, because they're kind of the ones who started it, right? And that is the problem, is although once you get rid of Zionism and that whole, let's call it extreme nationalism, because that's basically what it is, right? Once you get rid of extreme nationalism, you still have the money problem in the US. And the money problem is not because things are the same as they used to be and they could be corrected. No, it is the amount of money that needs to be printed, because we have no way out of just continuing to print more money than we did the last 4-year cycle. And we're getting to the point where no matter how hard you work, you will never be the middle class, and you'll never make it to the wealthy. You will only see your quality of life drop. And today you can see people in the middle that are upper middle, that are living paycheck to paycheck. Upper middle class, dude, my dad worked construction. My mother was a secretary. They had 2 houses, 2 cars, and a boat. You know what I mean? It doesn't happen today. No way, no how. And that's because of the amount of money that's printed. And they were taught to work hard instead of save everything you can and invest it. And that's what the main big problem is. And Jews will benefit because they're taught to, from a very young age, to do what exactly to do. A lot of them, not all of them. Simon, is that pretty much like a
Wait, hold on. I just
concise
posted.
answer?
I think that was a very good summary, and I'm gonna jump off now, but I'll leave some final parting words, and we'll bring this one up again. But it was a very good summary. The only way you beat the system is to own assets that beat the system and save, and everyone else is working for those people and not saving. They're taking.
Yeah, no, all good. E-money. I'll find out how to gift memberships, bro. I'll find out. I just messaged Noble, and I'll figure that out for you guys on how to gift, because I know some people want to join the OSS, but they might not have money, and some other people can gift them. Some other people that are a bit more financially secure. So I'll find a way to do it. But either way, we almost got 1,000 total members in there, guys. Remember, you guys can join OSS completely for free and then decide to convert to a paying member after. So, you know, you guys can always join OSS, watch on there completely for free. I'll give you guys the link if you guys want, so you guys can watch the stream from there. It's hilarious, the chat, what they be saying in there. I'll give you guys the link so you guys can watch there if you guys want. And then if you decide that you want to go ahead and subscribe and join the OSS and be a paying member, put in your dues, that'd be great. Here's the link for you guys if you guys want to watch the stream there, though. The chat is hilarious in itself. The chat is what makes it worth it.
The actual numbers are much higher. The source is Israeli media. And that's up to the nest, guys. Please don't forget to like and retweet it or comment underneath it. And please don't forget to retweet the space as well. And Simon, but I'm not going to do the back and forth, right? But now sometimes I understand why. No, I already understand why. Like, it's like, who created the Ponzi scheme? But we'll leave it at that. I want to be clear. I'm a little bit radical. Who do we owe the money to? Print it. People print it, so then you know what? People need to learn how to capitalize in this system, and I think that people can learn how to do it. I mean, there's so many people who I know who do it now. They're doing it now. So that's why when I come back to the ideology of Zionism that's been around for a long time, that's the ideology that it's not just about the money, that genocides people. And then other people worship the people who genocide them. It's not about, oh, Jews have money. What? I don't care. I've been to Jewish weddings and bar mitzvahs. I'm glad they have money. I don't care. But maybe it's because I'm a Christian. I'm not going to get theological, but for me, it's completely anti-Christ. And it has subverted this so-called Christian nation. So they can't pay attention to what's going on with the money schemes or anything else going on. They've been so subverted. And that is not an excuse. It's just simply an explanation. That's all I'll say. I'll leave it there.
Yeah.
Casey, the big problem is who younger people
by
idolize
the Hoffman
today, right?
family
Like,
and their
you go
daughter
to
Hope
Dubai,
saved
and you
countless
see
lives, and we are grateful.
All right, this is Waltz.
Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will continue to investigate. We deal with our political differences. Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country. And each and every one of us can do it. Talk to a neighbor rather than arguing. Debate an issue. Shake hands. Find common ground. This is who Melissa Hortman was. In the first negotiating session that I had a chance to work with her, she got all the partners in the room, and she provided each and every one of us a copy of a book called Getting to Yes. And the whole premise was debating with a sense of goodwill, a sense of trying to come to compromises that serve everyone. And because of her, we did that. Because of her, we did that year after year after year. That's the embodiment of how things are supposed to work. It's not about hatred. It's not about mean tweets. It's not about demeaning someone. It's leading with grace and compassion and vision and compromise and decency. That was taken from us in Minnesota.
Yeah, bro said, why is the black woman talking to, please tell her to shut up. Yo, Myron, hope you missed me. Just finished work. Easy cheese if you prayed for me. Got you, bro.
With the murder of Speaker Hortman. So for each and every one of us to truly honor, and we will continue to honor that spirit, but we will need to do it in just more than actions in a memorial. Conducting ourselves in the spirit that Melissa Hortman did her work is what the country needs to heal. I will once again say,
bro, this baldy bitch look crazy, bro.
The deep debt of gratitude. These professionals standing behind us and countless others. This was
shout out Mr. Hooligan with the 35 with the 5 gifted subs, bro. Appreciate you, my friend. And Rock and Roll Rebel as well with the gifted sub as well. Guys, I think what I might do is I might play some Marvel Rivals with Chris to end the stream off, and we'll go to kick only. But we're gonna finish covering the news before we do that.
You'll hear from them. Incredibly complex, and to take this
only kick and OSS stream will be live.
Suspect in.
I'll get off YouTube and Rumble.
With no life of life or injuries to civilian population, and to bring him in alive so he can serve justice, which he will do in Minnesota, is an incredible thing that we are grateful for. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the professionals, starting with Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota, Bob Jacobson. Thank you.
Good evening. It's good to see you all here tonight. Thank you for coming in. My name is Bob Jacobson. I'm the Commissioner of Public Safety. And again, it's my honor to serve in that position. First of all, I want to thank all of the law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly over the past 2 years since the shooting.
Guys, smash the like button. We're only at 3,600 likes, but we got 4,000 plus of you guys in here. So smash that fucking like button. We're watching the press conference about the guy that was caught after shooting a lawmaker out in Minnesota.
At Senator Hoffman's home. The coordination between state, local, and federal law enforcement partners is the reason we are here tonight, and the suspect is in custody. Boelter exploited the trust our uniforms are meant to represent. That betrayal is deeply disturbing to those of us who wear the badge with honor and responsibility. We want to thank community members across the state for their support, for their tips, and their information. And I want to thank Governor Walz for his continued support through this very difficult time. With that, I will pass this off to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Drew Evans. I'm Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. As was noted and was previously described, Vance Boelter was taken into custody in Sibley County. We were with you earlier today when we provided information about the manhunt and the myriad of law enforcement that have come together working in partnership so that this,
I don't know why the fuck
this evil cannot be continued. The first step in a case like this is that we take him into custody, and then the work will continue and begin to make sure that we have all the evidence we need to ensure that he is held accountable for his crimes. Please bear with me, but I think it's important because it has been noted by the governor, just to give you some background on the teams that were down there, and I may even be missing some in terms of this because there were law enforcement partners, not just from the Twin Cities, but across the state of Minnesota that came together. From the Brooklyn Park Police Department, the Tri-City SWAT team, Eagan Police Department, Burnsville Police Department, our South Metro SWAT team, the FBI, ATF, United States Marshal Service, State Patrol, Washington County Sheriff's Office, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, the Richfield Police Department, St. Paul Police Department, Bloomington Police Department, Sibley County. We had Riverview Medics, Green Isle Fire Department, and LifeLink in the area, in addition to Prior Lake, Crow River SWAT, and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. And again, I may have been missing, and I apologize to my partners for that we do that. I share all of that for you because that's the commitment when this sort of evil is in one of our communities, that law enforcement comes together to put all of their resources together to make sure that that person is taken into custody. That is so that people across the state of Minnesota and legislators that were targeted in these attacks and that may have been listed can breathe a sigh of relief as quickly as possible as we came together in an incredibly complex set of circumstances in that. He was arrested, as you saw earlier this evening, in the area of 35600 block of 200th Street, Green Isle. What happened in that is, as we noted, there was a manhunt going throughout the day in that area that we've discussed previously, and there was information provided that he was seen in the area. When that information was provided to the investigators that were conducting the ground search, they converged on the area with a number of SWAT teams with the assistance of the Air Wing from Minnesota State Patrol. And we'll provide a few more details about the end of coming into custody in a little bit, but he was taken into custody at that time. He is in custody, and a reminder for anybody that was not, when we've previously said that, taken into custody under a state criminal warrant.
Okay, that's what I was gonna figure out if it's a federal or a state case.
That information will be made public, if it is not already, detailing the complaint that he is charged in the cases at this time with the murders of Speaker Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman.
They're gonna do federal too, trust me.
The shootings in John Hoffman and Yvette
He said
Hoffman,
the state can move faster
for those crimes, and will be moving forward. We are also in close contact with our federal partners, both the FBI, United States Attorney's Office, who are examining whether or not additional charges should be brought at the federal level related to this at this time.
They're 100% going to do it. They're just trying to figure out which one.
There's a lot of investigation that continues, and I'm going to turn it over to Chief Bruley to provide some comments on this and the work. I just want to tell, certainly for the communities of Champlin, city of Brooklyn Park, you both have incredibly professional police departments that work day in, day out and tirelessly in this situation to bring justice and work towards that, not only for the families and the loved ones and the community that are impacted, but for the entire state of Minnesota. And our teams are incredibly proud to work alongside them and all the law enforcement partners. And so with that, I will turn it over to Chief Bruley for some comments on this, and the work will continue in partnership with them and others moving forward. Chief.
Good evening. I'm Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department. Just a few comments. One, I'm very proud to tell you that we took the suspect into custody who is responsible for this. That was within 43 hours of the incident. There's no question that this is the largest manhunt in the state's history. Just down at the scene where he was taken into custody, there was 20 different SWAT teams over a extremely large area hunting this individual down to take him into custody. I believe that the state of Minnesota and certainly the city of Brooklyn Park should be extremely proud of the police officers within the city of Brooklyn Park, but the partnerships that we had are unprecedented between the federal agents, the county, the locals, and others around. It is absolutely an incredible task what went on. Essentially, the Brooklyn Park Police Department was turned over into an operations center, and that's all that hundreds of detectives worked on tirelessly for 43 hours. So while this has come to some conclusion where we've made an arrest, there is a ton of work that needs to be done. So I encourage community members, as there's evidence, information, or other things, please continue to feed that information to the Brooklyn Park Police without any use of force. Thank you.
With that, we will open it up for a few questions. Reminder. All right, questions now.
Yourself, your media organization, if you have a question for one of the specific individuals, please feel free to point that out.
All right, give me 1 sec, ninjas.
With NBC News, can I ask anyone up here who can speak to it, did the suspect make any key mistakes that you feel like led to his medical capture?
You know, the question is, were there any key mistakes? We certainly, at this point, there's a lot of information we can't share right now in this. What I will tell you is there is some incredibly dedicated law enforcement personnel, criminal intelligence analysts that were out working day in, day out, working together. And what I will tell you is that the public certainly is always of his assistance to us in law enforcement, and incredibly diligent people in the area that provided us the assistance that we needed to get our teams that were already down there that last piece over, but they were certainly in the area and working diligently together on that.
Drew, we're on compare 11. Do you have any indication that anyone helped him?
The question is any indication anybody helped him? We continue to look into that. I don't have anything beyond what we shared earlier today. This investigation, as Chief Bruley noted, will be continuing to expand at this point in time to make sure that we continue to look at all angles of this. And everybody did help him. We will certainly hold them accountable for doing that in this process.
Drew, Adrian Broadus from NBC News. Can you tell us how the Hoffmans helped save lives, and what did the suspect say when he was taken into custody?
The question was how the Hoffmans to help save lives, and what I don't have the specific, and then what did he say when he's taken into custody? I don't have the specifics on what he said when he was taken into custody. You know, we're incredibly grateful that the Hoffmans are still here with us at this point in time, and that they will be hopefully on a continued path to recovery, and that they will provide us the information. We've been able to talk to them today, and they will be providing key information to us as part of this investigation moving forward.
Sir, can I ask you, from CBS News, did the suspect have a phone with him when he was caught? Was he tracked in any way, or was it just society giving some tips?
At the end, the question was, did he have a phone with him? I don't have the specifics on everything that was with him when he was arrested at this time. I will say he was armed, and that he came when he was taken into custody, but we'll be sifting through all of that information from there.
Superintendent Adams.
What's that? I can't on the weapons at this time.
Superintendent Adams, and back, please. Paul Bloom, Fox 9. Just kind of elaborating on sort of the Hoffman question. To me, the encounter at that Speaker Hortman's house with, I believe, was Brooklyn Park Police, the gunfire there, the fact that he then had to abandon that vehicle with several weapons. We've now seen the unsealed criminal complaint. How significant was that in preventing any further tragedy and ending it with him on the ground in Sibley County a couple hours ago?
The question is, again, expanding on the Hoffmans and providing addition. What I'll tell you, Chief Bruley mentioned this yesterday, and his police officers going to check proactively on Speaker Hortman's home at that time. If that had not happened, I have every confidence that this would have continued throughout the day by his officers encountering him at that. It was forced to abandon the vehicle that he had at that time and lead to what we got to today. So by that incident occurring and the law enforcement communication that was occurring, it allowed the proactive approach that was able to get to the point where they were able to now eventually take him into custody today.
And just one other clarity question on
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, there's a little bit of detail that the Ramsey County Sheriff has provided. I just wanted to see if we can nail it down. So it's the detail that he had provided in the Star Tribune is that for about an hour, Boelter had tried to evade arrest, and that 8 teams crawled in a ditch to...
All right, well, that just abruptly ended. Oh, well.
I'm Alexander Mercury from the Duran. I don't know if you guys follow him. That was in his latest analysis on the situation. I'll post it in the nest.
Post it in the comments. I'm sorry, because yeah.
Yeah, please don't post it in the bubble up top. Just post it in the nest, please. Or you can send it to me in a DM. Sorry, if you want.
So we have a special tweet on the top in the nest says, if Trump goes to war with Iran for Israel, he's definitely on the Epstein list. Well, get ready to say he's on the Epstein list because I know that's going to happen. So,
but Elon already did.
My biggest concern now, though, that is America is going to get dragged in the way things are going.
Just what I do, and Myron, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? I just got back.
Yeah, just a quick question. What's your thoughts about what you saw today? This was a massive destruction, massive devastation. A, what's your thoughts on that? And B, what's your thoughts on these refueling tankers moving to the Middle East? It seems like America's joining the war.
Yeah, you know, man, it's I kind of foresaw this, right? We all know that Israel can't really defend itself as much as they claim that they can. We'll see what happens. Well, we'll really see what happens here. But Israel, I think they're starting to understand that they bit off a bit more than they can chew. They underestimated the Iranians' capability of hitting them hard back at home, and that's what's going on right now. These hypersonic missiles are fucking them up, and they don't really have an answer for it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here, man. I think a war, us getting involved in a war, would be highly unpopular. But at this point, man, Trump is owned by the Jews, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, if Trump goes to war, does that destroy MAGA? Because what made MAGA, I would say, unique as a movement was its kind of America first, more nationalistic, anti-war, anti-establishment. perspective. I think that's what made it unique, especially when you found all of those within the right wing. That's basically the end of MAGA, right?
Well, it's definitely caused a split in it, right? You got the people that are what I call like, you know, the Zio retards, right? That will sit there and say Israel's our greatest ally, which is a good portion of them. And then you do have some people on the right that are critical of Israel and understand that Israel's a parasite that leeches on the United States. I would argue more people are pro-Israel and retarded, but, you know, people are slowly waking up on the right with this stuff. But, yeah, they use stupid terms like the woke right or far right. They use these pejorative terms to try to insult conservatives that are critical of Israel, because it's typically not it's not a popular stance to be critical of Israel while being a conservative. Most conservatives absolutely shill for Israel, especially big conservative commentators in America. I think besides like maybe me and Nick Fuentes, I think everybody else, or at least that like, you know, have popular video type long form content podcasts, almost all of them shill for Israel. So, you know, we'll see what happens though. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's concerning. It's concerning. I mean, what? Let's say America joins into this war. How do you think it goes?
Well, if we did join, you know, one of the number one things they would need us for is to basically bomb this this nuclear facility that's in a mountain. But that could create problems for us as well, because you know, you'd have to obviously plan the mission, fuel the mission, find the right people to do it without getting you know, caught on radar. I know we have some stealth B-2 bombers, but it would be a very risky operation. And then that would almost guarantee an Iranian retaliation where they would hit our military bases. And a lot of our armed forces are sitting ducks in the Gulf. They don't even have an Iron Dome to protect them over there. So they would get hit directly with these drones and missiles. So, you know, do we really want to risk thousands of military servicemen in the Gulf for Israel? And I think that's where we have to have a really tough discussion. Where is it really worth it, right? We're in the middle of protests all across the United States with what's going on with ICE. We have lots of problems here at home. You know, is it really worth it to start another war in the Middle East and kind of go down the same path that the Bush administration did for Israel? And I would argue that, you know, trying to start a war now, because that would absolutely start a war, bombing their nuclear facility in this mountain. Is it really worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? And I would argue no. And most Americans would probably agree with me. Even the fucking conservatives that likes Israel, they would even know that a war with Iran would be extremely unpopular.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about like where this goes, America joins the war with Israel. You basically have America helping Israel bomb them. This becomes like American targets in the Middle East become fair game. A lot of American lives being lost, lots of Iranian lives being lost, less so Israelis because they're going to be under protection. So essentially, it's Americans putting their lives in their hands on the line for the Israelis, right?
Yeah.
The Iraqi,
yeah, go ahead.
Iraqi bases would get wiped out as well, huh?
Yeah, sorry, Myron, go ahead. I don't know what you said.
No, I think he was saying something. No, I mean, yeah, you know, going to war, you know, and the other thing too that we kind of benefit from is social media nowadays. You know, back in 2003 when we had the Iraq war, we had to rely on Fox, CNN, MSNBC. We had to rely on the mainstream media platforms, and you know, they basically indoctrinated us and told us the lies, and there was no counter narrative, right? When Netanyahu famously was in the Capitol talking about how Saddam was making nuclear weapons, all this other shit, there was no alternative media to really challenge that. Yeah, Alex Jones was around, but it didn't have the same level of reach like now. But thanks to social media and alternative media, people are able to get the truth or get different perspectives. And I think that has been really helpful with people understanding what's going on in the Middle East and how we've been kind of duped by Israel for a very long time to fight their wars for them. So the U.S. government would not have the same immunity to the narrative that they had 20 years ago, right? Now with social media, the rise of social media and alternative platforms, it's very difficult for them to pull the wool over eyes now versus 20 years ago.
I agree with you completely. And if you, and the thing is, like, if you look at the polls in the United States of America, the vast majority of people see Israel in a very negative way. So and then that's the entirety of America. I obviously know the left, it's even more so. Under 50s is a huge amount. Now, like, when people hear stories about Israel and how, you know, they did the USS Liberty, they killed JFK, they did 9/11. Historically, when people think about things, it doesn't have the same emotional impact as when it's happening in real time in front of you. If Americans saw is that the American kids are losing their lives for the Israelis, I think that could be close to the end of Israel in terms of support from America. What do you think?
Absolutely. Iraq was a monumental failure, right? And now, 20 years later, we can finally look back and reflect and realize, not again. Like, this is fucking retarded. Why the hell did we go here? And the thing is, when we invaded Iraq in 2003, we bombed them for like 3 weeks first. Then we sent the ground troops in, and, we sent in like 200,000 people. Well, Iran is bigger. They have a bigger military. They have more mountainous regions. Like, it's going to be significantly harder to get a regime change in Iran. Damn near impossible. So, so for us to be able to effectively do this regime change like what Israel wants, damn near impossible. And we'd need to put boots on the ground, and that would be highly unpopular, highly, highly unpopular.
Yeah, it's crazy. Do jump in with whatever you want, Myron. Appreciate you being on, as always. And guys, do give Myron a follow. Go to his profile, give a follow. He does the biggest, like, a huge Rumble, YouTube, kick shows, got a huge account, has a huge amount of engagement. Do give him a follow. Click on his profile and click on follow, guys. Amazing, amazing guy.
Appreciate that, man. I stream everywhere, guys. Kick, YouTube, Rumble. Even though YouTube is fucking lame, I hate YouTube with a passion. Zionist controlled. They fucking demonetized me for talking about this shit. So yeah, man, Rumble and Kick is where it's at.
I was streaming on Kick for a bit, and probably if I go back to streaming, I'll do it. But the concern was with Kick that they basically don't let you talk about politics that much. Have you had any issues yet?
No, man, no. You could talk politics on there. It's just that Kick is not known for politics. Like, there's very few political commentators on Kick. I mean, I know Osmongold's on there. He just came. I'm on there now. But in general, man, there's like, Kick is mostly gambling and, IRL streams, not much higher IQ political discussion on there. So there's definitely a market there, man, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I started doing it. And actually, we were getting decent numbers, I think, on Kick. So yeah, there is definitely an opportunity there. For sure. Yeah, so guys, do give Myron a follow. Myron, do jump in with what you want. I'm just going to let some other people speak so I cannot speak. I'm getting a bit tired, to be honest. It's like 5, 6 a.m. here. But appreciate you, Myron. And guys, do give him a follow. Guys, amazing. And actually, do give everyone on the panel a follow. Everyone's been contributing amazingly to this. So I appreciate every single person on the panel who's been helping, supporting the space. It's been fire. Let me just move this. Let me check, bro. Emmy, you there? Thanks for joining us.
On this stream. We are at 10.5 hours on the stream on YouTube. I can only stream for 12 hours on YouTube before it disappears. So I can't even stream for 12 hours. So it might make sense for me to, I could go eat and leave the broadcast on, but then when I come back, I'll have to like restart almost right away. So I can eat and leave the stream up and then come back, but then I might have to start new.
All right, let's see here. We got some chats here. E-Money said, love you're the best, Myron, and let you know how to give those memberships so we can get some more people in. Okay, I appreciate that, E-Money. Noble sent me a message on how to do it. Who's trying to gift on locals, Mr. Hooligan? I'll figure it out. Kumo DTV says they're saying the planes headed east are part of the Atlantic Trident exercise that lasts several days. I believe it's in Finland. Okay. All right. So people are saying these American planes on their way to the Atlantic. This comes from Kumo TV. Here's his tweet right here. You guys can take a look at that. Sulaiman calling on you to speak on Spaces. Yep, sorry about that. Do Monkey, when you go on Kick, you don't need to download it, just the website, or call Coffin or Cheeser. I don't have their numbers. Poppin7, I don't have their numbers. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. You said mute on Space. I am muted. What are you talking about?
The whole of Iran. Do you want to explain that a bit more to the audience?
Yeah, they were basically when I looked. I just went onto AI and said, why would they use 26? Why would you need 26 refueling planes? And it basically said that's pretty average for an operation. I go, what about the operation in Iran? Like, well, that would give planes air superiority. That's about the amount you would need to give air superiority to your Air Force. So I think that's what they're doing, so they can try to take down some of these things early.
Well, I wasn't muted on the Space. Oh, shit. My bad.
The ballistics maybe could take down faster if you're over top of Iran and you're not waiting for it to get to...
They can outpace the ballistic. I think what they might attempt to do is to use those B-2s or B-52s to try to drop bunker busters repeatedly on the same spot.
But that would be an American plane, right?
Yeah.
Israel doesn't have those.
I know. Well, they want America to strike at the nuclear facilities that they're not able to access.
Yeah, I just don't know if
they've
they
already
will.
admitted they can't damage the nuclear sites. They've admitted it now.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was unmuted. I'm sorry about that. My bad.
No, all good, all good. We were just answering the question that one of your chatters asked.
Yeah, so two scenarios, Sulaiman. One is if they're just giving support to Israel, then it's just for their fighter jets. But then to Truth's point, if they actually get involved in an attack, yeah, that would be able to fuel the planes they need to bomb military sites. But it's not some crazy amount. It's not like some, I hear 26 and I'm like, whoa, that's a lot. It's not. They say it's quite average for this type of operation.
I don't know what the hell happened. Something going down? Chat? Yeah, let me see if Chris is up.
We still have no confirmation on Khomeini, right? So that's probably false. Never.
Yeah, it's false. I checked a couple sites. They're just there is an attempt at best. That's it. I was just thinking
They blew up his house or something?
I don't have exact information because I've seen more than one variation of the story, so I'll reserve judgment until I know more. Oh, the point I was going to make is Iran's got a lot of decoys. So, yes, they've been trying to strike the nuclear facilities, so they think, and that's what Iran wants them to think. It's a great strategy. So I don't know what information America may have if they say enter the war and want to strike the nuclear facilities or something else, maybe the missile. And they've been gathering data this whole time, so it's really a question of what they think they know and what they're going to try to hit, and whether it'll be an effective hit or not. Still unlikely, given that all the facilities are more than half a kilometer under the Earth's surface.
All right, guys, we're going to switch on over.
Mixing it up, like they launched their missiles from different locations.
All right, guys, we're going to switch on over to Kick. All right, let's move all the platforms to Kick. All right, ninjas. We're going to move over to Kick and OSS, obviously. So if you want to watch the stream, OSS and Kick, my friends, is where we are going to go. I'm going to drop the Kick link for you guys over there. Okay. I might do some Monkey over there as well. I just got an account. So We might do some monkey over there as well. I'll put the region to Israel. Put the region Israel. Come on over, guys. Kick link right there. But I'm definitely not going to do it on YouTube. I linked the kick right there. And I'll game with Chris as well. All right. Come on over, my ninjas. Come on over. Come on over to kick. We'll we'll test monkey out over there. And we'll cover some more politics. And then we'll finish off with playing some shit with Chris. Pause. So we're gonna be on kick only and OSS. So guys, come on over. Come on over. I'm gonna end the live. And all my guys watching on OSS, do me a favor. Open up a kick tab if you guys don't mind. Just open up a kick tab for me. Watch on there. Let's fucking blow these numbers up. Let's go over to kick. Smoke Agent says, fuck you, Myron, for moving streams. Okay, Smoke Agent. Fuck you, nigga. Like, I don't know what to really tell you, bro. The fuck? Anyway, come on over to kick, niggas. I'm going to end the Rumble stream now, and I'm going to end the Rumble stream and end the YouTube stream. So first I'll end the YouTube stream. YouTube niggas, come on over. Ending the YouTube stream now. Smash that like button, though. Okay. So Rumble's done. Ending YouTube now.